Chapter 1. In the endless Saint Ancestral Mountains, the sunlight passed through the gaps between the mountains and shined into the deep canyon. On the mountainside beside the canyon, there was still some ice and snow remaining. It's already early summer, but the ice and snow still haven't melted. The cold here is especially long. Occasionally, there would be the roars of demon beasts echoing within the mountains. A magnificent city stood on the plains of the canyon. The world outside of the Saint Ancestral Mountains has already been occupied by demon beasts. The people here have not had any contact with the outside world for hundreds of years. No one in the city knows what happened to the outside world. Legend has it that during the most glorious period of mankind, there were thousands of legend rank demon spiritualists and legend rank fighters. They built a huge empire on the vast continent. However, those empires have already been destroyed, no longer existing. Due to the geographical location of this city, it became the most well-preserved city from the Age of Darkness. Although this city would occasionally suffer from the attacks of the powerful snow-wind demon beasts in the Saint Ancestral Mountains, but after experiencing several devastating wars, the city was rebuilt again and again. That modeled city wall is an immortal monument. This city is called Glory City, symbolizing the hope of mankind. St. Laurent College, Fighter Apprentice Class. Over 30 students were sitting still, listening to a female teacher imparting knowledge about demon spirits. They are a group of fighter apprentices, students of St. Laurent College. I heard that the new teacher, Shun, is from the Sacred Family and is a 3-star silver rank demon spiritualist. A few students were discussing in low voices. The eyes of the students were focused on Shun. She has a tall figure, wearing a lavender short skirt that tightly wrapped around her curvy body. Her breasts were towering and a pair of slender white legs. Her face had delicate makeup, making her look beautiful and noble. However, her pair of phoenix eyes were slightly squinting. Every movement she made was filled with coldness that pushed people 1,000 miles away. The corner of her eyes and the tip of her eyebrows were tainted with a charming arrogance. The Sacred Family is one of the 3 major families in Glory City. Shunxiu has a noble background and is also a 3-star silver rank demon spiritualist. Naturally, she has the qualifications to be arrogant. As a 3-star silver rank demon spiritualist, if it wasn't for her nephew, Shunyu, being in this class, she wouldn't come here to teach. Demon, spiritualist, and fighter both have 5 ranks. They are bronze, silver, gold, black gold, and legend rank. Each rank is further divided into 5 stars. A demon spiritualist is above a fighter, a true noble existence. A demon spiritualist can form a soul realm in their dantian and absorb the captured demon spirit into their dantian. During battle, they can activate the demon spirit possession and possess unparalleled strength. This kind of strength is something that a fighter of the same level cannot match. Shunxiu raised his chin and said arrogantly, "Just like me, my demon spirit is a flaming demon fox." Shunxiu's face and hands suddenly underwent drastic changes. Shunxiu's eyebrows became thinner and longer, and the shape of his face became sharper. His teeth and nails became sharper, and a red tail grew out of his back. After the demon spirit possession, I can obtain the flaming demon fox's strength, agility, and fire abilities. Among all the demon spirits, the flaming demon fox is a gold rank demon beast. This also means that the highest I can reach is gold rank demon spiritualist. Of course, after reaching gold rank demon spiritualist, I can also change to a more powerful demon spirit. Speaking of his own cultivation, Shunxiu's expression became even more proud. Shunxiu's words caused the students to exclaim in surprise. A gold rank demon spiritualist is an existence that many of them can never hope to reach in their lifetime. When Shunxiu was teaching on the stage, Nia Li, who was sitting in the back row, was in a trance state. His soul was floating in the air, with nowhere to go. A ray of dazzling sunlight caused Nia Li to slowly open his eyes. Everything in front of him caused him to be in a trance state. "Where am I?" Nia Li exclaimed in shock. He was surprised to find that his hand has become smaller and his skin has become very delicate. On the stage, Shun Xiu was talking nonstop. Nia Li clearly remembers that when he first entered St. Laurent College, the female teacher who was teaching him was a silver rank demon spiritualist. She was very arrogant and rude. Because of this, Shun Xiu, Nia Li wasn't willing to study properly for a long time. "I've been reborn?" Nia Li was incomparably shocked. He was besieged by the Holy Emperor and 6 god-rank demon beasts, and died in the battle. He never thought that his soul would be reborn back to when he was 13 years old. Nia Li looked to the side. A familiar face entered his sight. Lu Piao, Dao Zit, these brothers who have gone through life and death together with him, are still alive. However, their appearances are still very young. There's also her. Nia Li looked to his left. Only a few meters away from him, a beautiful and flawless face appeared in his sight. Her name is Yi Ziyun. Although she only looks to be 13 or 14 years old, she has already grown into a slender and elegant woman. Her purple hair is like a waterfall draping down to her waist. She has curved eyebrows, and her watery eyes are filled with wisdom. When she smiles, there's a pair of deep dimples on the corner of her mouth. Although there's still a little childish on her face, Nia Li knows that when she grows up, she'll be very charming. She's wearing a white silk dress, giving off an indescribable elegance. In his previous life, ever since he was 10 years old, Nia Li was filled with deep admiration for her. She's also not dead. Nia Li's heart was extremely emotional, almost choking with emotions. "I've actually returned to the past. Is this real? It's not a dream?" Nia Li fiercely pinched himself. The clear pain told him that this isn't a dream. He suddenly thought of something. Right, it's the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. It must be the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. Nia Li immediately lowered his head to search, but he couldn't find the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. Nia Li can't believe that such a bizarre thing as reincarnation actually happened to him. This must be related to the mysterious Temporal Demon Spirit Book. No one knows who created the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. It's an extremely mysterious item. Nia Li has always kept it close to his body. He clearly remembers that when he fought with the Holy Emperor and the 6 deity rank demon beasts, his blood had soaked the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. It should be the Temporal Demon Spirit Book that brought him back to the age of 13. Looking at these familiar people, Nia Li fell into a distant memory. He still remembers that in his previous life, Glory City was attacked by the Snow Wind demon beasts. The guardian of Glory City, the legend-rank demon spiritualist Yi Mo, died in battle. Hundreds of thousands of people were left with only a few thousand survivors. They escaped to the vast desert on the east side of the Saint Ancestral Mountains and began their escape journey. One after another, they died in the desert. He still remembers that day when the survivors were surrounded by the demon beasts in the desert. That night, he and Yi Ziyun searched for each other's soul and comfort in the tent. That night, Nia Li finally embraced the goddess in his heart. That night, the silvery moonlight was like a hazy veil. Yi Ziyun's curvaceous body, her sparkling and translucent skin, was like a flawless white jade sculpture. They crazily had each other. If it wasn't for the destruction of Glory City, if it wasn't for that near-death escape, with Nia Li's ridiculously low talent and declining family background, it would be impossible for him to obtain Yi Ziyun's favor. However, after that, they once again encountered the attack of demon beasts. In order to protect him, Yi Ziyun died in the hands of the demon beasts. That scene is something that Nia Li will never forget. After experiencing a near-death experience, Nieli managed to survive and traverse the endless desert. Although his talent is low, Nieli relied on his keen sense of survival to roam the entire divine continent. He met many humans that fought against the demon beasts and encountered many mysterious things. Of course, there's also the mysterious Temporal Demon Spirit Book. If it wasn't for the Temporal Demon Spirit Book, Nieli wouldn't have been able to return. The mysterious Temporal Demon Spirit Book actually allowed me to return to the past. Glory City was destroyed. His parents, clansmen, brothers all died in battle. Yixian also died while escaping. Since I'm back, the heavens have given me another chance. I will definitely not let the destruction of Glory City happen again. Nieli clenched his teeth. His heart was firm. He vaguely remembered that he just entered the school. He should be 13 years old. Nieli suddenly wanted to laugh. It's great that I'm back. Holy Emperor, the next time we meet, I will definitely kill you to avenge my past. In his previous life, if it wasn't for the destruction of Glory City, he and Yi Ziyun would be people from two different worlds. It's impossible for them to be together. The two of them established a deep relationship when they were escaping together. Otherwise, with Yi Ziyun's identity as the daughter of Glory City's city lord, it's impossible for her to be together with a powerless descendant of a declining family. Furthermore, Yi Ziyun's grandfather is a legend, rank demon spiritualist, Lord Yimo. Nieli only found out about this later on. When Yi Ziyun entered the school, no one else in the class knew of Yi Ziyun's identity. Glory City has a total of 3 major families: the Divine Family, Sacred Family, and Snowwind Family. They represent the supreme power in Glory City and belong to the ranks of the major families. The City Lord is usually born from one of these 3 major families. Behind these 3 major families, there are still the 7 major families, and then the 20 noble families. The Tengen family that Nieli came from belongs to the last of the noble families. Although they still have a bit of status, it's still too far away from the 3 major families and the 7 major families. With Nieli's identity, wanting to be together with Yi Ziyun is simply climbing up the social ladder. However, Nieli's eyes flashed with a determined light. Since he has been reborn, is this still a problem? Although his foundation is very poor, with the knowledge from his previous life, raising his talent isn't something impossible. Nieli, what are you laughing at? Lu Piao, who was beside him, curiously looked at Nieli. She was wondering if Nieli has gone stupid. He has been giggling since the beginning and even had his lustful eyes looking at Yi Ziyun. I'm just happy. Good brother, it's great to see you. Nieli excitedly hooked his arm around Lu Piao's neck. This is a habit that they had in their previous life. Being hooked by Nieli for no reason, Lu Piao unhappily mumbled, "Hey Nieli, who's your good brother? You gay, let go of me." Lu Piao gloomily struggled. They have just entered the school and have only known each other for a few days. It's not enough for them to be this intimate. However, Nieli did not let go. He chuckled, looked at Lu Piao, and seriously said, "No matter what you think, in my heart, you're my good brother." Of course, Nieli wouldn't tell Lu Piao about their past life and death experiences. Looking at Nieli's sincere eyes, Lu Piao was stunned for a moment. Nieli doesn't seem to be joking. She couldn't help saying, "Weirdo." No matter what Nieli said just now still touched her. Lu Piao glanced at Nieli and said in a low voice, "I know that you're definitely a member of Glory City's family, but I advise you not to have any ideas about that girl. Her identity is very noble and mysterious. It's said that when she entered the school, the dean personally arranged a dormitory for her." Nieli lightly smiled. Lu Piao still doesn't know of Yi Ziyun's identity, but he already knows. She's my woman. Nieli looked at the beautiful long-haired girl not far away. His heart was abnormally firm. Thinking of the craziness of that night, Nieli's heart couldn't help burning up. However, Nieli suddenly remembered that he and Yi Ziyun are only 13 years old. Ziyun, this lass, when will she grow into that flirtatious and beautiful woman? I'll protect you and slowly grow up together. Yi Ziyun, who was far away, seemed to have sensed something. She turned her head and looked at Nieli's direction. She lightly frowned her brows, and a trace of impatience flashed across her eyes. In her view, Nieli is definitely a playboy. Since the beginning, he has been looking at her and scrupulously. If Nieli dares to provoke her, she'll definitely teach him a lesson. Yi Ziyun doesn't want to reveal her identity. She wants to make friends with her classmates, but that doesn't mean that she'll swallow her anger after being bullied. Chapter 2. Sitting beside, Yi Ziyun is a tall and handsome boy. He would occasionally pay attention to Yi Ziyun. Noticing Yi Ziyun's expression, his gaze shifted towards Nieli and fiercely stared at Nieli. His stature is slightly taller than Nieli, with thick brows and big eyes. However, between his brows, there's a hint of a sinister aura. Nieli, of course, recognizes this person. He's called Shenyu, a disciple of one of the three major families, the Sacred Family. His talent is extraordinary. Shun Xiao, who is on the stage, is his aunt. In his previous life, Shenyu has always been Yi Ziyun's pursuer. It's said that before Glory City was attacked, Shenyu and Yi Ziyun were about to get engaged. In terms of family background, they can be considered as a well-matched match. If Glory City wasn't attacked, they would definitely get married. However, before they could hold the engagement ceremony, Glory City was attacked by the snow wind demon beasts. On the eve of the city's attack, the Sacred Family betrayed Glory City, abandoned the city, and escaped. Perhaps this is the wonder of fate. In his previous life, Yi Ziyun didn't become Shenyu's wife, but she did it with Nieli. Thinking about it here, Nieli couldn't help smiling. Seeing the gaze of Yi Ziyun and Shenyu, Nieli couldn't help feeling a headache. Right now, Yi Ziyun still has a good impression of Shenyu. However, when Yi Ziyun looked at him, Nieli could see the disdain in her eyes. Yi Ziyun must have treated him as an ignorant and incompetent silpants. Seeing Yi Ziyun looking over, Nieli couldn't help feeling his breathing stagnant. That familiar face made Nieli think of his previous life. His nose couldn't help feeling sour. He deeply looked at Yi Ziyun, revealing a trace of a smile. "Thank you, Temporal Demon Spirit Book, for letting us meet again. A strange person." Yi Ziyun thought in her heart. She felt that Nieli's gaze was a little strange. His deep eyes were like bright stars, revealing a faint sadness. Yi Ziyun's heart was filled with doubts. Did she know Nieli? Why was Nieli looking at her like that? Yi Ziyun had delicate brows, white teeth, and red lips. She was like a lotus that had bloomed silently, and she had an indescribably tranquil and cute disposition. It was no wonder that so many young men were captivated by her. At this moment, Shun Xiao, who was on the stage, swept her gaze across Nieli's body. None of these 13 to 14-year-old kids' actions can escape her eyes. One must know that she is a silver rank demon spiritualist. She has already reached the realm of heart and body as one and 6 senses. Her eyesight was extremely sharp, and she could even clearly see a fleeing mouse hundreds of meters away. Yi Ziyun's status is noble. She is the daughter of the city lord and the granddaughter of the legend rank demon spiritualist Yi Mo. Furthermore, she has already condensed a cyan soul realm. She is an extremely rare genius. Only a few people in St. Laurent College know of Yi Ziyun's identity. If Shenyu is able to marry Yi Ziyun, it will greatly increase the authority of the Sacred Family in Glory City. This is also the reason why Shun Yu is in this fighter apprentice class and why Shin Xiu is teaching this class. Shin Xiu changed back to his human form, crossed his arms in front of his chest, glanced at the students below, and lightly said, "For the next 2 years, you will all be my students." Although the dean said that all students in St. Laurent College are equal, I have to tell you a cruel reality. In this world, equality does not exist. Shun Xiu's slightly sharp voice was like a sharp knife, heavily stabbing into the hearts of all the students. All the students below the stage quietly listened. No one spoke. When you grow up and leave St. Laurent College, you will all agree with what I said. Equality is just a lie that adults use to comfort you. You can't live in a fairy tale forever. Shun Xiu looked down at all the students. Glory City is the only city that has survived the age of darkness. We are the only remaining humans. Glory City has 2 kinds of powerful existences, fighter and demon spiritualists. Demon spiritualists are the noblest existences. Among thousands or even tens of thousands of fighters, only one powerful demon spiritualist can be born. As of now, there are only thousands of demon spiritualists in the entire Glory City. We are the guardians of Glory City. Fighters and demon spiritualists are divided into bronze, silver, gold, black gold, and legend rank. The higher the rank, the more powerful they are. Only when a family has a gold rank demon spiritualist can it become an aristocratic family. Only when a black gold rank demon spiritualist is it able to become a noble family. Only when a family has 3 or more black gold rank demon spiritualists or even legend rank demon spiritualists can it become a major family. Among the 36 of you, there are commoners and there are also members of aristocratic families. Although your starting point is the same, your status is different. I hope that every one of you will have self-awareness and behave appropriately. Commoners will always be commoners. It's impossible for you to become an aristocrat. Therefore, don't think of transforming into a phoenix. Even among the aristocrats, there is a strict hierarchy that cannot be crossed. Under Shun Xiu's sharp gaze, some of the students in the class who wore simple clothes had an uncomfortable expression on their faces. They lowered their heads in embarrassment. Shun Yu and a few of the aristocratic families puffed out their chests, revealing a proud smile. Only Nie Li, Yi Ziyun, Lu Piao, and a few of the aristocratic families had a calm expression on their faces. Nie Li looked to the side. The skinny Daozit, whose clothes were a little tattered, was tightly clenching his fist and biting his lips. Daozit is a commoner. His family's financial situation is very poor. However, Nieli knows that Daozit's pride is very strong. Although his family's financial situation isn't good, in his previous life, Daozit was very hardworking. His talent is not bad. Relying on his own strength, he became a gold rank demon spiritualist. Without the support of his family's huge resources, without any exceptional talent, relying on his own hard work, he climbed to such a level. One can only imagine how much effort he put in. In his previous life, before Glory City was destroyed, many aristocrats were thinking of how to escape from Glory City. However, it was Daozit and the other commoners that fought for Glory City until their deaths. Daozit is Nieli's friend, at the same time, his most respected friend. Seeing Shun Xiu's contemptuous expression, Nieli couldn't help feeling anger from the bottom of his heart. Back then, before Glory City was destroyed, the first to escape was the Sacred Family. Therefore, Nieli doesn't have any good impression of the Sacred Family. No matter if it's Shun Yu or Shun Xiu, both of them aren't good people. In his previous life, Shun Xiu was very harsh, which made Nieli unhappy with her. "Teacher Shun Xiu, I have a question," Nieli suddenly said. All the students were quietly listening. When Nieli suddenly interrupted, it made Shun Xiu very unhappy. Shun Xiu can see that Nieli is the student that was coveting Yi Ziyun. She said those words just now to knock Nieli down. She never thought that Nieli would actually bump into her gun. She coldly snorted and asked, "What question?" Teacher Shin Xiu said that Glory City is the only city that survived the Age of Darkness. We are the only remaining humans. Is there any basis for this statement? May I ask if Teacher Shin Xiu has ever left the Saint Ancestral Mountain, been to the endless desert, the toxic forest, the Blood Moon Swamp, the Divine Soul Gulf, the Sky Pool Mountain Range, and the Northern Heaven Snowfield? As someone who has been reborn, in terms of knowledge, Nieli can completely look down on Shin Xiu. What Sky Pool Mountain Range? Northern Heaven Snowfield? Shun Xiu frowned his brows for a moment. Shun Xiu has heard of the endless desert, the toxic forest, and the Blood Moon Swamp. Those places are very far away from the Saint Ancestral Mountain and only existed in legends. Shin Xiu lightly snorted and said, "I have never been to those places. I have been in Glory City since I was born and have never been to those places." Nieli lightly smiled and said, "Since Teacher Shin Xiu has never been to those places, how can you be so sure that we are the only remaining humans?" Shun Xiu couldn't help being speechless. The students in the class softly discussed. They have no idea what kind of places Nieli is talking about. Sitting far away, Yi Ziyun's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. She looked at Nieli in astonishment. She is very curious as to how Nieli knows about these places. Shun Yu, who was sitting beside Yi Ziyun, frowned his brows for a moment. He looked at Nieli, who was speaking with confidence and composure. Nieli's face is very defined. He is quite handsome, not the slightest bit inferior to him. He doesn't know why, but a sense of crisis arose in his heart. Seeing the students discussing, Shun Xiu's face was very ugly. He snorted and said, "So what evidence do you have to prove that we are not the only remaining humans?" "Evidence?" Nieli coldly smiled. His experience in his previous life is the evidence. The wisdom of humans is very amazing. Although they have experienced the terrible dark ages, there are still many humans who survived and built many immortal cities. However, he won't say any of this. He just calmly said, "Let me tell Teacher Shun Xiu a story. There is a frog that was born at the bottom of a deep well. From the moment it was born, it could only see the sky at the mouth of the well. So it said that the sky is only as big as the mouth of the well. But is the sky really only as big as the mouth of the well? We say that the frog is looking at the sky from the bottom of the well." Hearing Nieli's words, some of the students in the class couldn't help but laugh. They felt that what Nieli said is very reasonable, and the idiom "looking at the sky from the bottom of the well," isn't it saying that Teacher Shin Xiu is that frog? Looking at the sky from the bottom of the well, what an appropriate description. A few girls said with a smile. They also hated Shin Xiu, and they couldn't help but look at Nieli with admiration. Perhaps only Nieli would dare to point at the mulberry tree and curse the locust tree in class. "You!" Shin Xiu glared at Nieli. She was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Nieli actually compared her to a frog looking at the sky from the bottom of the well. She has never met such an arrogant student before. In the distance, Yi Ziyun also couldn't help but chuckle. She realized that Nieli is quite interesting, and his eloquence is not bad. He actually made Teacher Shun Xiu speechless. Yi Ziyun was a natural beauty, and when she smiled, she was even more beautiful. Nieli winked at Yi Ziyun and smiled. Seeing Nieli's expression, Yi Ziyun quickly turned her head and snorted softly in her heart. Nieli is really bold. In her heart, Nieli is still a bad student. Seeing that not only did Nieli choke Teacher Shin Xiu, but he also teased Yi Ziyun, Lu Piao couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This guy is so awesome. Nieli looked at Shinshio and continued, Teacher Shinshio, I still have some questions. Shinshio was angered to death in his heart, but it's not good to flare up in the classroom. He could only snappily said, What questions do you have? Teacher, Shinshio said that commoners will always be commoners. It's impossible to become a noble. I have a question. When legend, rank demon spiritualist Yi Mo was young, wasn't he a commoner? Nieli blinked his eyes, looked at Shinshio. Could it be that, teacher, Shinshio doesn't even know about this matter? Chapter 3. Hearing Nieli's words, the eyes of the commoners in the class lit up. Their spirits were reinvigorated. They are very clear of Lord Yi Mo's achievements. They have always treated Yi Mo as a role model, wanting to become a truly powerful existence. However, Shinshio's words were too shocking, causing them to be in low spirits. Shinshio was stunned for a moment, but still continued to argue. In the past hundreds of years of Glory City, only Lord Yi Mo was able to reach the pinnacle with his own strength. Didn't teacher Shinshio say that it's impossible? Why are you slapping yourself again? Nieli chuckled and said, Lord Yi Mo is a clear example. No matter if you're from a noble family or a commoner, your future potential is limitless. There's nothing in this world that's difficult as long as you're willing to climb. Shinshio almost went berserk. Nieli is simply too hateful. Grabbing onto the weakness in her words, he kept attacking. He simply has no respect for his elders. She coldly stared at Nieli. Nieli dared to contradict her in front of everyone. In the following period of time, she definitely won't let Nieli have an easy time. Not far from Nieli, Dowsit gratefully looked at Nieli. Although Nieli is from a noble family, he still risked offending teacher Shinshio to speak up for commoners like them. This made him very touched. The heart of a youth is very simple. From this moment onwards, he has already determined that Nieli is his friend. Shinshio coldly smiled and said, Sharp teeth, you think that by saying that you can change the cruel reality? You only see Lord Yi Mo's glory, but you can't see how many people spend their entire lives mediocre. Not to mention becoming a demon spiritualist, even becoming a fighter is as hard as ascending to the heavens. Nieli, right? You can be considered as a noble family's disciple, yet you don't know when to advance or retreat. I want to see what kind of talent you have. Shinshio lowered his head and looked at the parchment in his hand. After looking at it, he mocked, Nieli, Red Soul Realm, Current Soul Force, 5, Strength, 21. With your talent, you can only reach Bronze rank fighter in your lifetime. Becoming a demon spiritualist is simply impossible. You're even worse than some commoners. No wonder you said those words. It's just to cover up your inferiority complex. According to the different colors of the soul realm, it was divided into 7 grades: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, indigo, and violet. Red was the worst. It was simply rotten to a certain realm. Ordinary people would usually be orange or yellow. Reaching green or cyan was already considered a genius. As for blue and violet, they only existed in legends. Hearing Shinshio's words, the bunch of commoners looked at Nieli with pity. As a disciple of an aristocratic family, Nieli's talent is indeed the worst. He probably won't have any big achievements in his lifetime. Yixian took a glance at Nieli and lightly sighed. Although her impression of Nieli isn't good, knowing that Nieli's talent is so bad, her heart was filled with sympathy. Xinyu, who was beside Yixian, curled his lips in disdain. If he knew that Nieli's talent was so bad, he definitely wouldn't consider Nieli as a threat, because Nieli isn't qualified. With such bad talent, he's only fit to live at the bottom of Glory City, and he, Xinyu, is a direct disciple of one of the three major families, the sacred family. What does Nieli have to compete with him? If it wasn't for Yiziyun, he wouldn't come to this trash class and be together with trash like Nieli, Shenxiu aggressively said. With such bad talent, even in your family, you probably won't receive any attention. Yet you dare to be so arrogant and disrespect your elders? Shenxiu's words made Nieli think of his previous life. Before he left Glory City, Nieli was indeed very weak. Just like what Shenxiu said, he was stuck at 3-star bronze rank, unable to make any progress. No matter if it's in school or in his family, he wasn't given any attention. He's as low as dust. If it wasn't for him risking his life to save Yiziyun, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the goddess's heart. At that time, Yiziyun was a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist. The gap between the two of them was like a chasm. Nieli didn't even have the qualifications to fight alongside Yiziyun. He could only watch as Yiziyun died under the claws of the demon beasts and was buried in the endless yellow sand. This is an eternal pain in Nieli's heart. Later on, when he was lucky enough to walk out of the endless desert, Nieli had all kinds of fortuitous encounters. Only then did he realize that there are all kinds of miracles in this world. Even the so-called soul force talent can be improved. If it was the Nieli of his previous life, he definitely wouldn't have the courage to refute his teacher's criticism. However, the current him is different. He has a strong self-confidence. One day, he will let these people understand that he will reach a realm that they can't even imagine. Since he's reborn, he has to move forward. If God obstructs him, slay God. If Buddha obstructs him, slay Buddha. What surprised everyone was that after being ridiculed by Shenxiu, Nieli didn't have any shame on his face. Instead, he looked at Shenxiu with a firm gaze and said, "Teacher Shenxiu, do you think that soul realm determines a person's future? With your despicable character, you will definitely protect those students with higher talent. As for those students with lower talent, you will definitely not be stingy with your ridicule. You actually said a bunch of seemingly correct principles just to cover up your despicable character." Hearing Nieli's words, Shenxiu was so angry that her body trembled. She has never met such a student before. To actually dare to contradict her so viciously. Furthermore, Nieli's words just happened to poke the dark thoughts in her heart, causing her to fly into a rage out of shame. She couldn't help but curse. "Shut up! Who do you think you are to actually dare to slander your teacher like that?" Nieli curled his lips in disdain and said, "I'm ashamed to have such a teacher. I dare to guarantee that there will be many commoners in this class that will exceed your expectations and obtain unimaginable achievements. You don't know how to patiently teach them, but use such vile words to strike their confidence. You're a teacher in vain. Although my talent is very bad, so what? Sooner or later, I will become a legend rank demon spiritualist like Lord Yemo. Furthermore, I will marry the most beautiful woman in Glory City." As he said that, Nieli's gaze fell on Yiziyun. His eyes flashed with a determined light. Seeing Nieli looking at her, Yiziyun didn't know why, but her heart suddenly started to beat faster, and her face turned hot. She never thought that Nieli would actually be so daring to say such words in class. Looking at Nieli's gaze, the meaning is very clear. However, in her heart, she doesn't have any feelings for Nieli. Hearing Nieli's words, she couldn't tell what kind of feeling she had. Seeing Yiziyun's expression, Shunyu's face turned gloomy. Although he and Nieli aren't on the same level, he still felt a trace of threat. "Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. A person with only a red soul realm actually said that he wants to become a legend, rank demon spiritualist like Lord Yemo. Even when Lord Yemo was young, he was tested to have a Cyan soul realm. You think that success can be achieved by luck? What a joke! Shin Xiu mercilessly said, instead of talking nonsense here. Why don't you learn? Nieli said in a powerful voice. I know that you're disdainful in your heart, but one day I will use the truth to shut you up. Talent cannot determine a person's achievements. Defeating the strong with the weak, defeating the heavens with man. We cultivators have always been challenging the impossible, doing things that go against the heavens. Nieli's words caused the students in the class to feel their blood boiling. Cultivation is doing things that go against the heavens. If you don't have the heart to go against the heavens, then what's the point of talking about cultivation? Nieli's words were sonorous and powerful. Without a heart to constantly struggle, without the courage to make the impossible possible, no matter how high your talent is, you're just useless trash. Since I, Nieli, was born in this world, I will do things that go against the heavens. Teacher Shin Xiu, why don't we make a bet? Even though he had experienced countless setbacks in his previous life, Nieli had never given up. Now that the heavens had given him a chance to be reborn, in this life, he would definitely climb to the top at a speed that no one could imagine. What bet? Shin Xiu snorted coldly. I bet that I will be able to reach the bronze level in the assessment 2 months later. If I can't reach it, I will drop out automatically. If I reach it, then Teacher Shin Xiu will resign automatically. What do you think? Nieli said proudly, looking straight at Shin Xiu. Hearing Nieli's words, everyone was shocked. All the students were very surprised. Nieli would actually make such a bet with Teacher Shin Xiu. Although most of the commoner students hated the snobbish Shin Xiu and hoped that Nieli would win, they also felt that Nieli had no chance of winning. Ha ha ha, what a joke! You actually said that you will reach the bronze level in 2 months. Do you really think that you can increase your soul power from 5 to 100 in 2 months? Shin Xiu was full of contempt. Did Nieli lose his mind? I only have one question. Teacher Shin Xiu, do you dare? Nieli still didn't care and said in a deep voice, if that's the case, then why wouldn't I dare? I don't believe that an arrogant person can achieve anything. Who do you think you are? How dare you say such big words? Shin Xiu angrily snorted and said, you have no respect for your elders. For the next 2 months, you can stand at the back and listen to the lessons. Shin Xiu is famous for being unreasonable. Nieli looked at Shin Xiu with contempt. So what if I stand at the back? To Nieli, it doesn't matter. Since Teacher Shin Xiu has agreed to this bet, then don't regret it later. Nieli walked towards the back. I will regret it? What a joke. When the time comes, just don't come crying and beg me. Shin Xiu sneered. Seeing Nieli standing at the back, a few of the nobles let out low, mocking voices. The future legend rank demon spiritualist is being punished to stand. Tisk tsk, so he is also afraid of being expelled. Wasn't he very arrogant earlier? Increasing his soul force from 5 to 100 in 2 months. Who does he think he is? Even when Lord Yemo was young, he couldn't reach such a frightening speed. Shin Xiu coldly smiled. So what if Nieli is arrogant? In this class, she's still the one calling the shots. Of course, she wouldn't put Nieli's words in her eyes. Increasing his soul force from 5 to 100 in 2 months? Shin Xiu felt that it's ridiculous. This kind of thing will never happen. Nieli can just wait to be expelled. Seeing Nieli being punished by Shin Xiu to stand at the back, Daozit went silent for a moment. He clenched his teeth and stood up. He walked to the side of Nieli and stood together with Nieli. Nieli spoke up for the commoners and was punished by Shin Xiu. Of course, he will stand together with Nieli. Seeing Daozit standing together with Nieli, Shin Xiu's eyes turned gloomy. He snorted and said, since you also like to be punished, then stand together with him. Nieli and Daozit looked at each other. Their eyes flashed a hint of tacit understanding. Both of them lightly smiled. At this moment, Nieli felt like he had returned to his previous life when he met Dowsett. Dowsett was still the same Dowsett. After Dowsett stood beside him, Lu Piao thought for a moment and also stood beside Nieli. "Why are you here?" Nieli looked at Lu Piao and asked with a smile. Lu Piao shrugged and said, "It's quite boring sitting here. I want to stand and cool off. Can't I?" "Haha, whatever." Nieli laughed. Lu Piao was the same as in his previous life. Although she was full of nonsense, she was also very loyal. Although this matter had nothing to do with Lu Piao treated him as a friend. Friends should be able to go through thick and thin with each other. 3 more commoners stood up one after another and stood beside Nieli as a descendant of an aristocratic family. Nieli did not hesitate to drop out of school as a bet to stand up for commoners like them. They felt a heartfelt gratitude in their hearts and felt that they must support Nieli. With these brothers together, Nieli felt pretty good. He was especially happy. Shun Xiu's expression turned even uglier. His face was as cold as frost as he continued to lecture. After testing, among all the students in the class, Yi Ziyun has a cyan soul realm, and her soul force has reached 86. Shun Yu and Xiao Ninger have a green soul realm, and their soul force has reached 78. They will soon reach 1 star bronze rank. Congratulations to them, Shen Xiu lightly said, glancing at Nieli with contempt. This is a true genius. Who does Nieli think he is? Hearing Shen Xiu's words, the students in the class couldn't help but exclaim. Cyan Soul Realm, soul force of 86. There's actually such a fierce person in their class. With such a powerful talent, he might even become a legend rank demon spiritualist in his lifetime. As for Shunyu and Xiao Ninger, they also have extraordinary talent, and their future is limitless. No one knows where this Yi Ziyun came from. Her fresh and beautiful appearance, outstanding talent, and mysterious background made her the most dazzling one in the class. As for Xiao Ninger, she is also a beauty. Her appearance is comparable to Yi Ziyun, but her talent is slightly worse. No matter what, they are both far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Chapter 4. Nieli glanced at Xiao Ninger's direction. Xiao Ninger's figure was slim, wearing a light yellow short skirt and a pair of black high boots. Her pitch-black hair was gently draped over her shoulders. She had a pair of clear and bright eyes, curved eyebrows, long eyelashes slightly trembling. Her flawless white skin revealed a faint blush, and her plump lips were as tender as rose petals. In addition to her feminine charm, she also had an indescribable wild beauty. The frosty expression on her face added a bit of a different flavor. Nieli's gaze was deep as he recalled. Xiao Ninger is the daughter of the Xiao family, one of the 7 major families. Her soul force talent is only second to Yi Ziyun. Before Glory City was destroyed, she became a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. Together with Yi Ziyun, they were known as the most dazzling twin stars among the younger generation of demon spiritualists. However, in order to curry favor with the 3 major families, the Xiao family forced Xiao Ninger to marry into the sacred family to marry Shen Yu's brother. Xiao Ninger swore that she would rather die than submit. In the end, she broke off relations with the family and entered the Black Devil Forest in the Saint Ancestral Mountains, never to return. This is an unyielding woman. Nieli's heart was filled with pity for Xiao Ninger. If there's a chance in this life, Nieli will definitely help her. However, if Nieli has any other thoughts for her, that's impossible. In Nieli's heart, there's only Yi Ziyun. In another 2 months, it will be the fighter and demon spiritualist rank test. I hope that there will be a few one-star bronze rank fighters or demon spiritualists among you. Whether it's me or St. Laurent College, we will all be proud of you. Shinshio said, smiling. Bronze, silver, gold, black gold, legend rank. These 5 ranks are further divided into 1 to 5 stars. 1-star bronze rank is considered the entry level. When a fighter's strength reaches 100, or when a demon spiritualist's soul force reaches 100, they can be considered as a 1-star bronze rank expert. It's extremely difficult to cross the threshold. Many people would never be able to cross the threshold and become a genuine fighter or demon spiritualist. Hearing Shunshio's words, the students in the class whispered to each other, to become a 1-star bronze rank fighter, you need to have the strength to lift a 100-pound boulder and break a tree as thick as an arm. Only then can you be considered as a 1-star bronze rank fighter. For these children, this is too difficult, unless they start eating all kinds of elixirs since they were young, making their bones incomparably strong. As for demon spiritualists, to cultivate a powerful soul force within their body is much harder than becoming a fighter. The soul realm is divided into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Ordinary people usually only have a red soul realm. Wanting to become a demon spiritualist is extremely difficult. Most people would choose to become a fighter. Those with an orange or yellow soul realm are suitable to cultivate soul force. Those with a green or cyan soul realm are considered as extraordinary geniuses. The students in the class enviously looked at Yi Ziyun, Shun Yu, and Xiao Ninger to be able to reach 1-star bronze rank in half a year. They're probably the only 3 of them. After reaching 1-star bronze rank, they can enter the fighter or demon spiritualist classes. At that time, they won't be in the same class anymore. Feeling the eyes of the students, Shun Yu proudly puffed out his chest. As a disciple of the sacred family, he has been enjoying all kinds of elixirs since young. His cultivation has long surpassed his peers. Raising his demon spiritual force to 100 in 2 months' time should be a simple matter. He's just waiting for the test 2 months later. Shun Yu looked at the elegant Yi Ziyun beside him. Only he is worthy of Yi Ziyun. Who does Nieli think he is? He actually dared to bet with his aunt that he will reach 1-star bronze rank in 2 months. So arrogant and ignorant. Does Nieli think that it's so easy to reach 1-star bronze rank? A red soul, realm trash, also dares to speak such nonsense. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger looked at each other. Their family background is also very good. Naturally, they won't be bad. Yi Ziyun has always wanted to be friends with Xiao Ninger, but Xiao Ninger has always treated her as a competitor, using Yi Ziyun as her goal. As for those who claim to be able to reach 1-star bronze rank in 2 months, I want to see how far he can go. Shun Xiu contemptuously glanced at Nieli and said in a disdainful tone, "The strength of the soul realm and the condition of the body directly determines a person's training speed. With Nieli's current situation, according to normal speed, he would need at least 3 to 5 years to be able to officially enter the door and become a 1-star bronze rank fighter. As for demon spiritualist, a person with a red soul realm, don't even think about it." Nieli didn't put Shun Xiu's words in his heart. 2 months? That's quite a lot of time. The corner of Nieli's mouth slightly rose, revealing a faint, confident smile. Watch how I will reach 1-star bronze rank in 2 months. In private, Nieli, Lu Piao, and Daozit were quietly communicating. "Nieli, do you like Yi Ziyun?" Lu Piao looked at Nieli and asked, "Yes." Nieli seriously said. Lu Piao stared at Nieli's eyes. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Yi Ziyun is indeed very beautiful. Seeing that you're my brother, I won't fight with you. But as a brother, I have to warn you. Yi Ziyun's identity is too noble. It's not something we can reach. Although the family they belong to is one of the 20 aristocratic families, the gap between them and Yi Ziyun's identity is still very large. The two of you, can you be more realistic? Yi Ziyun is a super genius with a Cyan Soul realm. She will soon become a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. 2 months later, she will probably be able to enter the official demon spiritualist class. After entering the official demon spiritualist class, her cultivation will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, it's still a problem if she still remembers the two of you. I hate you aristocratic kids the most. Always thinking about how to pick up girls and not training hard. Dowsett snorted, ruthlessly attacking. What do you mean by aristocratic kids only thinking about picking up girls all day? You're slandering me. I've always been training hard. At most, I only think about girls for half a day. Lu Piao shrugged his shoulders, showing off his silk pants character. Oh my God! What kind of people do I know? Dowsett rolled his eyes. Dowsett's talent is pretty good. He has a yellow soul realm and is also very hardworking in training. In addition to some fortuitous encounters, he charged all the way to 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist. He led his family to become one of the aristocratic families. This is an amazing achievement. Dowsett is very loyal, but a little old-fashioned. He does things very seriously. In contrast to Dowsett, Lu Piao is a sloppy silk pants young master. Although he only has a red soul realm, he has an extremely high fighter talent. As long as he puts in a little bit of effort, his cultivation will increase by leaps and bounds. However, he's too lazy. In his previous life, he only reached silver rank. Compared to Dowsett, there's still a lot of difference. However, fate is a strange thing. These two completely different people still became very good brothers in their previous lives. Hearing Dowsett and Lu Piao bickering, Nieli felt that Dowsett and Lu Piao's bickering is pointless. But now, his heart is filled with gratitude. It's great to have brothers like you. Nieli, I advise you to give up and focus on training. Dowsett seriously advised Nieli. If Nieli really falls in love, that would be a very sad thing. In his previous life, Nieli was indeed unable to extricate himself. After knowing that Shun Yu and Yi Ziyun were about to get engaged, he was in a lot of pain. However, in this life, if he's still this useless, Nieli might as well just kill himself. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Whatever I want to do, I will definitely be able to do it. Nieli confidently said. Hearing Nieli's words, Dowsett and Lu Piao were stunned for a moment. It's hard for them to imagine why Nieli would have such strong confidence. Looking at Nieli's firm eyes, they even had an illusion in their hearts that Nieli can really do it. They couldn't help being infected by Nieli's emotions. Dowsett pondered a while and said, All right, in the future, no matter what you do, we'll support you. Being punished to stand here together, it gave birth to a deep brotherhood between them. Dowsett, Lu Piao, I will let the two of you become the strongest demon spiritualists in Glory City. Nieli solemnly said. In his previous life, Dowsett and Lu Piao went through life and death with him. They fought side by side and saved him countless times. Since he's back, he will, of course, help Dowsett and Lu Piao fulfill their dreams. I think I'll pass. I only have a red soul realm. With the support of my family's elixirs, becoming a fighter shouldn't be a problem. Becoming a demon spiritualist is simply too difficult. Lu Piao was the first to give up. What's the use of becoming a fighter? The higher you go, the harder it is for a fighter to cultivate. Furthermore, a fighter of the same rank isn't a match for a demon spiritualist of the same rank. On the battlefield, a legend rank fighter isn't even comparable to a black, gold rank demon spiritualist. You have to know that a demon spiritualist is a powerful war machine. Dowsett was filled with expectations for becoming a demon spiritualist. If he's going to do something, he'll do it to the best. This is his principle. I don't need to become a legend rank fighter. If I can become a gold rank fighter, I'll be satisfied. Lu Piao calmly said, completely unmoved. Dowsett was speechless. There's nothing to say to this kind of person with no ambition. What's there to be afraid of with only a red soul realm? I also only have a red soul realm. Nieli said, looking at Lu Piao. Lu Piao and Dowsett were puzzled. Nieli only has a red soul realm. Nieli actually has the confidence to say that he can reach 1-star bronze rank within 2 months. Could it be that Nieli has some special method? Nieli, what method do you have to train your soul force and increase your rank as a demon spiritualist? Dowsett asked. He's very curious. In his view, there's no shortcut to training soul force. Just listen to me. As long as you don't cower, you can become a powerful demon spiritualist. Cower? Of course not. Dowsett firmly said. He wants to become stronger and change the fate of his family. On this point, he will absolutely not cower. If he can become a demon spiritualist, Lu Piao will definitely be very happy. If he can become a demon spiritualist, he won't have to be beaten up by his father because of his laziness. Lu Piao was the kind of person who would not let go of the slightest opportunity to be lazy. He would not let go of it. Will it be troublesome? Lu Piao mumbled. Dowsett stared at Lu Piao. This guy is simply hopeless. He wants to become a demon spiritualist, but he's afraid of trouble. How can becoming a demon spiritualist not be troublesome? If he can become a demon spiritualist, no matter how troublesome or difficult it is, he will do it. It's not troublesome. Nieli smiled and shook his head. His face changed and said, but it requires a lot of money. As long as you have money, then it'll be much simpler. Lu Piao breathed a sigh of relief and said, how much money do you need? I have a lot here. It's been 3 years, and I've saved up 2,000 demon spirit coins. If I can become a demon spiritualist, I can use it all. If 2,000 demon spirit coins can buy a job as a demon spiritualist, wouldn't that be great? Nieli took a glance at Lu Piao. Lu Piao is really insensitive. Does he think that 2,000 demon spirit coins is a lot? Helplessly said, what can you do with 2,000 demon spirit coins? Of course it's not enough. At the very least, you need millions of demon spirit coins, or even tens of millions of demon spirit coins. Tens of millions of demon spirit coins. No matter if it's Lu Piao or Dowsett, both of them sucked in a mouthful of cold air. 1 million demon spirit coins. That's equivalent to an ordinary noble family's annual income. Where are they going to get so much money? Chapter 5. The currency used in Glory City is demon spirit coins. Generally, 2,000 to 3,000 demon spirit coins is enough to cover a family's annual expenses. The value of various items in Glory City are all measured by demon spirit coins. Battle armors, demon crystals, various demon beasts' fur, various elixirs, etc. A year's tuition fee for St. Laurent College is around 3,000 demon spirit coins. For an ordinary family, this is a huge expense. However, many ordinary families, even if they live frugally, they still want to send their children to St. Laurent College. Because becoming a fighter or demon spiritualist, even if it's only bronze rank, can change the fate of a family. If a bronze rank fighter works in the city guards, their annual income can reach 5,000 to 6,000 demon spirit coins. At the same time, they can also enter the depths of the Saint Ancestral Mountains to obtain additional income. The Tengen family that Nieli belongs to a declining aristocratic family. The patriarch Nya Hengshuan is a 1-star gold-ranked demon spiritualist. The family's annual income is around 600,000 demon spirit coins. The family's annual expenses are very large. Just the entry of the family's younger generation would cost around 300,000 demon spirit coins. Furthermore, there are other expenses. Often, the family can't make ends meet. They have to sell various businesses to maintain their income. However, even so, the Tengen family still sends every one of their younger generation to St. Laurent College. Patriarch Nia Hengshuan once said that only outstanding younger generations can allow the Tengen family to rise again. Even if they have to live a hard life, they still have to let every one of the younger generation receive the best grooming. In his previous life, Nieli didn't really understand this sentence. He felt unfamiliar with the patriarch Nia Hengshuan because the patriarch was very strict with them. After his rebirth, Nieli finally understood the patriarch's good intentions. As a member of the Tengen family, I must let the Tengen family grow stronger and become a pinnacle existence in Glory City. After his rebirth, Nieli still has many powerful cultivation techniques in his memory. However, before that, he has to get some money to buy a few soul crystals and test the attributes of his soul realm before he can decide which cultivation technique to practice. If he can find a suitable cultivation technique for himself, then practicing other cultivation techniques will be much easier. Dong, dong. The bell rang throughout Glory City, signifying the end of the lesson. The students of St. Laurent College walked out of the high wall and shuttled through the bustling street in front of the college. The hawkers' shouts rose and fell one after another. Brand new bronze battle armor, engraved with snow wind inscription. Noble young masters and misses, are you interested? A peddler wearing a gray robe passionately called out, quickly attracting the attention of many students. Bronze battle armors are not something that ordinary students can afford. However, there are many descendants of influential families in the Holy Orchid Institute. Some of them are very rich. If their luck is good, they can still sell it. Look, it's the bronze battle armor with snow wind inscription patterns. The students discussed excitedly. It was a pair of gauntlets, and its entire body was emitting a deep green light. Its surface was covered with all kinds of mysterious totems, and it faintly emitted a frosty aura. How much does it cost? A student asked in a low voice. 60,000 demon spirit coins. The vendor said, smiling, "Oh, my God, so expensive." An ordinary family wouldn't even be able to save 60,000 demon spirit coins in 10 years. This is a bronze battle armor with snow wind inscription patterns. The snow wind inscription patterns were drawn using the demon crystal and demon blood of a snow wind demoness. Before this snow wind demoness was killed, it was still in its prime. A demon beast like the snow wind demoness isn't that easy to kill. The characteristics of the snow wind demoness allowed this pair of gauntlets to have a very strong attack power. This is definitely the most suitable armor for snow wind attribute fighters and demon spiritualists. The vendor vigorously introduced, his saliva flying everywhere. Many students reluctantly looked at the pair of bronze battle armor and silently left. Such an expensive item isn't something that they can afford. If a bronze battle armor costs 60,000 demon spirit coins, then how expensive would a silver battle armor or a gold battle armor be? Lu Piao mumbled. Her monthly allowance is only around 500 demon spirit coins. Lu Piao's family owns a lot of businesses. Therefore, Lu Piao's finances can be considered well off. In his previous life, Lu Piao often helped Nieli and Daozit. However, even if Lu Piao has some extra money, something like a bronze battle armor isn't something that can be bought just because you want to. Nieli, Lu Piao, and Daozit walked and looked around. This street is filled with all kinds of goods. No matter what it is, whether it's expensive or cheap, they can all be found. Nieli, what are you trying to do? Lu Piao puzzledly looked at Nieli, who was looking around. Just when they were chatting, a figure walked in front of the vendor. Look, it's Shunyu. Lu Piao pointed her mouth towards that direction. There's also Yi Ziyun. Nieli looked into the distance and saw Yi Ziyun happily chatting with a few girls. That pretty face, that sweet smile, filled with sunshine, made people's hearts palpitate. Among the girls, Yi Ziyun is definitely the most dazzling one, making it hard for people to shift their gaze away. Everything in the surroundings, because of Yi Ziyun's existence, became full of vitality. Shunyu's gaze also drifted over from time to time. I'm lacking a pair of bronze battle armor. Help me wrap this pair of bronze battle armor. Shun, you lightly said to the vendor. All right, young master. The peddler immediately beamed with joy when he heard this, and swiftly packed up the bronze gauntlets. Here's 60,000 demon spirit coins. Shunyu casually took out 6 demon crystal cards from his interspatial ring. 1 demon crystal card is worth 10,000 demon spirit coins. After throwing out 60,000 demon spirit coins, Shunyu appeared to be very calm, not caring about it at all. He kept the bronze battle armor into his interspatial ring. The surrounding girls let out soft whispers. 60,000 demon spirit coins was casually thrown out. So rich. A few of the prettier girls had splendor in their eyes as they threw flirtatious glances at Shunyu. However, Shunyu turned a blind eye to these girls. His gaze arrogantly glanced at Nieli and the other two, and then affectionately looked at Yi Ziyun. That gaze clearly means, I only have eyes for you. Despicable. Lu Piao bellowed. This is a silver bullet attack. A nouveau riche. He's rich, casually throwing out 60,000 demon spirit coins. Furthermore, he even has an interspatial ring. Dowsett spread out his hands, looked at Nieli, shook his head, and said, Nieli, he's handsome and rich. What do you have to compete with him? Ha ha. Ziyun doesn't care about that bit of money. Nieli said without a care. Looking over, Yi Ziyun completely ignored Shunyu. She's still chatting with the girls beside her. Her gaze would occasionally glance at Xiao Ninger. However, Xiao Ninger was a little absent-minded as she stood at the side. Xiao Ninger's expression was cold. She's usually a loner and doesn't have much contact with her classmates. Nieli knows that what Yi Ziyun wants the most right now is friendship. In her previous life, she always wanted to be friends with Xiao Ninger. However, the difference in their identities caused the two to drift apart. Seeing Yi Ziyun's expression, Shunyu had a somewhat disappointed look. All right, Yi Ziyun really doesn't care about money. Nieli, she wouldn't like women, right? Even if it's like this, you still have no chance. Lu Piao blinked her eyes and teased. Nieli smiled. He naturally wouldn't put Lu Piao's teasing to heart. In his previous life, he's Yi Ziyun's only man. He smiled and said, Let's go, I'm going to start my plan. Lu Piao and Dowsett's expression turned serious, nodding their heads. Lu Piao, go buy 2 crossbows and 5 barrels of 100 crossbow bolts. Every crossbow is 160 demon spirit coins, and every barrel of crossbow bolts is 30 demon spirit coins. Don't get cheated by the peddlers, Nieli said to Lu Piao. We'll gather at the entrance of the school's trial grounds. Okay, Lu Piao said, nodding her head. She was a little curious in her heart. Did Nieli buy crossbows and crossbow bolts before? He even knows the price. Nieli's monthly allowance is only 50 demon spirit coins. It's not enough for him to spend every month. Normally, he wouldn't buy such expensive things. Dowsett, let's go buy Blackpool grass together. Nieli said, Blackpool grass has a certain paralyzing effect. Dowsett's family's financial situation is even worse than Nieli's. Nieli, of course, wouldn't let Dowsett spend his money. Therefore, Nieli always pays for the things they buy. Blackpool grass is very cheap. 1 demon spirit coin can buy a bunch of it, Aside from that, Nieli also bought some low-level fusion elixirs. He also went to a small hill beside Glory City and plucked a lot of zoysia grass. "What are you trying to do?" Dowsett asked, puzzled. Nieli mysteriously smiled and said, "Blackpool grass has a certain paralyzing effect. However, the effect is very low. Normally, it's only used on wounds to reduce pain. As for zoysia grass, it's a very common weed. Until now, no one has discovered its use. However, if it's mixed with Blackpool grass, it can greatly increase the paralyzing effect of Blackpool grass." Dowsett was stunned for a moment and asked, "How strong is the paralyzing effect?" Nieli smiled and said, "It doesn't have much of a paralyzing effect on ordinary demon beasts. It's much weaker than low-level paralyzing elixirs. However, did you realize that horned sheep never eat zoysia grass?" "Horned sheep?" Dowsett went silent for a moment. He vaguely guessed something. His eyes slightly lit up. "Nieli, you can't be an elixir master, right?" "Elixir master?" Nieli thought a while, laughed, and said, "You can be considered as one. Elixir masters are people that use various kinds of spiritual herbs to refine elixirs or prescriptions. Nieli wasn't an elixir master in his previous life. He only dabbled a little in the field of elixirs. However, the standards of the people in Glory City who mix elixirs are too low. They can't be considered as real elixir masters. Nieli can completely look down on those so-called elixir masters. Furthermore, when Nieli was adventuring in the Divine Continent in his previous life, he once entered the toxic forest. There were some humans living there. They tenaciously survived under the hunting of the toxic demon beasts. They can be considered as real elixir masters. Nieli started mixing elixirs, making a total of 6 bottles. St. Laurent College's training grounds. The training grounds was set up by legend rank demon spiritualist Yi Mo and St. Laurent College's dean, Black Gold rank demon spiritualist Gao Yuan. It's surrounded by towering walls. Every year, the experts of Glory City would capture some low-level demon beasts and place them in the training grounds. Any St. Orchid students that are below silver rank can enter. Students can hunt demon beasts inside. The fur, demon crystals, demon spirits, etc. are all up to the student's discretion. Some poor students can hunt demon beasts inside the training grounds to supplement their family's income. Nieli and the other 2 haven't even reached 1-star bronze rank. The place that they are going to is the safest area of the training grounds. There are only horned sheep in that area. Although horned sheep are very aggressive, they are herbivorous animals. At most, they would only seriously injure humans and stop attacking. Therefore, it's relatively safe. After meeting at the entrance of the training grounds, Nieli and the other 2 verified their identities with the guards and entered the training grounds together. Training grounds, apprentice newcomer area among the sparse trees. There would occasionally be some grassland with horned sheep slowly pacing around. Their eyes were red. They were tyrannical and manic. From time to time, they would perk up their ears to listen. Once a different species enters their territory, they would mercilessly attack. At this moment, a strange sound came from not far away. The nearest horned sheep suddenly let out a low growl and charged towards the direction of the sound. The new book needs everyone's recommendation. Chapter 6. Nieli actually used me as bait. Damn it. When Lu Piao saw a horned goat rushing towards him, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He quickly ran back. At this time, Dowsett and Nieli were hiding in the bushes, holding crossbows. "Oh my God, this horned goat is too scary. Quickly shoot, quickly shoot." Seeing the horned goat getting closer, Lu Piao ran madly. Lu Piao, didn't we say that if he stood still, the horned goat would definitely enter the trap area? Once he ran, he would deviate from his position. Nieli frowned. The trap area was a small pit that was less than 2 fingers deep. Once the horned goat accidentally stepped on it while running, it would cause one of its legs to break. At that time, if he shot an arrow, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Seeing Lu Piao running in panic, Dowsett also became nervous. He continuously pulled the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 crossbow bolts were shot out. The horned goat was a demonized creature. When it wasn't injured, its reaction was extremely fast. When it felt the 3 crossbow bolts coming from behind, its reaction was extremely fast. It bounced continuously, and the 3 crossbow bolts whistled past the horned goat. What? I missed. Lu Piao was dumbfounded. The sharp horns of the horned goat were close at hand. Nie Li and Dowsett actually played this trick. He wanted to cry in his heart. He made a bad friend by mistake. If those sharp horns were to touch him, his buttocks would instantly burst open. Seeing the horned goat dodging the crossbow bolts and still rushing towards Lu Piao without stopping, Dowsett was so nervous that his palms were sweating. If he waited for the crossbow bolts, it would be too late. He could already imagine the scene of Lu Piao's but being smashed by the horned goat. Nie Li, what should we do? Dowsett stopped mid-sentence, not daring to disturb Nie Li. Nie Li's body was in a half-squat, his left arm straight, the crossbow resting on his left arm. His right hand gripped the trigger tightly, his eyes fixed on the crosshair. Even the crossbow's horizontal movement was as stable as if it was placed on a fixed frame. Dowsett found it hard to describe what he was feeling at the moment. Nie Li hadn't even shot his arrow, but Dowsett already had a feeling that his arrow would hit its target. At this moment, Nie Li was like a cheetah crouching in the grass, waiting for an opportunity to pounce, emitting an awe-inspiring aura. Although his body was weak, and he wasn't even a bronze-ranked martial artist, Nie Li's experience from his previous life was still there. It was the rich experience that he had accumulated through numerous bloody battles. There were even some that he had comprehended in moments of life and death. No matter what kind of weapon, sword, crossbow, or even a piece of iron, in the hands of Nie Li, it was a deadly weapon. Although Nie Li wasn't a bronze-ranked martial artist, he had thousands of ways to kill a bronze-ranked martial artist, or even a silver-ranked martial artist with his rich experience. In the entire world, it was as if only Nie Li was left. The way Nie Li looked at the crosshair was like an eagle that was about to pounce at any time. Nie Li's somewhat immature cheeks had a firm expression. His every movement actually gave people a feeling that he was as deep as the abyss and as deep as the mountains. Whoosh! Nie Li pulled the trigger, and a crossbow bolt shot out. The crossbow bolt drew a silver light, and it was as fast as a swan. The position where Nie Li's crossbow bolt was shot happened to be the blind spot of the horned goat. It hit. Looking at the arrow, Dowsett was shocked. At this moment, Nie Li gave him an illusion that he was an old archer who had been hunting for many years. The horned goat didn't even have time to dodge. With a poof, the crossbow bolt hit the hind leg of the horned goat. With a bang, the horned goat fell to the ground, right in front of Lu Piao's feet, raising a cloud of dust. Lu Piao gasped for breath, and she was extremely nervous. Looking at the horned goat that was wailing nonstop, she couldn't help but think, "Oh my God, it's too exciting. Oh my God, my butt is spared." If Nie Li's crossbow bolt was a little slower, he would have been killed by the horned goat. If it was an ordinary crossbow bolt, this little injury wouldn't be able to do anything to the demonized horned goat. The horned goat would definitely get up quickly. However, their crossbow bolt was not ordinary. It was smeared with a mixture of blackpool grass and zoysia grass. It was simply the nemesis of the horned goat. The poison quickly entered the horned goat's heart through its blood, and the horned goat's cries became softer and softer. So fast, Dowsett was surprised. He didn't think that the effect of Nie Li's medicine would be so strong. In just a short moment, a robust horned goat had completely lost its resistance. Lu Piao was also very surprised. He understood the strength of these horned goats. Even if two one-star bronze rank fighters worked together, it would still take a long time to defeat it. But the horned goat was defeated by a small crossbow bolt. It was too thrilling. Lu Piao still had lingering fear when he thought of the scene just now. If you don't run around, this horned goat won't be a threat to you. Nia Li faintly smiled. All right. Lu Piao couldn't help but blush. He really didn't act according to the plan because he panicked when he saw the horned goat rushing over. Looking at the fallen horned goat, Dowsett still felt like he was in a dream. The expression and actions of Nia Li just now were still deeply engraved in his mind, making him deeply admire Nia Li. Since young, this is the first time Dowsett admired someone so much. Nia Li's archery skills can be said to be at the master level. Even if an ordinary person practiced for 10 years, they might not be able to reach Nia Li's current level. Hurry up and pack it up. Other than the horns, the fur on the neck, the demon crystal, and the demon spirit, I don't want anything else. Nia Li quickly said. The demon crystal and demon spirit of the horned goat are inside its head. The demon crystal is a crystal that's about the size of a thumb. Most demon beasts have a demon crystal. As for the demon spirit, out of tens of thousands of horned goats, only one or two would have a demon spirit. The shape of the demon spirit is like a candle flame. Generally, horned goats that have a demon spirit are much stronger than ordinary horned goats. Horned goats are considered as low-level one-star bronze rank demon beasts. Therefore, the things they sell are relatively cheap. A pair of horns can be sold for 5 demon spirit coins. The fur on the neck can be sold for 3 demon spirit coins. And the demon crystal can be sold for 5 demon spirit coins. Calculating like this, even if there's no demon spirit, a horned goat can still earn 13 demon spirit coins. They only spent 5 minutes killing this horned goat at most. If they were to hunt horned goats like this, wouldn't that mean that the 3 of them could earn thousands of demon spirit coins in a day? Dowsett couldn't help but be a little excited. His family is very poor. Their annual income is only 2,000 to 3,000 demon spirit coins. In order for Dowsett to enter St. Laurent College, Dowsett's family even borrowed a lot of money from their relatives and friends. Dowsett is their family's hope. If he were to hunt horned goats with Nia Li, he would be able to pay for his tuition in the future. Nia Li lightly smiled and said, "We have to hurry up. We don't need to rest tonight." "Okay," Dowsett excitedly said. Although they haven't reached one-star bronze rank, their bodies are already very strong. Staying up all night is nothing to them. Lu Piao couldn't help but wail. These 2 guys are simply money grubbers. For money, they can actually not sleep. Although he is very sad, he can't do anything about it. Who asked him to board the pirate ship? The 3 of them worked closely together, constantly hunting horned goats. Every time they killed a few dozen, Lu Piao would transport the goods out to sell. In one night, Nia Li and the other 2 hunted a total of 120 horned goats. They sold them for a total of 1,400 demon spirit coins. Splitting it evenly, each of them got more than 400 demon spirit coins. For a student that hasn't reached bronze rank, this number is already very amazing. Even for a bronze rank fighter, earning 20 to 30 demon spirit coins in a day is already a lot. For 7 consecutive days, they continued to attend classes during the day. Every night, Nia Li and the other 2 would go to the training grounds to hunt horned goats. Their money has reached more than 10,000 demon spirit coins. For them, this is simply a huge amount of wealth. The Holy Orchid Institute's students were all very puzzled. Recently, the number of horned sheep in the training grounds had suddenly decreased. In the past, they could casually find one, and they would often come in groups. But now, They had to search for a long time to find one. Could it be that there are large demon beasts like the striped tiger that came in to hunt horned goats? St. Laurent College even specially sent out a teacher to investigate, but they didn't find anything. On the 8th night, Nia Li and the other two were still hunting horned goats in the dark of the night. The night is dark. It's already late at night. Lu Piao yawned and said, "Nia Li, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to sleep on the tree. For a while." After continuously hunting horned goats for 7 consecutive days, he is already exhausted. Not only Lu Piao, even Daozit can't take it anymore. "Nia Li, I'm going to sleep too," Daozit said. His eyelids have been fighting for a whole 7 days. Even a man of iron can't take it anymore. "You guys sleep for a while first. Let's take a break tomorrow night. I have other plans." Nia Li, they have already accumulated more than 16,000 demon spirit coins. This is their first bucket of gold. Next, they can do a lot of things. They don't have to continue hunting horned goats. Lu Piao and Daozit climbed up the towering tree trunk, lying there, and immediately fell asleep. Their childish faces were filled with exhaustion. Although they are the type that matured early, they are still just 2 teenagers. Nia Li shuttled through the forest. The bright moonlight hung in the sky. From time to time, the sounds of insects could be heard from the forest, causing the surroundings to become more and more quiet. There aren't any large demon beasts around here, so it's very safe. At this moment, Nia Li suddenly heard some strange sounds. In the distant forest, there seems to be a figure. Who is it? It's already so late, yet they're still in the training ground. Nia Li frowned his brows for a brief moment as he flew deeper into the forest. After a few hundred meters, he hid in the forest and looked at the empty space under the moonlight. Under the bright moonlight, he saw a slender and graceful figure standing in the moonlight. She had shoulder-length hair and was wearing a slim leather jacket. Her body was emitting a faint cyan glow. This is the glow of soul force. Although she hasn't reached bronze rank, she should be about to reach 1-star bronze rank soon. Borrowing the glow of soul force, Nia Li's gaze fell on her face. Both of her eyes were slightly closed. Her long eyelashes slightly trembled. Her eyebrows were slender. Her flawless white skin had a healthy pink glow, and her plump lips were tender and alluring. She and Yi Ziyun have 2 different kinds of beauty. Yi Ziyun is quiet and elegant, like a beautiful violet, while she is charming and moving with a bit of sexiness and coldness, giving people the feeling that she is a rose with thorns. Xiao Ning, I never thought it would be her. Nia Li was slightly stunned. Xiao Ning, is more hard-working than he imagined. She's actually training her demon spirit here in the middle of the night. She's probably about to reach 1-star bronze rank soon. Thinking back to his previous life, after Xiao Ning reached 1-star bronze rank, she was seriously ill for more than 2 years. Her cultivation regressed a lot. Although she managed to get back to 1-star bronze rank with her hard work, it's said that she's always been sick. However, although she's sick, in the eyes of others she's always been as dazzling as a star. This is a strong woman. Thinking back to Xiao Ning, training here in the middle of the night, Nia Li suddenly understood a lot. Xiao Ning, is indeed hardworking, but she's also playing with her life. After thinking for a while, Nia Li walked towards Xiao Ning. Who is it? Xiao Ning, suddenly opened her eyes and shouted. She took out a sharp dagger and looked at Nia Li with vigilance. Her face revealed a bit of coldness. Through the bright moonlight, those deep and spirited eyes have an indescribable charm. Although she's only 13 years old, the current her can definitely be considered a beauty. Her tight, leather clothes slightly bulged out. At this age, she can definitely be considered proud. I'm Nia Li. Nia Li. Although he has never spoken to Xiao Ning before, they're still classmates and are somewhat familiar with each other. Xiaoning put down the dagger, but still looked at Nieli with caution and asked, "Why are you here?" Nieli lightly smiled and said, "Then why are you here?" "I'm here to train my soul force." Xiaoning looked at Nieli through the bright moonlight. Nieli's eyebrows are like swords, and his eyes are like stars. He still has a bit of heroic spirit, and is not as hateful as some people. Nieli shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm just strolling around here." "You're lying. Don't think that I don't know that you've been hunting horned goats for the past few days." Xiaoning said. She had noticed Nieli's group a long time ago, but she didn't take the initiative to greet Nieli's group. Xiaoning always felt that Nieli's group of 3 had smeared something on their bows, but they could actually shoot down a horned goat with 1 arrow. However, she wouldn't take the initiative to ask about other people's secrets. "So, you already knew." Nieli looked at Xiaoning. When Xiaoning pouted, her plump lips had an indescribable charm. However, he already had Yi Ziyun in his heart, so he only had a bit of appreciation for Xiaoning. He appreciated her beauty and hard work. With Xiaoning's beauty, even if she didn't work hard, she could still stand at a very high position. However, she had to rely on her own strength to make everyone look at her in a new light. Unfortunately, she used the wrong method. Chapter 7. I'm going to continue cultivating. Xiaoning coldly said as she looked at Nieli with her clear eyes. Xiaoning didn't want to be disturbed by others. She had an unapproachable expression on her face. She rarely interacted with her classmates, especially the boys. She was a little unsociable without any friends. "I'll be leaving soon." Nieli faintly smiled as he looked at Xiaoning from head to toe. Xiaoning knitted her brows. Nieli's gaze was too rude, and she couldn't help feeling a little angry. There were many people pursuing Xiaoning in St. Laurent College, but Xiaoning had always been disdainful. She only focused on cultivating, and Nieli's actions were no different from the other boys. It was annoying. "Why aren't you leaving?" Xiaoning unhappily said. Nieli had been bothering her for a long time. Nieli's gaze fell on Xiaoning's feet. Xiaoning wasn't wearing any shoes. Her jade-like feet were small and exquisite. They were crystal clear and slightly red under the moonlight. He said, "When night falls, do your feet feel like they're on fire?" Hearing Nieli's words, Xiaoning was slightly stunned. "How did you know?" "Because of the burning sensation in her feet. Xiaoning usually didn't wear shoes when she cultivated at night." "Of course I know." Nieli smiled. "Not only do I know this, but I also know more. Your feet are on fire, but your physique is extremely cold. Every night, you feel like you've fallen into an ice cave, and it's extremely painful. Even if you want to cultivate your soul force, you won't be able to do it, right?" Xiaoning's heart trembled. She had been enduring these things silently and had never even told her family. How did Nieli know? Seeing Xiaoning's expression, Nieli knew that his guess was not far off. So this was the problem that Xiaoning had in his previous life. This problem was called the extreme cold syndrome. She would often train her soul force at night, causing the yin energy to enter her body and clog her meridians. The extreme cold illness, if light, would result in a serious illness. If heavy, the body would explode and die. In his previous life, Xiaoninger was only bedridden for 2 years, which was already very fortunate. Apart from these symptoms, there must be some bruises on your body. The pain is unbearable and lingers for a long time. Moreover, the bruises are spreading. Nieli confidently said, "You still haven't reached 1-star bronze rank. Once you reach 1-star bronze rank, you will suffer a serious illness and your cultivation will be greatly reduced. At worst, you will die." Hearing Nie Li's words, Xiao Ninger was stunned for a moment. She clenched her fists, and her eyes reddened. How could this be? Even if she is very strong. But after hearing this news, Xiao Ninger still couldn't bear such a blow. Nie Li was able to see through her illness with just a glance, so what he said shouldn't be far from the truth. Ever since she was young, she knew that her family wanted her to marry into the sacred family, to marry Shen Fei. As she grew older, Xiao Ninger gradually understood what kind of person Shen Fei is. She didn't want to marry that playboy. Therefore, she desperately trained, hoping to get rid of this cruel fate. But the heavens didn't seem to let her wish come true. She was about to reach 1-star bronze rank, but suddenly heard this kind of bad news. Seeing Xiao Ninger, who has always been strong, on the verge of tears, Nie Li couldn't help feeling pity for her. Nie Li, you know what illness I have. You must have a way to treat it, right? Xiao Ninger was at a loss. Her strong defense was finally broken. She begged, "Can you help me?" Xiao Ninger is, after all, only a 13-year-old girl. Xiao Ninger has a strong character. She rarely asks for help from others. Hearing Xiao Ninger's words, Nie Li's heart softened. After a moment of silence, he said, "This illness isn't incurable. You can go to St. Laurent College's library to check. This illness is called extreme cold illness." Really? Xiao Ninger suddenly had some hope. How do I treat it? You need to use a special Daoyin technique to massage and dissolve the bruises. Every day, you need to eat medicine made from golden thread grass and imperial grass. With your current condition, you will recover in about a month. If it's fast, you will recover in 10 days. Nie Li said, this is the method to treat extreme cold illness. Daoyin technique. Xiao Ninger frowned. She was born in a noble family, but she has never heard of anyone who knows Daoyin technique. Other than these treatment methods, you must also promise not to train your soul force in the middle of the night in the future. Nie Li stretched out his hand and said, "Take out your soul force cultivation technique, and let me see." Xiao Ninger raised her head to look at Nie Li. If it was a stranger who asked her to take out her soul force cultivation technique, she would definitely think that the other party is trying to trick her. But when she saw Nie Li's serious expression, she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of trust in him. After Nie Li said so much, she had completely trusted Nie Li. She took out the soul force cultivation technique from her space ring. It was a small piece of parchment paper. It was a bit old, and it was covered with dense characters. Nie Li extended his hand and took the parchment paper from Xiao Ninger's hand. He accidentally touched the skin on the back of Xiao Ninger's hand. It was as smooth as white jade. However, Nie Li didn't put it in his heart and carefully looked at it. After being touched by Nie Li's hand, Xiao Ninger immediately retracted her hand. Her heart was beating wildly. Her mood was in a mess. What if Nie Li used this to threaten her? What if he has other intentions towards her? However, when she raised her head, she realized that Nie Li didn't notice anything strange about her. She felt relieved in her heart. Nie Li's expression when he lowered his head to look at the parchment paper was especially serious, causing Xiao Ninger to be a little absent-minded. After a moment, she finally reacted and lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Such a big noble family. Even the direct disciple actually trained in this kind of inferior soul force cultivation technique. No wonder Glory City was destroyed in the end. Nie Li murmured. "What did you say?" Xiao Ninger widened her eyes. She only heard a few words and didn't clearly hear what Nie Li said. "Nothing." Nie Li lightly smiled and said, "This soul force cultivation technique is too inferior. Training it will definitely damage your meridians. The reason why you got the extreme cold illness is also related to this cultivation technique." Change this sentence to "Mine's eye and spirit, and changed the sentence to soul and spirit unite, heart and divine ability. Nieli talked nonstop, changing this soul force cultivation technique to the point that it was unrecognizable. When Xiao Ninger heard that Nieli changed her soul force cultivation technique, she was a little unconvinced. This soul force cultivation technique was passed down from her ancestors. Among all the soul force cultivation techniques in the family, it's ranked 6th. How can this kind of soul force cultivation technique be changed so easily by Nieli? However, Xiao Ninger still listened to everything that Nieli said. After all, she's a cultivator of this soul force cultivation technique. She has a deep understanding of some of the things in it. Gradually, Xiao Ninger realized that the few parts that Nieli changed seemed to be very reasonable. It was indeed more profound than the original sentence. Xiao Ninger widened her eyes, looking at Nieli in disbelief. Nieli, can you say it one more time? I'll remember everything that you said. Xiao Ninger hurriedly said. Okay. Nieli slowed down the speed of his speech, explaining all the parts that need to be changed in this soul force cultivation technique. After Xiao Ninger started cultivating her soul force, she already has a photographic memory. Although she didn't fully understand what Nieli said, she still remembered everything. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that this cultivation technique that Nieli changed was more profound than she had imagined. Xiao Ninger's gaze towards Nieli changed from confusion at the beginning to more and more admiration. How profound is the knowledge of soul force to be able to change such a high-level soul force cultivation technique. Even a black gold rank demon spiritualist wouldn't be able to do it, right? Could it be that Nieli's understanding of cultivation has already surpassed a black gold rank demon spiritualist, and even reached the realm of a legend rank demon spiritualist? Xiao Ninger felt like she had found a treasure, memorizing every single word that Nieli said in her heart. She couldn't tell what kind of feeling she has towards Nieli. Reverence? Worship? Nieli is only the same age as her, but Xiao Ninger realized how big the gap is between her and Nieli. It's funny that she always thought that Nieli is the last in class. Only now did she realize how ignorant teacher Xinxiu and the other students were when they ridiculed Nieli. She almost believed that Nieli will be like what he said before and become a legend rank demon spiritualist. The words that Nieli said in class are all true. Since young, Xiao Ninger's talent and wisdom has far surpassed her peers. This is the first time that she started to look up to a peer. Nieli said that he will marry the most beautiful woman in Glory City. Thinking about it here, Xiao Ninger's thoughts were in a mess. She lowered her head and didn't speak. Suddenly, a figure flashed in her mind. It's Yi Ziyun. Although Xiao Ninger is very confident of her looks, she has to admit that in terms of beauty, she might not be able to compare to Yi Ziyun. What are you thinking about? Nieli looked at Xiao Ninger and asked, puzzled. Xiao Ninger's expression was a little strange. No, nothing. Xiao Ninger immediately shook her head, expelled the thoughts in her mind, and asked, Nieli, do you know the Daoyin technique? Of course I do. Nieli nodded his head and said, however, the Daoyin technique requires the patient's bruises to be massaged. It's a little inappropriate for me to do it. Xiao Ninger raised her head and looked at Nieli's face. Nieli's face was well-defined. His eyebrows were like swords, and his black eyes were flashing with a deep light. There was an indescribable handsomeness to him, which slowly merged with the image in her heart. Xiao Ninger lowered her head and said, I don't mind. You're only helping me treat my illness, right? I don't want to become a cripple. The latter part of Xiao Ninger's words seemed to be comforting herself. In front of Nieli, Xiao Ninger finally let down her cold guard. Nieli was silent for a moment. The girl didn't mind it, so he was a little too narrow-minded. He already had Yi Ziyun in his heart, and he only had a good impression of Xiao Ninger. He didn't think too much about it. Well, I'll treat you with the Dain technique every 3 days. You go back and eat some herbs according to my instructions. I believe you'll recover soon. Okay. Xiao Ninger nodded her head and remained silent. Where is your bruise? Nieli asked. Xiao Ninger's slightly cold face flashed with a touch of shyness. She pointed at the instep of her foot and said, There is one here. Nieli lowered his head to take a look and saw that on Xiao Ninger's foot there was indeed a deep bruise. It's already very serious. So serious? Nieli frowned and said, Fortunately, it's on the instep. If it's anywhere else, it'll be troublesome. The instep is also more convenient. It'll be fine in a while. Nieli squatted down and sat cross-legged on the ground. Okay. Xiao Ninger nodded her head. She didn't say that it was just one of the bruises. She also slowly sat down and lifted her foot onto Nieli's lap. Her eyes flashed, and no one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 8. Don't misunderstand. I'm only helping you to treat your illness. The one I like is Yi Ziyun. It's nice to meet you. I hope that we can become friends in the future. Nieli took a glance at Xiao Ninger's charming face and explained. Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Ninger's shoulders trembled. She nodded her head and lightly acknowledged, but did not say anything else. Nieli pressed his finger on the bruise and slowly injected his soul force into it. Xiao Ninger couldn't help letting out a painful groan. Although your injury isn't serious, it has already reached your meridians. Bear with it for a while. Nieli gently said, Xiao Ninger lowered her head even more. Her charming face blushed, making her look extremely charming. Nieli's heart was moved when he saw this. In his previous life, Xiao Ninger was indeed a beauty that was on par with Ziyun. Although she was only 13, she was already so charming. In his previous life, to boys like him, no matter if it was Xiao Ninger or Yi Ziyun, they were both goddesses that they could only look up to. Yi Ziyun's elegance and nobility, while Xiao Ninger's charm and charm caused them to be the dream lovers in the hearts of boys. However, after having Yi Ziyun, Nieli no longer thought about it. Right now, he only focused on treating Xiao Ninger. Under Nieli's meticulous massage, Xiao Ninger could still feel the intense pain at the beginning. But later on, a warm current flowed from Nieli's palm into her feet, causing her pain to be alleviated by quite a bit. The bruises had been there for 6 or 7 months. From time to time, there would be bursts of heart-wrenching pain. Xiao Ninger endured it with her tenacious willpower, but the pain was tormenting her all the time. Xiao Ninger originally thought that treating this bruise would be very painful and uncomfortable, but to her surprise, Nieli's technique was very gentle. Soon, she felt that the pain that had been tormenting her for a long time was relieved a lot. Xiao Ninger couldn't help but tear up. No one knew how unbearable that pain was. Every night, when it was quiet, she would secretly cry. But after wiping away her tears, she would still grit her teeth and cultivate. She didn't expect that the bruises would ease a lot after being massaged by Nieli, which made her heart full of gratitude. Under the bright moonlight, Nieli's face was clear and distinct. His serious expression set off a real ripple in Xiao Ninger's heart. She could no longer remain calm. It's done. Nieli stopped and smiled. In the next period of time, there may be a trace of pain. Pay attention to rest, and it will not be a big problem. Xiao Ninger nodded. Her cheeks blushed again. She said, I still have a bruise. Nieli, can you help me treat it again? There is another bruise. Nieli was stunned for a moment. After thinking about it, it made sense. If Xiao Ninger's bruise had always been on her feet, it would be impossible for Xiao Ninger to be bedridden for 2 years. So, there should be a more serious bruise. Where is it? Xiao Ninger was struggling in her heart. She was a little shy. If it's not convenient. Nieli, seeing Xiao Ninger's expression, Nieli immediately realized that the bruise on Xiao Ninger's body might be a little difficult to talk about. Nieli, the person you like, is Yi Ziyun? Yes. Nieli nodded. He recalled the various things in his previous life. He and Yi Ziyun had experienced life and death together. His heart was filled with happiness. After being reborn, Nieli would definitely protect Yi Ziyun. A trace of disappointment flashed in Xiao Ninger's eyes. She thought for a moment and said, "Then, does Yi Ziyun like you?" The current Yi Ziyun did not understand Nieli at all. It was good enough that she did not hate him. Nieli smiled and shook his head. Then he said, "She will like me." Xiao Ninger looked at Nieli and laughed involuntarily. It turned out that Nieli only had a one-sided love. She did not know where Nieli got his confidence to think that a proud girl like Yi Ziyun would like him. It was not that Xiao Ninger felt that Nieli was not worthy of Yi Ziyun's love. It was just that the possibility of two people who did not understand each other was too small. Yi Ziyun did not understand Nieli yet. She definitely had no feelings for Nieli. If one day Yi Ziyun understood Nieli, she might really like Nieli. Xiao Ninger suddenly felt a little uneasy. In the eyes of others, Nieli is an ignorant and incompetent playboy. Only Xiao Ninger knows that Nieli's ability has far exceeded the imagination of others. Nieli will definitely become a legend, rank demon spiritualist like Yi Mo in the future. Xiao Ninger struggled a little in her heart and slowly lifted her clothes. Seeing Xiao Ninger's action, Nieli couldn't help feeling a little awkward. He changed the topic and said, "Your injury did not hurt your heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to help you." "And thank you, Nieli. If it wasn't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do." Speaking till the end, Xiao Ninger's voice was already very soft. Nieli thought a while. Indeed, in order to save someone, he can't care too much. He can't just watch Xiao Ninger lose all hope to her illness. Xiao Ninger's pretty cheeks were slightly powdered, looking pure and charming. Between her brows, there's still some childishness. However, it won't take long for Xiao Ninger to grow into a beautiful woman, charming and charming. Nieli calmed his mind. His gaze fell onto Xiao Ninger's ribs. There's a shocking bruise below her ribs. Although it's only the size of a thumb, the color is already very deep. Nieli was filled with pity. How could such a delicate and pitiful girl endure such intense pain? Nieli placed his hand on the bruise, injected a trace of soul force into it, and started treating Xiao Ninger. Quietly, the two of them didn't speak, and the forest was quiet and serene. Xiao Ninger felt the heat from Nieli's palm, and his soul force slowly dissolved her pain. Although she was very strong, when it's the dead of night, her heart was still lonely, especially when she was enduring unbearable pain. She longed for someone to rely on. However, in the family, whether it's her elder brother or father, they all made her feel a deep coldness. Only at this moment, Nieli gave her a feeling of wanting to rely on him. Nieli concentrated on helping her massage the bruise without any distractions. His serious attitude made her heart full of gratitude. After a moment, Nieli let out a long breath and revealed a bright smile. "Done." After Nieli moved his hand away, Xiao Ninger felt that the pain had been alleviated a lot. She had to admit that Nieli's massage technique was very magical. It made the pain that was tormenting her to be alleviated a lot. Her mind that was tense because of the pain had suddenly relaxed a lot. "Thank you," Xiao Ninger said softly, and lowered her head to tidy up her clothes. Nieli calmed down his fluctuating mood and said seriously, "Rest well for the next few days, and you should be able to relieve a lot of pain. I will give you a massage every 3 days, and after a few times, the root of the problem will be removed. Before you reach the bronze rank, don't train your soul force at night. If you absorb too much moonlight essence and can't harmonize it, it will cause serious consequences. Okay, Xiao Ninger nodded. She didn't dare to train recklessly anymore. If it wasn't for Nieli, she could imagine how bad the situation would be in the future. All her previous efforts would be in vain. Seeing that Xiao Ninger was fine, Nieli stood up and said, "I should go." Oh, although she couldn't tell what kind of emotion she was feeling, Xiao Ninger quickly nodded. After a moment of silence, she said, "Nieli, you've helped me. If you need my help in the future, I will definitely do my best." Looking at Xiao Ninger's serious expression, Nieli smiled and nodded. "Okay, if I need help, I will look for you." In fact, Nieli helped Xiao Ninger only out of pity for Xiao Ninger. He never thought of getting anything in return. Nieli turned around and left, and his figure disappeared into the woods. Xiao Ninger watched Nieli leave. She stood there for a long time and felt that the pain in her body had reduced a lot. Her mood suddenly became cheerful. "Nieli, what kind of person are you?" Xiao Ninger murmured, and with a bit of excitement, she turned around and dashed towards the exit of the trial ground. The night was as cold as water, and the moonlight was bright, sprinkling a layer of hazy veil on the dark night. Chapter 9. The first rays of dawn appeared. Once again, it was time for Xinxiu's class. Whether it's Nieli, Daozit, or Lu Piao, all of them felt that Xinxiu's class was boring. Every day, they would be chattering on the stage. Xinxiu is obviously a temporary student. During his class, he would only talk about boring matters between nobles. There's simply no way to learn any knowledge. Furthermore, every time it's Xinxiu's class, Nieli, Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch would have to stand at the back. It's almost time for class. A group of students were chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Yi Ziyun did not have much estrangement with the other students in the class. Very quickly, she became friends with many of the girls in the class. Shen Yu proudly sat at the side. With his status, he disdained to have any interaction with the students in this class. If it wasn't for Yi Ziyun being here, he would definitely not stay in this class. There will be a test in 2 months' time. Whether it's him or Yi Ziyun, they will definitely be able to enter the Demon Spiritualist apprentice class. Shen Yu glanced at Nieli, who was standing at the back. His face revealed a sarcastic smile, rising to 1-star bronze rank in 2 months. If a trash like you can do it, then the sun will really rise from the west. Nieli, Daozit, and Lu Piao were chatting at the back. Aside from that, there were a few commoner students that had a good relationship with Nieli and the other two. Because Nieli has a lot of ideas from time to time, he would give pointers to others on their cultivation. He has already become the leader of this small group. Even Daozit, who has a lot of prestige amongst the commoner students, is willing to listen to Nieli. In just a few days, Nieli has already brought the two of them to earn more than 16,000 demon spirit coins. This is something that Daozit could never imagine. Daozit trusted and admired Nieli very much. He felt that Nieli was very capable. "Nieli, what should we do next?" asked Daozit. Because Nieli said that they wouldn't be hunting horned sheep. What should they do? "You'll know after school." Nieli said with a mysterious smile. He already had a series of ideas. The first step was to buy some soul crystals and test their innate attributes. Then, he would quickly start cultivating. Nieli still has a bet with Xinxiu to reach 1-star bronze rank within 2 months. In addition to his own cultivation, Nieli's gaze fell on the distance. Yi Ziyun was like a crane in a flock of chickens among a group of girls. How could he get close to Yi Ziyun and make Yi Ziyun fall in love with him? Just when Nieli was in a trance, Xiao Ninger, who was sitting in the front row, suddenly stood up and walked towards Nieli. Xiao Ninger is the only girl in the class that is as beautiful and outstanding as Yi Ziyun. Their every move would attract the attention of everyone in the class. Yi Ziyun has a gentle temperament. She was never condescending or overbearing. In the class, many commoner or aristocratic girls are willing to be friends with Yi Ziyun. As for Xiao Ninger, she has a cold and aloof personality. She is a cold beauty that no one can get close to. Even girls can't get close to her, not to mention boys. Could it be that Nia Li provoked Xiao Ninger? Nia Li is doomed. Looking at Xiao Ninger's back, the aristocratic kids in the class laughed and discussed. From their point of view, for Xiao Ninger to take the initiative to look for Nia Li, it definitely won't be a good thing. They reckon that she is looking for trouble with Nia Li. Otherwise, why would a cold beauty like Xiao Ninger have anything going on with a trash like Nia Li? If this kind of thing happens, then the sun will really rise from the west. Xiao Ninger's cultivation is about to reach 1-star bronze rank. If there is a conflict, the one who will be beaten up will definitely be Nia Li. Those aristocratic kids are waiting to watch a good show. Many of them like Xiao Ninger. After all, Xiao Ninger is a super beauty that is not inferior to Yi Ziyun. Today, Xiao Ninger specially wore a checkered lace dress. Her black hair was scattered behind her. On her white wrist, there was a pair of beautiful bracelets. She looked especially beautiful. Xiao Ninger usually wears a tight-fitting jacket because it is convenient for her to cultivate. But with her beauty, the tight-fitting jacket gives off a unique flavor. But today, she seems to have dressed up meticulously. She is even more beautiful than usual. It makes it hard for people to move their eyes away after taking a glance at her. This is the first time for Xiao Ninger to dress up so meticulously. While Nia Li is still chatting with Daozit and Lu Piao, Xiao Ninger has already walked to Nia Li's table. Xiao Ninger seems to have a unique aura. The moment she walked over, Daozit and Lu Piao have already stood up nervously. Xiao Ninger is usually a little cold. She is always indifferent to others, making others unable to get close to her. They are all worried about Nia Li. Xiao Ninger looks at Nia Li. Nia Li is casually sitting on the chair. His gaze occasionally drifts to Yi Ziyun. This makes Xiao Ninger a little discouraged. Nia Li's eyes only seem to have Yi Ziyun. It seems like he has never noticed her existence. Since last night, after being massaged by Nia Li, Xiao Ninger's body has been a lot better. She had a very good sleep last night. Early in the morning, Xiao Ninger hurriedly went to the library in an attempt to find the origin of the Daoyin technique. But she discovered that the library only has a very brief record of the Daoyin technique. It is a secret technique passed down from the Snow Wind Empire era. In addition, after Nia Li changed his soul force cultivation technique, it also became very profound. She only cultivated for half an hour in the morning, and her demon spiritual force increased by 2 points. The effect is even more obvious than cultivating for a whole day. In Xiao Ninger's heart, Nia Li is mysterious and powerful. What made Xiao Ninger proud is that in this class, only she knows of Nia Li's talent. Those people in the class who ridiculed Nia Li, how ignorant they are. Xiao Ninger stood beside Nia Li's table, quietly looking at Nia Li, who is talking and laughing. A few aristocratic children are discussing, how do you think Xiao Ninger will teach Nia Li a lesson? Nia Li's demon spiritual force is only 5 points. He will probably be thrown out of the classroom. Haha, Nia Li doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Not only did he offend teacher Shinxiu, he even offended Xiao Ninger. He will definitely be miserable. Even Daozit and Lu Piao are nervously looking at Xiao Ninger. They don't understand why Xiao Ninger, this proud daughter of heaven, suddenly walked over. They are cursing Nia Li half to death in their hearts. Nia Li really causes trouble everywhere. If Xiao Ninger wants to beat up Nieli, they will definitely help. But even if the three of them join forces, they still can't beat Xiao Ninger, whose demon spiritual force has reached 78 points. Xiao Ninger is about to reach 1-star bronze rank and become a real demon spiritualist. At this moment, no matter if it's Yi Ziyun, Shunyu, and Bunch, they all had their gazes over. Yi Ziyun is also a little puzzled. She doesn't know how Nieli offended Xiao Ninger. Could it be that Nieli took liberties with Xiao Ninger? A lecher like Niechi should really be taught a lesson. Everyone's eyes were filled with puzzlement, seeing Xiao Ninger standing beside his table. Nieli couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He raised his head and asked, "What's the matter?" In this kind of situation, Nieli doesn't even know how to address Xiao Ninger. Thinking back to yesterday's situation, he still felt a little awkward. After coming into contact with Xiao Ninger, Nieli realized that Xiao Ninger isn't as cold and arrogant as she appears. In fact, Xiao Ninger's heart is a gentle and cute girl. Xiao Ninger's right hand moved, took out a paper bag from her interspatial ring, and softly said, "This is the breakfast that I made. I didn't know what flavor you like, so I made a few more." Xiao Ninger gently placed the paper bag on the table. What's going on? The whole classroom instantly fell into silence. Even the sound of a needle dropping on the floor could be heard. Everyone thought that they had heard wrongly. Daozit and Lu Piao had their mouths wide open, foolishly looking at this scene. Their mouths were so wide that an egg could be stuffed inside. They simply couldn't believe their own eyes. No matter what, Xiao Ninger is one of the 2 goddesses of their class. Even in the whole of St. Laurent College, she's probably one of the top 10 campus beauties. Furthermore, Xiao Ninger is usually a little cold, giving off a feeling that no one should get close to her. But today, what did they just see? Xiao Ninger actually made breakfast for Nieli, and a few servings at that. Did the sun rise from the west? Is this for real? Everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning. I must be sleepwalking. I have to go back and wake up first. A student murmured, "Hiss." A few students thought that they were dreaming. They pinched themselves, but the clear pain told them that it wasn't a dream. This doesn't make sense. A few of the rich kids wailed in their hearts. They still didn't know what was going on. They couldn't believe that Xiao Ninger's attire and the trace of gentleness that she revealed today. They originally thought that Xiao Ninger was going to cause trouble for Nieli, but they didn't expect that she was actually going to deliver breakfast to Nieli. If Xiao Ninger was going to deliver breakfast to them, even if it was pig's feed, they would gladly accept it. Xiao Ninger usually didn't even have many female friends, and she couldn't be bothered with other boys. She only saw this trash, Nieli, in a different light. She actually lowered her status to deliver breakfast to Nieli. This was too unreasonable. Could it be because Nieli contradicted mentor Shinxiu and was punished to stand? If that was the case, even if they were punished to stand for a few years, they would still contradict mentor Shinxiu. Xiao Ninger didn't think too much about it. She just wanted to express her gratitude to Nieli. She didn't care what others thought of her. Anyway, she had always been a person who did things her own way. Xiao Ninger didn't care about other people's opinions. Those people ridiculed and despised Nieli because they were ignorant. Sooner or later, they would realize that they had eyes but couldn't see a gem. In this world, only she knew about Nieli's talent. At this time, even Yi Ziyun and Shunyu were confused. They couldn't believe it. This result was something that they never expected. What the hell is going on? Shunyu's face was sullen. How could a proud girl like Xiao Ninger fall in love with a trash like Nieli and even take the initiative to express her goodwill? At this time, Yi Ziyun also had a deep curiosity about Nieli. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger were very good friends when they were young. Later, Xiao Ninger's family declined more and more. Because of family reasons, they didn't contact each other anymore. But after that, Yiziyun never made a true friend again. So, Yiziyun increasingly missed the time when she played with Xiao Ninger. When she knew that Xiao Ninger was enrolled in St. Laurent College, Yiziyun asked her father to arrange for her to enter St. Laurent College. Because of Xiao Ninger, Yiziyun began to pay attention to Nieli. What was the reason that Xiao Ninger would take the initiative to pursue Nieli, a boy who had no achievements? It was really hard to understand. Xiao Ninger's action did have such a meaning. Can I sit down and eat with you? Xiao Ninger looked at Nieli, then looked at Daozit and Lu Piao, and asked Daozit and Lu Piao's eyes suddenly fell on Nieli. Although they didn't dare to have any thoughts about Xiao Ninger, it was still very pleasing to the eyes to have a beauty like Xiao Ninger sitting next to them. Nieli was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay." He didn't know why, but when he saw Xiao Ninger, Nieli would always think of the charming scene from last night. Xiao Ninger's soft and boneless body, white and smooth skin, he still felt a little embarrassed in his heart. Xiao Ninger took out the breakfast, which was filled with all kinds of exquisite pastries, which couldn't help but arouse people's appetite. The fresh fragrance seemed to float to every corner of the classroom. "Daozit, Lu Piao, you two eat together." Xiao Ninger looked at Daozit and Lu Piao and said, they couldn't help but feel flattered that the goddess Xiao Ninger could call out their names. Ning Er, who had always been cold, was not as difficult to get along with as the rumors said. "Then I'll borrow Nieli's light." Lu Piao smiled, picked up a piece of pastry, and ate it. Her mouth was full, and she muttered, "Delicious!" Seeing Lu Piao's appearance, Daozit was a little speechless. Xiao Ninger couldn't help but smile, which was even more beautiful, causing the students in the class to be stunned. They rarely saw Xiao Ninger smile, and the whole world was overshadowed in front of her smile. Nieli lightly sighed in his heart. In his previous life, he and Xiao Ninger have been through life and death together. They have experienced too much. Therefore, he and Xiao Ninger are destined to be friends. Qijian Chinese website welcomes readers to visit and read the latest, fastest, and most popular serialized works. Mobile users please visit Qijian.com. Chapter 10. Seeing the delicate pastries being devoured by Nieli, Daozit, and Lu Piao, the rich kids were depressed. Why didn't they get the same treatment? Xiao Ning also ate a few pieces. She ate leisurely, which was very pleasing to the eyes. After chatting with Nieli for a while, Xiao Ning returned to her seat. Lu Piao patted Nieli's shoulder and winked. "When did you hook up with our Ning Er? Tell me the truth." Nieli shrugged and said, "We're just ordinary friends." "TSK, who would believe that?" Daozit and Lu Piao both glanced at Nieli with disdain. "If we were just friends, would Ning Er bring you breakfast?" No matter how Nieli explained, Daozit and Lu Piao didn't believe him. Many of the rich kids in the class looked at Nieli with hostility. Nieli stole one of the two goddesses of the class. How could they treat Nieli nicely? "Maybe she has something that she needs my help with," Nieli calmly said. Nieli was so tight-lipped, no matter how hard Daozit and Lu Piao tried, they couldn't get anything out of him. They could only give up. They decided to dig deeper and find out the relationship between Nieli and Ning Er. The bell rang. Shen Xiu swayed her hips and walked in. She was not as cold and arrogant as usual. Her smile was like a chrysanthemum. "You three go back to your seats." Shen Xiu glanced at Nieli and the other two. There were important people attending the class today, so she naturally did not dare to act rashly. "Today I want to talk to everyone about inscription patterns. Whether it's a fighter or a demon spiritualist, inscription patterns are extremely important. Inscription patterns were divided into two major categories, namely tool patterns and battle patterns. Inscriptions are engraved on armors and weapons. They can greatly increase the power of armors and weapons. Especially for demon spiritualists, they can use weapons and armors engraved with high-rank inscriptions to display strength that far surpasses their own. As for battle runes, they are used on inscription scrolls. They are engraved on the scroll, and when used, they can erupt with powerful combat strength. What was surprising was that Shun Xiu actually began to talk about some substantive content today. Inscription patterns are very profound and profound. They have been passed down since the late Snow Wind Empire, after thousands of years of continuous improvement. However, during the Age of Darkness, the continent was crazily hunted by demon beasts. Our Glory City only inherited a small portion of the inscription patterns. There are a total of 3 types: Snow Wind inscription pattern, Sacred Flame inscription pattern, and Battle Edge inscription pattern. They are Snow Wind attribute, Fire attribute, and Neutral attribute. Today, we will be talking about tool patterns. Shun Xiu said. His tone was much softer than usual. Outside the classroom, 3 old men sat together, listening attentively. The knowledge of the sacred family's disciples is quite profound. It's definitely enough to teach this batch of students. One of the old men stroked his beard and said, smiling, his name is Yi Sheng, the vice principal of St. Laurent College. There are a few students in this class that are pretty good, whether it's Yi Ziyun, Shun Yu, or Xiao Ninger. Another old man said, fawning. He's a professor of St. Laurent College, Lu Yi. Aside from Yi Sheng, there's also a gray-robed old man sitting beside him. Even Lu Yi doesn't know his identity. This gray-robed old man just casually sat there and emitted a powerful aura of a superior. This caused Lu Yi to be very careful when he speaks, not daring to have the slightest bit of carelessness. What do you think? Yi Sheng looked at the gray-robed old man. The gray-robed old man non-committally replied. Lu Yi muttered in his heart. He doesn't know the identity of this gray-robed old man to actually be so indifferent to Vice Principal Yi Sheng. His identity is definitely not simple, probably even higher than the principal of St. Laurent College. Therefore, Lu Yi didn't dare to say anything. The students in the classroom didn't know that there's someone outside listening to the class. It's rare that Shun Xiu is talking about something more substantial. Therefore, every single one of them listened attentively. Shun Xiu slightly puffed out his chest, his face showing a bit of pride, and said, today, I'm going to talk about Sacred Flame inscription patterns. In the research of Sacred Flame inscription patterns, the Sacred Family is fully deserving of being the leader. The Sacred Flame inscription pattern has a total of 66 basic patterns. For example, this pattern, Shun Xiu drew a picture on the blackboard. This is a Scarlet Sunburst pattern. This Scarlet Sunburst pattern was created by the first-generation patriarch of the Sacred Family. It's the most powerful bronze pattern. This pattern is made up of 36 basic patterns. It's also the most complicated pattern among the bronze patterns. Next, we'll talk about these 36 basic patterns. Shun Xiu talked nonstop. The other students in the class were listening with great interest. Only Nia Li was a little indifferent. He has no interest in these basic patterns. Furthermore, there's a total of 600 basic patterns in the Sacred Flame inscription pattern, not 66. If it wasn't for Yi Ziyun, for those few treasures in St. Laurent College, Nia Li wouldn't stay here and listen to Shun Xiu talk about these boring things. In his view, Shun Xiu's class is simply full of mistakes. It's simply not worth listening to. A Scarlet Sunburst pattern dares to call itself the most powerful bronze pattern. He simply doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Shun Xiu's gaze swept through the crowd and landed on Nia Li. Nia Li previously contradicted her and didn't put her in his eyes at all. He even made a bet with her. She has always hated him in her heart. Seeing that Nieli isn't paying attention, she sneered in her heart. This time, she finally found a chance. Shun Xiu talked nonstop about the 36 basic patterns. Nieli doesn't have the slightest interest. He simply lies on the table and snores. At this moment, Vice Principal Yisheng, who is outside, is a little unhappy. He glanced at the gray-robed elder beside him. There's a big shot here today, and Nieli is actually sleeping. This is simply a disgrace to St. Laurent College. I wonder what this student's name is. If he knows, he will definitely expel this student from the college and never hire him again. The gray-robed elder didn't say anything. Vice Principal Yisheng secretly let out a sigh of relief. Lu Yi, who was at the side, sternly said, "Fighter apprentice class. It's hard to avoid a mix of good and bad students. When I go back, I will definitely teach the student a good lesson. Parents spent so much money to send them to St. Laurent College, not to let them sleep here." Yisheng nodded his head. Lu Yi is very perceptive. Nieli actually fell asleep. Shun Xiu's expression darkened. If a student is sleeping, doesn't that mean that her class is boring? "Nieli!" Shun Xiu walked to Nieli's side and shouted. "Nieli is sleeping. He hasn't slept well for a week, so he is still quite sleepy. He barely opened his eyes. What's the matter?" Seeing Nieli being woken up by Shun Xiu, the aristocratic family's disciples secretly laughed. What they want to see the most is Nieli being taught a lesson. Who asked Nieli to steal the goddess in their hearts? This time, Nieli is in trouble. Douse it! And Lu Piao looked at each other and smiled bitterly. No matter what, sleeping in class is something that they definitely don't dare to do. Nieli's attitude made Shun Xiu even more furious. He said in a deep voice, "You actually slept in my class. Could it be that you understand everything?" "That's right," Nieli calmly said. "You..." Shun Xiu was almost choked, speechless by Nieli. From the start, Nieli has been sleeping. Nieli actually said that he understood everything. Who would believe such words? Shun Xiu laughed coldly and said, "Since you understand everything, why don't you tell me about this inscription pattern?" Nieli glanced at the inscription pattern and said, "This is a fire attribute, low-level inscription pattern. It can barely be considered bronze rank. It's made up of 38 basic inscription patterns. Its power is very small, but it should be good for boiling water." Hearing Nieli's words, the whole class burst into laughter. "Ha! I'm dying of laughter. He really didn't listen at all. He actually said that the Scarlet Sunburst inscription pattern is made up of 38 basic inscription patterns. Just now, Teacher Shun Xiu clearly said that it's made up of 36 inscription patterns. I'm laughing to the point that tears are coming out. He actually said that this inscription pattern is used to boil water." A aristocratic family's disciple laughed. Yi Ziyun also couldn't help smiling. "Shun, you was a little angry, because Nieli actually said that the bronze inscription pattern that was passed down in the sacred family is used to boil water. This is simply intolerable. Among everyone, the calmest one is Xiao Ninger. Xiao Ninger felt that Nieli is just hiding it. These people don't know Nieli's real talent. At this moment, outside the classroom, Lu Yi also laughed and said, "This student is really funny." He actually thinks that he's smart and said that the Scarlet Sunburst inscription pattern is made up of 38 basic inscription patterns. Furthermore, he said that the Scarlet Sunburst inscription pattern is used to boil water. When Lu Yi couldn't help laughing, he suddenly noticed that Vice Principal Yisheng and the gray-robed elder didn't laugh. His laughter suddenly stopped and was forcefully suppressed back into his stomach. What's so funny? The Scarlet Sunburst inscription pattern is indeed made up of 38 basic inscription patterns. Vice Principal Yi Sheng calmly said. At their level, after in-depth research, they will discover that there are two basic inscription patterns in the Scarlet Sunburst inscription pattern that aren't basic inscription patterns at all. They are made up of 4 other basic inscription patterns. However, he was a little surprised that this was actually said by a student. Could it be that Nieli is just making a wild guess? Furthermore, for experts at their level, this kind of trash inscription pattern can only be used to boil water. Its use in actual combat is very small. The gray-robed elder's eyes flashed a light, but he didn't say anything. Trying to impress the crowd, Shenxiu coldly snorted. Her face was gloomy. As a member of the sacred family, of course she can't tolerate someone belittling the Scarlet Sunburst inscription pattern in front of her. Nyat Li didn't care about the ridicule of the students and continued to speak. This inscription pattern was originally recorded in the 7th volume of the Book of Lightning Fire. Its original name should be the Lightning Sunburst inscription pattern. It's made up of a total of 60 inscription patterns. It can be considered a little complicated. Later on, I don't know which idiot deleted the lightning attribute part and changed it a few strokes, turning it into this nondescript Scarlet Sunburst inscription pattern. It has no use in actual combat. It can only be used by the practitioners of the Sacred Flame inscription pattern to study. Book of Lightning Fire. What is that? The students looked at each other. Nieli actually said that the first patriarch of the sacred family is an idiot. Shenxiu was immediately angered. Shenxiu doesn't even know what the Book of Lightning Fire is. He also doesn't know what's recorded in the 7th volume of the Book of Lightning Fire. Inexplicable. There's no such book as the Book of Lightning Fire in this world. Shenxiu thought a while and immediately retorted. What Book of Lightning Fire, 7th volume? Nieli is probably bullshitting. Chapter 11. Nieli looked at the enraged Shenxiu, lightly smiled, and said, Teacher Shenxiu is really knowledgeable to say that books that you haven't read don't exist. Could it be that Teacher Shenxiu has read all the books in the world? In his previous life, Shenxiu was also this unreasonable. Book of Lightning Fire? I remember now. I seem to have borrowed this book from the library. A commoner student suddenly exclaimed. He had borrowed 3 books, one of which was the Book of Lightning Fire. However, there were many things in the book that were too profound, and he couldn't understand them at all. He just forgot to return the book. This commoner student's voice made Shenxiu's face instantly turn gloomy. That commoner student flipped open the Book of Lightning Fire. This Book of Lightning Fire was a copy, not the original. It was written in the language of the Snow, Wind Empire era. The first volume had a translation, but the later volumes had no translation. The language of the Snow, Wind Empire era was very obscure. Ordinary people couldn't understand it. They never thought that there would really be such a book. Even Vice Principal Yi Sheng and Lu Yi looked at each other in surprise. Although they are the vice principal and professors of St. Laurent College, St. Laurent College's library has hundreds of thousands of books. More than 90% of them are from the ancient era. Even they can't say that they can name every single book. There are many books that even they can't translate. In his previous life, when Nieli roamed the continent, he was proficient in 7 languages. After reaching legend rank, he could read all kinds of books with a single glance. Furthermore, in his previous life, Nieli stayed in the temporal demon spirit book for hundreds of years and read millions of books. Reading the language of the Snow Wind Empire is not a problem for Nieli. The gray-robed elder beside Yi Sheng and Lu Yi also had a surprised expression on his face. Even he hasn't read the entire Book of Lightning Fire. Yi Sheng, send someone to the library to get a copy of the Book of Lightning Fire. The gray-robed elder said, Yes. Yi Sheng glanced at Lu Yi, who was beside him. Lu Yi did not dare to delay, and dashed away. The eyes of all the students in the class were focused on the Book of Lightning Fire in the hands of that commoner student. Whether it was Yi Ziyun or Shunyu, they were all very surprised. As the disciples of the major families, they had read a lot of books, but they didn't know that there was a book like the Book of Lightning Fire, because this book was too obscure and very few people would learn it. The 3 inscription pattern systems in Glory City are the most complete: Snow Wind, Sacred Fire, and Battle Edge. Almost everyone only trains in these 3 inscription patterns. As for the Lightning Fire inscription patterns, most of them were lost during the Age of Darkness. The remaining books, such as the Book of Lightning Fire, were all untranslated. Therefore, they were shelved. Occasionally, there would be students borrowing it, but after realizing that they could not understand it, they would immediately return it. Let me see. Book of Lightning Fire, 7th volume. The commoner student quickly flipped through the pages. This Book of Lightning Fire is a few hundred pages thick, with illustrations and words, densely packed with all kinds of lightning fire inscription patterns. After the first volume, there were no more translations. Those ancient and densely packed words gave people a headache just by looking at them. Flipping to the 7th volume. Just the 7th volume alone has more than 100 inscription patterns. The commoner student compared them one by one, trying to find the inscription patterns similar to the Scarlet Sunburst. Everyone was a little impatient from waiting. How long are they going to search? Shun Xiu's face was cold. You probably found this book in some corner of the library. You don't even know what's written in it, yet you said that the Scarlet Sunburst came from this book. Arrogant fool, how can I allow you to tarnish the ancestors of my sacred family? If you can't find the inscription pattern, I'll go to the Hall of Holy Judgment and sue you for tarnishing the ancestors. Niali looked at Shinshio with a smile that wasn't a smile, sneered, and said, Teacher Shinshio, isn't it a little too early for you to say this? This book is an ancient book from the era of the Snow Wind Empire. It has been around for thousands of years. It's even older than the era of the first patriarch of the sacred family, right? That's right. Shinshio nodded. This is an ironclad fact. She can't deny it. Then it's simple. Nieli glanced at the commoner student and said, Start from the 7th volume of the Book of Lightning Fire and turn 30 pages. The 6th picture on the 30th page. Compare it with the Scarlet Sunburst inscription pattern. Seeing Nieli's confident expression, Shun Xiu's heart sank. If Nieli really found the origin of the Scarlet Sunburst inscription pattern, it will be a stain on the sacred family, because the sacred family has always declared that the Scarlet Sunburst and the other 16 inscription patterns were created by the previous patriarchs of the sacred family. This earned the sacred family a lot of fame. If the outside world were to know that these inscription patterns of the sacred family were copied from ancient books, it will definitely damage the reputation of the sacred family. Seeing Shun Xiu revealing a trace of fear, Nieli coldly laughed. The sacred family has been fishing for fame, always claiming to be the inheritor of the sacred flame inscription pattern. They beautified the previous patriarchs. What self-created inscription patterns! What extraordinary talent, saving Glory City from danger. In fact, the sacred family is just a hypocrite family. In his previous life, before Glory City was breached, all the families were fighting for Glory City. The sacred family was responsible for guarding the west gate of Glory City. However, after the war broke out, in order to preserve their family's strength, they let all the experts of the family hide in the Saint Ancestral Mountain. This caused the west gate to be breached, and the snow wind demon beasts charged in. Niali still clearly remembers the miserable scene when the snow wind demon beasts massacred the citizens of Glory City. Niali and Bunch had no choice but to retreat, leave their homes, and leave Glory City. After his rebirth, Niali doesn't have any good impression of the sacred family. In this life, I will remove the name of this hypocrite family from Glory City. If he wants the sacred family to be spurned by everyone in Glory City, then he has to uncover the true face of this hypocrite family. The sixth picture on the 30th page, the commoner student murmured after getting the exact direction. He quickly found the lightning flame inscription pattern. Ah! The surrounding students let out a surprised sigh. The lightning flame inscription pattern is made up of two parts, one of which is exactly the same as the scarlet sunburst inscription pattern. The scarlet sunburst inscription pattern is indeed much simpler than the lightning flame inscription pattern. It's the same as cutting out half of it. Nieli actually didn't say anything wrong. Shun Xiu tightly clenched his fist to the point that his fingertips turned white. Among the students, when Shunyu looked at Nieli, he also revealed an expression of hatred. Because Nieli is slandering their sacred family, Nieli naturally noticed the hostile expression of Shunxiu and Shunyu. He coldly snorted in his heart. The people of the sacred family are indeed the same. They don't look for the reason from themselves. Whenever something goes wrong, they will blame it on others. If it wasn't for you guys faking it, why would you be afraid of others exposing it? Even if my sacred family's first patriarch took the inscription pattern from this lightning flame inscription pattern, so what? Shun Xiu coldly snorted and said. Nieli laughed and said, Mentor Shin Xiu, it seems that you aren't very familiar with the demon spiritualist's rules. Do you want me to explain it to you? The demon spiritualist's rules have been passed down for over 3,000 years. Almost every demon spiritualist will follow this rule. Demon spiritualist's rule number 161. If you take or copy an inscription pattern from another demon spiritualist's inscription pattern, you must indicate the source. You cannot announce that you created it yourself. This is the demon spiritualist's code of ethics. Shun Xiu was trembling from anger. Nia Li's words are really sharp. He directly determined that the sacred family doesn't follow the demon spiritualist's code of ethics. However, she can't refute it. If it's learning from the lightning flame inscription pattern and creating his own inscription pattern, that's fine. But the first patriarch of the sacred family took half of it and claimed that he created it himself. Isn't that too insulting the ancestors? A sin. Could it be that the first patriarch of the sacred family has his own difficulties? Nieli blinked his eyes and said with an innocent face. Nieli's words were sharp, directly pointing at the sacred family's sore spot. But he still pretended to be innocent, causing Shun Xiu and Shunyu to be so angry that they want to kill someone. A group of students discussed in low voices. So, the first patriarch of the sacred family was such a person. It's said that although the first patriarch of the sacred family was only a gold-rank demon spiritualist, he was a grandmaster in the study of inscription patterns. He created several fire attribute inscription patterns. The sacred family has always been the inheritor of the sacred flame inscription pattern. I never thought that the scarlet sunburst inscription pattern was copied from an ancient book. I looked through the snow wind inscription pattern record. There are also many inscription patterns that were copied from ancient books. However, those inscription masters have indicated the source and never claimed that they created it themselves. This is the moral code of a demon spiritualist. Every noble demon spiritualist would do this. A group of students were puzzled. Could it be that the grandmaster that created inscription patterns in their hearts is just someone fishing for fame? Hearing their discussion, Shun Yu's heart was even more dissatisfied. He has already seen Nieli as his enemy. His face was ashen. He suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, Nieli, my sacred family has been around for over 300 years. It's one of the 3 major families in Glory City. How can a normal family's disciple like you criticize us? This scarlet sunburst inscription pattern was written in the notes of the first patriarch. It wasn't announced to the public. Us juniors tidying up the notes of the first patriarch and thinking that it was created by the first patriarch is very normal. Nieli took a glance at Shunyu, indeed worthy of being a disciple of the sacred family. His words were filled with sharpness and sarcasm. At the same time, he used an excuse to get rid of all responsibility. When Shunyu said the words major family, he emphasized his tone and pointed out that Nieli is an ordinary family's disciple. The threat in his words is very clear. If Nieli continues to pursue this matter, as a major family, the sacred family will definitely not let him have it easy. Regarding Shunyu, Nieli also disdained him. In his previous life, Shunyu and Yi Ziyun were about to get engaged. However, when disaster struck, Shunyu ran away first. Hearing Shunyu's words, Nieli was even more unhappy. Student Shunyu is a little overbearing. Luckily, Glory City has strict laws. Otherwise, I'm really worried that the sacred family will. Nieli had a look of a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water. He blinked his eyes and said, I believe that a major family like the sacred family will protect my safety. Otherwise, if something were to happen to me, I'm afraid that it will become a stain on the sacred family that can't be erased. The new book is still very young. It needs everyone's protection. Please give me more recommendations and support. Chapter 12. With what Nieli said, if the sacred family were to find trouble with Nieli, wouldn't that mean that the sacred family is filled with vile people? Whether it's Shunshio or Shunyu, both of them were angered by Nieli to the point that they almost vomited blood. Yi Ziyun couldn't help taking another glance at Nieli. She never thought that Nieli would have such guts to actually dare to offend one of the three major families of Glory City, the sacred family. Recently, Nieli's series of actions already made people unable to ignore his existence. Yi Ziyun was curious about Nieli in her heart. What kind of person is Nieli? As for Xiao Ninger, when she heard Nieli using sharp words to point at the sore spot of the sacred family, she couldn't help feeling happy, because her family always wanted to marry her into the sacred family. Her heart was very conflicted. From the beginning, she didn't have any good impression of the sacred family. Hearing Nieli making Shunshio and Shunyu speechless and acting like a scoundrel, she couldn't help laughing. At the same time, she has a deep admiration for Nieli. How much knowledge does one need to have to be able to see the origin of the scarlet sunburst inscription pattern with just a glance? It turned out that while they were wasting their time, Nieli had been reading extensively. At this moment, outside the classroom, Lu Yi hurriedly ran over and handed the book of lightning fire to the gray-robed elder. Vice Principal Yi Sheng frequently paid attention to the expression of the gray-robed elder. The gray-robed elder flipped the book of lightning fire to page 30, sixth picture. Seeing the lightning fire inscription pattern and comparing it to the scarlet sunburst inscription pattern, his face sank and didn't say anything. Yi Sheng also didn't dare to say anything. This is definitely a scandal of the sacred family and involves the upper echelons of Glory City. In this matter, he also doesn't dare to say anything. The gray-robed elder looked at the book of lightning fire. The words on it are very complicated. Even he can only recognize a small part of it. Nieli's knowledge is so profound that it made him shocked. After a moment of silence, he said, "How is Nieli's talent?" Yi Sheng looked at Lu Yi. For an unknown student, as a vice principal, it's impossible for him to know so much. Lu Yi hurriedly said, "I just checked. He only has Red Soul Realm." The gray-robed elder nodded. "It's a pity. This kid is knowledgeable, but his talent isn't that great. Otherwise, his future would be limitless. Yi Sheng arranged for him to be a librarian." "Yes, Yisheng immediately nodded his head. He knows that the gray-robed elder is appreciating talent. Although Nie Li's talent has poor talent, he doesn't have bad talent. He is still very knowledgeable. He can even understand the Book of Lightning Fire Elder is the book. Everyone in Glory City pays attention to their own cultivation technique, but very few of them have the time to study those ancient books. The gray-robed elder's arrangement is to protect Nie Li. After all, the Book of Lightning Fire Elder is working in St. Laurent College. The sacred family will not be able to suppress Nie Li. However, will Nie Li be afraid of the suppression of the sacred family? If it was his previous life, Nie Li would definitely be afraid of the slightest thing and avoid the sacred family. But in this life, Nie Li will not swallow this humiliation. The grudges from his previous life, Nie Li still remembers it. He still has to settle it with the sacred family. Shun Xiu looked at Nie Li with hatred. Her hatred for Nie Li has reached the limit. She coldly said, "I will remember today's matter." Shun Xiu is a vengeful person. As Nie Li's teacher, she naturally has many ways to find trouble with Nie Li. Humph, Nie Li coldly laughed. As a teacher, he actually threatened a student in class. Truly shameless. Even if the sacred family doesn't find him, he will find the sacred family himself. This is only the first confrontation. Nie Li still has a lot of cards up his sleeves. He hasn't revealed all of them. His current strength is still not enough. He can't offend the sacred family too much. After all, they are one of the 3 major families in Glory City. Nie Li understands that he urgently needs to increase his strength. Afterwards, Shun Xiu no longer had the mood to continue the lesson and quickly ended the lesson. The process of this lesson was quickly spread among the students. The sacred family, who has always been high and mighty, was ruthlessly slapped in the face this time. No matter how the sacred family tries to cover it up, this kind of act that goes against the demon spiritualist code of ethics will be spurned by the other demon spiritualists. The sacred family has simply treated Nie Li as a thorn in their side. However, they don't dare to do anything to Nie Li. On the contrary, if anything happens to Nie Li, everyone will suspect the sacred family. Such a brazen thing. They still don't dare to do it. After all, the sacred family still has a hand covering the sky in Glory City. After this incident, the prestige of the sacred family was greatly damaged. It's said that when the patriarch of the sacred family visited Yi Ziyun's father, the city lord of Glory City, he was rejected. To Nie Li, this is undoubtedly something worth being excited about. Although he doesn't know how to get close to Yi Ziyun, to be able to destroy the marriage between Shun Yu and Yi Ziyun is also something worth being happy about. After today's incident, Shun Yu's image in Yi Ziyun's heart has dropped by quite a bit. Vice Principal's office Shun Xiu's sharp voice came out. Vice Principal Yi Sheng, this student Nie Li has no respect for his elders. He openly contradicted the teacher in class. This is simply too vile. I request for Vice Principal Yi Sheng's approval to expel him from the school. Shun Xiu said emotionally. Even without that big shot, Nie Li has a wealth of demon spirit knowledge. In the future, even if he can't become a powerful demon spiritualist, he can still become a guest of that big shot. Why would Yi Sheng expel such a student? Not to mention that Nie Li received the praise of that big shot. However, Shun Xiu is, after all, a member of the sacred family. He still has to give her some face. Yi Sheng smiled and said, "I'll consider this matter again." Expelling a student from the school still has a huge impact. Vice Principal Yi Sheng, what's there to consider? I request to expel Nie Li immediately. Otherwise, I won't be able to continue teaching this class. Shun Xiu angrily said. Yi Sheng's eyes flashed. Shun Xiu doesn't know when to advance or retreat. He smiled and said, Since that's the case, I'll transfer you to another class. How about it? Shun Xiu was slightly stunned. She thought that Yi Sheng would at least give some face to the sacred family. However, from Yi Sheng's tone, she could hear some meaning. Yi Sheng is determined to protect Nie Li. If she were to be transferred to another class, then she wouldn't be able to find trouble with Nie Li. Shun Xiu fiercely cursed Yi Sheng in her heart. She had no choice but to swallow her anger and said, "No need for that. Let's forget about today's matter. 2 months from now is the fighter apprentice test. If I'm ranked in the bottom 3 of the fighter apprentice class, then Vice Principal Yi Sheng won't have anything to say, right? According to the rules of St. Laurent College, the bottom 3 will be expelled." "That's not a problem." Yi Sheng laughed. Shun Xiu snorted, turned around, and slammed the door. Seeing Shun Xiu leaving, Yi Sheng's eyes flashed a trace of coldness. Shun Xiu, relying on her identity as a member of the sacred family, is too arrogant and despotic. Yi Sheng thought a while. Even if Nie Li's results are bad, with Nie Li's profound knowledge, he shouldn't be ranked 3rd from the bottom. Even if he was ranked 3rd from the bottom and was expelled, that big shot would still try to recruit Nie Li. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the school library, there are many small rooms. They are for the students of St. Laurent College to read books. But now, this place has become the base for Nie Li and his group. Because Nie Li has just accepted the invitation of St. Laurent College, becoming the library manager of St. Laurent College. As a manager, you don't have to do anything, and you can still receive more than 300 demon spirit coins every month. Why wouldn't you do such a thing? The action of St. Laurent College hiring Nie Li is a little strange. However, Nie Li thought a little and understood. The higher-ups of St. Laurent College are protecting him from the suppression of the sacred family. Although the position of library manager isn't big, it's still the position of deacon of St. Laurent College. Even the sacred family has to worry about some influence. Regarding this matter, Nie Li is still grateful to the higher-ups of St. Laurent College. Vice Principal Yi Sheng doesn't know that because of the words of that big shot, he arranged a position of library manager for Nie Li, which will bring a lot of benefits to St. Laurent College in the future. Nie Li, you offended the sacred family like this. Isn't that bad? Dowsett said after being silent for a moment. He is a cautious person. Who cares if it's good or not, as long as it feels good? Lu Piao curled her lips. Seeing that Shun Xiu's face is crooked from anger, she felt very happy. Anyway, she has always been unhappy with this woman. Nie Li looked at Dowsett, nodded his head, and said, "I know, we don't have to go to class for the next few days. I reckon that Shun Xiu is looking forward to it." Since Nie Li said so, Dowsett didn't say anything. At this moment, beside Nie Li, aside from Dowsett and Lu Piao, there are 3 other commoner students. They are the ones that were punished with Nie Li that day. Their talent isn't good, only having Red Soul Realm. Regarding these 3 commoner students, they are called Wei Nan, Zhu Xiangjuan, and Zhang Ming. Nie Li can still trust them. In his previous life, they were Dowsett's right-hand men. Although their relationship with Nie Li isn't good, they are very loyal to Dowsett. In the battle where Glory City was destroyed, they died together with Dowsett. They are all good brothers. And in this life, their small group is led by Nie Li. I just spent 6,000 demon spirit coins to buy 6 primary soul crystals. Next, I will test your physique. Nie Li said, looking at them. Test physique? Didn't we already test it when we entered the school? Dowsett asked, puzzled. Nie Li mysteriously smiled and said, my test is different from theirs. Everyone was a little puzzled. Glory City has always used this method since it was established. Their soul force has already been determined. What does Nie Li want to test? A primary soul crystal costs more than 1,000 demon spirit coins. Nieli actually bought 6 of them in one go. However, the profound knowledge that Nieli displayed made them convinced. They have no doubt in Nieli's words. Generally, soul crystals that have not been used before are the most sensitive. If it is used to test a person's soul realm, it will be very accurate. However, if 2 or more people use the same soul crystal repeatedly, the soul crystal will be disturbed. It can only barely test the level of the soul realm and the strength of the soul force. Nieli said, lightly smiling, other than the level of the soul realm and the strength of the soul force, what else can it test? Lu Piao curiously asked, the attribute of the soul realm, as well as the form of the soul realm. Nieli said, lightly smiling. Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch looked at each other. What Nieli said sounded very profound. Brothers and sisters, this snail begs for support. Chapter 13. Everyone will get a soul crystal. You have to keep this primary soul crystal with you. Before your soul force reaches 500, you can use this soul crystal. When your soul force exceeds 500, you will need to buy an intermediate soul crystal. Nieli passed the primary soul crystal to Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch. When Wei Nan, Zhu Xiangjuan, and Zhang Ming saw Nieli handing over the soul crystal to them, fear was written all over their faces. How can we accept such a valuable item? Wei Nan said, a primary soul crystal is worth 1,000 demon spirit coins. Their living expenses for 2 years isn't even that much, and Nieli just casually gave it to them. Yeah, we can't accept it. Zhu Xiangjuan immediately rejected. Zhang Ming was also the same. They are all commoners. How could they have received such a valuable item? Since it's given by Nieli, you guys should just accept it. Unless you guys don't treat us as brothers. Dowsett frowned his brows and said in a deep voice, although Dowsett is also a commoner, he still has a lot of prestige. Wei Nan and the other 2 looked at each other, nodded their heads, and took the primary soul crystal from Nieli's hands. Their hearts were filled with gratitude. Nieli, thank you. From now on, you will be our big brother. If there's anything, just tell us. Wei Nan and the other 2 said they have already acknowledged Nieli in their hearts and decided to follow Nieli. Hearing the words of Wei Nan and the other 2, Nieli lightly smiled. With these good brothers, Nieli can do whatever he wants with half the effort. Dowsett, you take the test first. Nieli looked at Dowsett and said, just like the entrance test. Dowsett nodded his head. He held up the primary soul crystal and slowly injected his soul force into it. The primary soul crystal gradually emitted a dazzling light, getting brighter and brighter. It shone on Dowsett's tender and slightly matured face. Dots of light danced within the soul crystal. With this brightness, there's still some distance from 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. With a glance, they could roughly estimate the number. Each dot represented 1 point of soul power. Dowsett, you've improved very quickly. You actually have 52 soul power. Lu Piao excitedly said. With his soul force reaching 52, Dowsett should be the first to reach 100, becoming a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. Dowsett looked at Nieli. Nieli was focused on the soul crystal. In Nieli's view, it doesn't matter how much soul force one has, whether it's 10s or 100s, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is the demon spirit's attribute and form. The white specks of light inside the soul crystal shone with a grayish-red light. From time to time, they would gather together and change into various shapes, like a cloud. Seeing this scene, Nieli was surprised and exclaimed, "It's actually a lightning and fire attribute." Furthermore, his soul realm is in the form of a heavenly lightning cloud. No wonder Dowsett's training speed was so much faster than his brother's in his previous life. A soul realm in the form of a heavenly lightning cloud. coupled with the talent of the lightning and fire attribute, it's simply a perfect match. It's a pity that in his previous life, Dowsett learned the sacred flame inscription patterns. Therefore, training to 1-star gold rank was his limit. However, in this life, with him, Dowsett will have a huge change. What lightning and fire attribute, heavenly lightning cloud? Everyone was puzzled. In this world, there's no such thing as a crippled soul realm. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, indigo, purple, these 7 colors represent everyone's unique personality and talent. Due to various reasons, some soul realms are easier to train. However, that doesn't mean that a red soul realm is crippled. As long as you find a suitable cultivation technique, even if it's a red soul realm, it can still burst out a powerful force. Those who divide soul realms into grades are just a bunch of amateurs when it comes to soul force training. Niali lightly smiled and said, Niali's words to Dowsett, Lu Piao, and the rest was like a thunderclap. This is too outrageous. Since the beginning of Glory City, those legend rank figures have told them that soul realms are divided into grades. Orange is stronger than red. Yellow is stronger than orange. Could it be that legend rank experts are also a bunch of amateurs in terms of understanding of soul realms? Even legend rank experts are not on the same level as Niali. Niali can look down on any legend rank expert because in his previous life, Nietzsche has already reached a realm above legend rank, a realm that they can't even imagine. Niali continued, as long as you find a suitable cultivation technique, any type of soul realm can be trained to the legendary heavenly fate realm. Dowsett has a yellow soul realm belonging to the lightning and fire attribute. The shape of his soul realm is the heavenly lightning cloud. It's suitable to train in lightning and fire attribute cultivation techniques and lightning and fire attribute inscription patterns. The most suitable demon spirit is the celestial Qilin demon beast. If all these conditions are met, your achievements will be very shocking. However, if you train in other types of inscription patterns, your training speed will be much slower. Hearing Niali's words, Dowsett showed a distressed expression and said, It's a pity that Glory City's lightning and fire cultivation techniques are all incomplete. Even if there are records in some ancient books, they are in very old words. While Dowsett was speaking, he suddenly thought of something. Niali can even understand the book of lightning and fire. His eyes suddenly looked at Niali with hope. At this moment, Niali revealed a confident smile and said, With me here, what's there to worry about? It's just a lightning and fire cultivation technique. It won't stump me. I have 69 of the strongest lightning and fire cultivation techniques here. Which one do you want to train in? Heavenly Scarlet Lightning Fire Technique. No way, this cultivation technique is too overbearing. Especially towards the end, it's extremely easy to damage the meridians. Heavenly Qilin Technique. It is indeed suitable for Dowsett's physique. However, although there's no problem with the Heavenly Qilin Technique, no one has truly trained in it before, including the creator of the Heavenly Qilin Technique. From Niali's point of view, the first 9 stages of the Heavenly Qilin Technique are very safe. However, the last 3 stages are very difficult. There's no need to doubt the strength of the Heavenly Qilin Technique. Training it to the 9th stage is already very shocking. As for the last 3 stages, it will depend on Dowsett's luck. Just learn the Heavenly Qilin Technique. This is one of the 3 strongest cultivation techniques among all the lightning and fire cultivation techniques. I'll pass the chant to you. In the future, I'll also spend some time to help you copy all kinds of martial techniques. Niali imparted the chant of the Heavenly Qilin Technique to Dowsett. The chant of the Heavenly Qilin Technique isn't hard to understand. Dowsett quickly memorized it. After carefully studying it, Dowsett was extremely shocked. The heavenly Qilin technique is definitely much stronger than any other cultivation technique that he has seen so far. Just by silently reciting the chant, he felt his soul realm surging crazily. There's a clear sign of his soul force strengthening. I haven't even started cultivating, but I've already started activating my soul realm. My soul force has begun to strengthen. It can be foreseen that after cultivating the heavenly Qilin technique, Daozit will advance by leaps and bounds. All this while Daozit has been fighting for the fate of his family. His dream is to change the fate of his parents and clansmen. However, he also understands that this goal is too far away. But at this moment, Daozit feels that as long as he diligently cultivates the heavenly Qilin technique, all of this will not be a problem. All of this is given to him by Nieli. In the next few days, I will write down the cultivation technique for you in detail. Nieli lightly smiled. Daozit is filled with gratitude towards Nieli. His eyes are slightly red as he solemnly said, I, Daozit, am grateful for the kindness of giving me the heavenly Qilin technique. If in the future, Nieli, you have any use for me, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, if I, Daozit, even frown, I, Daozit, am willing to accept the wrath of the heavens and die. Don't say that. We are good brothers. It's just a cultivation technique. Nieli smiled as he patted Daozit. To Nieli, this is just a cultivation technique. But to Daozit, the meaning is completely different. At this moment, Lu Piao is already impatient. She said from the side, listening to you guys talk makes my teeth ache. Of course, brothers should share blessings and difficulties together. Nieli, I have a red soul realm. Is it also suitable to cultivate soul force? Of course, everyone can cultivate it, even if it's a red soul realm. It's just that the suitable cultivation technique is different, Nieli said with a smile. Lu Piao began to inject soul force into the soul crystal. Very quickly, the soul crystal emitted a faint glimmer. Inside, there are dozens of slightly red light spots dancing. The brightness is also much smaller than Daozit's. Seeing this scene, Lu Piao can't help but blush. His soul force is simply too low. The red soul realm belongs to the chaos element. It's in the shape of a scarlet sun. Nieli furrowed his brows. A scarlet sun-shaped soul realm is considered ordinary. However, it's actually a primal chaos attribute. That's a little rare. Even among hundreds of thousands of people, there might not be one with the primal chaos attribute. Why don't I cultivate the Holy Primal Chaos Spirit Technique? Holy Chaos Spirit Technique. Isn't it strong? Lu Piao excitedly asked. Hearing the name, it seems to be very powerful. Of course, the Holy Chaos Spirit Technique is not inferior to the Heavenly Qilin Technique. Furthermore, you don't need to put too much effort into it. You only need to nurture the chaos energy within your body. It's suitable for you. Nieli smiled and said, as for whether you can cultivate it to the highest realm, that will depend on your luck. Hearing Nieli's words, Lu Piao's eyes lit up. This cultivation technique is too suitable for him. He chuckled and said, I don't need to cultivate it to the highest realm. As long as I reach 1-star silver rank demon spiritualist, I'll be satisfied. 1-star silver rank demon spiritualist, if the creator of the Holy Chaos Spirit Technique knew that Lu Piao's dream is so ambitious, he would probably have the heart to kill himself. 1-star silver rank, Nieli was also speechless. He estimated that not long from now, Lu Piao will find out how childish his dream is. Cultivating the Holy Chaos Spirit Technique. Even if he wants to stabilize at 1-star silver rank, it's as hard as ascending to the heavens. This is because with the accumulation of chaos energy within his body, Lu Piao's cultivation will soar to an abnormal level. Nieli began to help Wei Nan and the rest test. He also gave Wei Nan and the rest a powerful cultivation technique. Although it can't be compared to the Holy Chaos Spirit technique and Heavenly Qilin technique, it's still not something that those cultivation techniques in Glory City can compare to. Furthermore, it's the most suitable cultivation technique for them. In the future, their cultivation will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Once they reach 5-star bronze rank and find a demon spirit that's suitable for them, their combat strength will increase. Looking at the soul crystal in his hand, Nieli is going to test his talent. In his previous life, due to various reasons, Nieli took a lot of detours. The cultivation techniques he practiced were mixed and not refined, causing his cultivation to become weaker and weaker. In this life, he wants to find the most suitable cultivation technique for him. Chapter 14. Nieli slowly injected his soul force into the soul crystal. A few bright spots floated within the soul crystal. However, the soul crystal was grayish in color. My mood is instantly balanced. Nieli's soul force is much weaker than mine. Lu Piao blinked and chuckled. Dowsett stared at Lu Piao. However, Nieli didn't mind. The amount of soul force isn't that important to him. At this moment, Nieli was paying attention to the changes in his soul force. The red soul realm was in a messy shape. It's not attributed, messy soul realm. Nieli bitterly smiled. Every type of soul realm is very strong. If he had to pick a weak soul realm, it would be attributed. That's because it doesn't have any special characteristics. Furthermore, the shape of the soul realm isn't condensed. So my soul realm was like this when I first started. Later on, I practiced all kinds of messy cultivation techniques, causing it to become even more chaotic. No wonder he couldn't break through after practicing for so many years in the Temporal Demon Spirit book. So, this is the problem. A non-attributed soul realm is the most unstable and the easiest to be changed. Nieli fell into deep thought. If there were any cultivation techniques suitable for a non-attributed soul realm, then it would be those 3. Heavenly God cultivation technique, Battle God cultivation technique, and Void God cultivation technique. Among them, the Heavenly God cultivation technique is the most profound, the Battle God cultivation technique is the most overbearing, and the Void God cultivation technique is the most mysterious. In terms of future achievements, the Heavenly God cultivation technique is the highest. However, the Heavenly God cultivation technique is the most difficult to practice. A non-attributed soul realm would be slower than an ordinary person when practicing any cultivation technique. However, if one can successfully practice the Heavenly God cultivation technique, then it would be the most powerful. The Heavenly Tao is all-encompassing, which is similar to the non-attributed soul realm. If one is able to successfully practice the Heavenly God cultivation technique, then one can practice any type of cultivation technique, possessing supreme power and creating one's own path. Practicing ordinary cultivation techniques, one's soul realm can only contain 1 demon spirit at most. If one obtains a stronger demon spirit, they would have to replace the previous one. As for the Heavenly God cultivation technique, it allows one to contain 7 demon spirits of different attributes. Every time one integrates with a demon spirit, their strength will increase greatly. Gathering 7 powerful demon spirits will allow one's cultivation and fighting strength to reach an unimaginable level. He hesitated for a long time. Although his cultivation speed was not as fast as Dowsett's and Lu Piao's cultivation techniques, his cultivation speed was much slower, but once he succeeded in cultivating it, the Heavenly God cultivation technique would undoubtedly be the strongest. Nieli silently recited the incantation and began to do the most basic of cultivation. In the future, he might need a large number of pills to assist him, but for now, he only needed to do the most basic cultivation to consolidate his foundation. seeing Nieli starting to cultivate Dowsit, Lu Piao, and the rest also started to study their own cultivation techniques. They started to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to strengthen their soul realms. The more they cultivated, the more they discovered the profoundness of the cultivation techniques they practiced. 6 people, 6 soul realms quickly revolved, surging violently. Whether it was Dowsit, Lu Piao, or the other 3 commoner students, their soul force began to significantly strengthen. This kind of strengthening process was simply astonishing. After all, the cultivation techniques that Nieli gave them were all earth-shattering, high-level cultivation techniques. Once they started cultivating, their cultivation speed would be tens or even hundreds of times faster than ordinary cultivation techniques. Nieli revolved the heavenly god cultivation technique. Right now, he doesn't seek to cultivate quickly, but to take it one step at a time steadily, consolidating his foundation. His soul realm was constantly changing its shape, like a surging sea. Waves of soul force flowed. Nieli could feel that his soul force had a significant increase. The first stage of soul force training is to reach the level of mind and soul as one. Following the strengthening of soul force, the soul realm gradually surged, emitting a faint green light. Nieli and the rest stayed in the library, concentrating on their cultivation. 1 day, 2 days as time passed, Nieli's soul force gradually increased from 5 points to more than 30 points. This speed was simply astonishing. If Shunxiu knew that Nieli's cultivation speed had reached such an astonishing degree, who knows what he would think? Nieli's speed was still considered slow. Dowsit, Lu Piao, and the rest were even faster than Nieli. Especially Dowsit. He would probably reach 1 star bronze rank very soon. One can imagine how much their soul force would grow when they finished the next stage of cultivation. Reaching 1 star bronze rank in 2 months was nothing to Nieli. Who knows, maybe Nieli could reach even higher, 2 star bronze rank or even 3 star bronze rank. I wonder what kind of expression would Shunxiu have during the test 2 months later. At this moment, in the fighter apprentice class, for the past few days, the seats of Nieli and the rest were empty. Who knows what they were doing? It's almost the 3rd night. Nieli wouldn't have forgotten about it, right? Xiaoning, Er's heart was looking forward to the arrival of the night. Thinking of what happened that day, Xiaoning, who was quietly sitting in her seat, blushed. A gentle and pure smile hung on her face, making her look even more beautiful, causing the surrounding male students to be dumbfounded. Yi Zian was very puzzled. Recently, Xiaoning seemed to be in a daze, making her curious. What exactly happened to make Xiaoning so absent-minded? Xiaoning couldn't be secretly in love with Nieli, right? Yi Zian couldn't understand what's so good about that Nieli brat to be able to make a proud girl like Xiaoning fall in love with him. Shunxiu was lecturing on the stage. Glancing at the 6 empty seats, he sneered in his heart. Nieli is probably immersed in training, right? But what can he do? Nieli thinks that by training hard, he can increase his soul force from 5 to 100 in just 2 months. This is absolutely impossible. If Nieli had a green or cyan soul realm, he might have a chance. But Nieli only has a red soul realm. In her opinion, Nieli will definitely lose. Nieli dared to contradict her in class. This is the price he has to pay. You can imagine how miserable Nieli's situation will be after being expelled from school. Shunxiu revealed a cold smile and continued to lecture. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet soul realm. The red soul realm is the lowest. In the hundreds of years of Glory City's history, there are only a few who managed to train to silver rank demon spiritualist with a red soul realm. Unless they have a fortuitous encounter, there seems to be a limit to the amount of soul force a red soul realm can hold. That is 600. The higher the limit, the harder it is. Hearing Shun Xiu's words, the commoner students who were listening to the lecture had a look of disappointment on their faces. Soul Force can only reach a maximum of 600. This means that unless they have a fortuitous encounter, they can only reach 5-star bronze rank at most. Those students who only have a red soul realm can't help but complain about the unfairness of fate. Why do they only have a red soul realm? There are some things that are destined from birth. Humans have to succumb to fate, just like how some people are born to live a life of luxury, while others are born as lowly commoners. Shun Xiu sneered. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger also frowned their brows in disgust. They don't like Shun Xiu. Shun Xiu's words are indeed a little too much. Glory City is constantly under the threat of demon beasts. Shun Xiu is still inciting conflict between commoners and families. Isn't he a little too disregarding the bigger picture? Hearing Shun Xiu's words, those commoner students tightly clenched their fists. Their palms were almost bleeding. Although they were very angry with Shun Xiu's words, many of them still endured it. Not everyone has the courage to be like Nie Li and use dropping out of school as a bet to go against a teacher. They wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Therefore, they have a deep respect for Nie Li in their hearts. What Nie Li doesn't know is that Shun Xiu's incessant mocking of these commoner students made him become the spiritual leader of the commoner students. Almost every commoner student hopes for Nie Li to win and chase away the vicious Shun Xiu. Nie Li's recent actions won the hearts of these commoner students. As time passed, Nie Li publicly slapped Shun Xiu and the Sacred Family's face. His bet with Shun Xiu has already spread throughout St. Laurent College. All the students in St. Laurent College are discussing this matter. He actually said that he wants to train his soul force from 5 to 100 within 2 months. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yeah, even those super geniuses with Cyan Soul Realm might not be able to do it. I hope that Nie Li can win. I hate that mean woman, Shun Xiu. Me too, although the chances of him winning is very slim. More than 70% of the students in St. Laurent College are commoner students. Nie Li offended Shun Xiu and the Sacred Family because of the commoner students. Therefore, they are standing on Nie Li's side in their hearts. There are a lot of people who don't like the Sacred Family, but there are also some who disapprove of Nie Li. Even if the Sacred Family is in the wrong, the Sacred Family is still one of the 3 major families. Nie Li's actions are disrespecting his superiors and despising authority. They even view Nie Li as the scum of the aristocratic families. Some people just like to be together with those lowly commoners. What can you do about it? They ridiculed Nie Li. It's almost evening. Most of the students in St. Laurent College have gone to eat. The library is a little deserted. Nie Li, Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch finished eating and entered the library, preparing to continue training. Nie Li, my soul force has already reached 89. With my current speed, I'll be able to break through to 1-star bronze rank in a week, Daozit said in a low voice. His tone was filled with uncontrollable excitement. This training speed, in his view, is simply unimaginable. Not bad. Nie Li lightly smiled. This speed is within Nie Li's expectations. Not only do Zhe, Lu Piao, Wei Nan, and the rest were also in a state of ecstasy and excitement. Their soul force had also improved by leaps and bounds. According to this speed, it wouldn't be impossible for them to reach 1-star bronze rank within 2 months. The increase in soul force is simply too fast. It's so fast that they can't imagine it. It's as if they're in a dream. We need to get some elixirs. With elixirs, our training speed will be even faster. Nie Li said. Hearing Nie Li's words, Daozit and Lu Piao's heart trembled. That's right. Their soul force improved so fast in such a short period of time. And this is under the condition that they didn't consume any elixirs. If they were to consume elixirs, how much faster would their training speed be? But where should they go to find elixirs? Elixirs that can increase one's cultivation cost tens of thousands of demon spirit coins. Although they earned more than 16,000 demon spirit coins from hunting horned sheep, they spent a lot of money to buy soul crystals. They're only left with less than 10,000 demon spirit coins. You guys continue training in the library. I have something to do tonight. I have to think of a way to make more money out of the remaining 10,000 demon spirit coins. Nieli said, smiling. With more money, they can buy elixirs to increase their cultivation. They don't know what Nieli is going to do, but since Nieli already has a plan, they won't ask anymore. Tonight, Nieli and Xiao Ninger have an appointment to meet. If he can help Xiao Ninger cure her injuries, it can also be considered as a merit. Daozit, Lu Piao, these buddies would never have thought that Nieli would leave them aside to meet Ninger. If they knew, they would definitely be depressed. Nieli, this guy who values his girlfriend over his friends. Chapter 15. After entering the depths of the forest and passing through a narrow path, their field of vision suddenly opened up. This was a mountain range with trees in the distance. Within the forest, tens of thousands of Tao of Dragon realm auras soared into the sky, forming a terrifying array. An incomparably majestic aura blew over. Standing in front of this array, it felt like a powerful tsunami was crashing over, as if it could swallow them at any time. Even a martial ancestor realm expert would be killed instantly if he were to enter this terrifying formation. The cloud-soaring sex members looked ahead in shock, especially Ling Kong. He was simply dumbfounded. Just what was going on? Why did Hagami Myunmyun have so many Tao of Dragon realm experts? Under normal circumstances, a small sect like the cloud-soaring sect would already be considered pretty good if they had 10 or 20 Tao of Dragon realm experts. A large sect like Hagami Myunmyun would usually only have a few hundred Tao of Dragon realm experts. However, Hagami Myunmyun actually had tens of thousands of Tao of Dragon realm experts. Among the tens of thousands of Tao of Dragon realm experts, there were also 13 martial ancestor realm experts. Previously, the Divine Feathers sect only had 5 martial ancestor realm experts. Why did they suddenly have 8 more martial ancestor realm experts? Before coming to Hagami Myunmyun, Ling Kong had always had some guesses about Hagami Myunmyun's strength. He had thought that an expert from Hagami Myunmyun had passed away, which was why they had closed their doors. He had thought that Hagami Myunmyun's strength was no longer what it used to be. Only now did he realize that not only hadn't Hagami Myunmyun's strength been weakened, but it was also several times stronger than before. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Only now did Ling Kong understand that when Nieli said that Hagami Myunmyun wanted to start a war with Yaoshin sect, he wasn't joking. The current Hagami Myunmyun indeed had the capital to declare war on the Yaoshin sect. Nieli couldn't help smiling when he sensed the powerful auras. Hagami Myunmyun only had 5 martial ancestor realm experts, but under the stimulation of his sacred elixir, many pinnacle Tao of Dragon realm experts had already begun to break through to the martial ancestor realm. As time passed, more Tao of Dragon realm experts would step into the martial ancestor realm. At that time, Hagami Myunmyun would surely reach another peak. The stronger Hagami Myunmyun was, the closer he would be to Nieli's goal of unifying the entire Draconic Ruins realm. Only by unifying the entire Draconic Ruins realm would Nieli be qualified to confront the Holy Emperor. Aside from Hagami Myunmyun, according to what Nieli knew, Ziyun, Ninger, Daozit, and the rest had already exerted their influence in the other righteous sections. Step by step, Nieli had vaguely become the most powerful person in the entire Draconic Ruins realm. Nieli looked at Ling Kong and lightly smiled. Young Patriarch Ling, I heard that you're deeply in love with Yuin. As the Patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun, I naturally wouldn't want to break up a loving couple. Why don't we call Yuin over and ask for her opinion? Hearing Nia Li's words, Ling Kong suddenly felt a little awkward. Previously, he had come with the intention of forcing the marriage. But now that he had witnessed Hagami Myunmyun's strength, he suddenly felt that his Lingyun sect wasn't even worth mentioning in front of a colossus like Hagami Myunmyun. At this moment, how could he still dare to mention this matter? After hearing Nia Li's words, he couldn't help feeling extremely awkward. He could only hear Lu Piao, Gu Bei, and the rest whispering to each other. Lu Piao said in a soft voice, Gu Bei, I heard that Long Yuan has already announced that if the Patriarch doesn't marry her, she will never marry. Gu Bei nodded her head. The Patriarch is thin-skinned and has always been ambiguous. Lu Piao slowly said, This brat is really courting death. He actually dared to snatch a woman from our Patriarch. Ling Kong's heart trembled. When he turned around, he saw Nieli looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Ling Kong's heart instantly tensed up. He had really touched the pot that shouldn't be boiled. He had actually brought up a marriage proposal out of the blue. Moreover, his target was Long Yuan. Hearing Lu Piao and Gu Bei's words, this Long Yuan was most likely already Nieli's exclusive property. Ling Kong immediately felt his scalp go numb. If Hagami Myunmyun was still the Hagami Myunmyun of the past, he might not be so afraid. But the current Hagami Myunmyun was no longer the same as before. Moreover, Nieli seemed to be a person who hid a dagger behind a smiling face. Although Nieli had a nonchalant expression on his face, he might already be angry in his heart. Once Hagami Myunmyun mobilized so many experts, the entire Lingyun sect would probably be turned into ashes in an instant. The current Hagami Myunmyun had already become a terrifying colossus. Ling Kong hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Patriarch, Nia, I don't know about the relationship between Miss Long and Patriarch Nia. Nieli waved his hands and said, Long Yuan is the eldest daughter of the Dragon Seal family. She is our closest companion. For such an important matter, we naturally have to seek Miss Long Yuan's opinion. For the past few days, Long Yuan had been looking for Nieli everywhere. Nieli was afraid that he wouldn't be able to avoid her. He had a headache and was worried that he wouldn't be able to deal with her. In Nieli's heart, there was already someone else. The most difficult thing to bear was the kindness of a beauty. If he continued to be pestered by Long Yuan every day, it would probably be hard for him to reject her. Hearing Nieli's words, Ling Kong felt his legs go soft. Patriarch Nia, let's forget about this marriage. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'm here to apologize to Patriarch Nia. Nieli hurriedly waved his hands and said, How can I forget about this matter? What should be mentioned still needs to be mentioned. I'm an open-minded person. Ling Kong felt bitter in his heart. He couldn't figure out what Nieli's intentions were. He recalled something that had happened in the past. There was once a sex patriarch who offended the people from the Yaoshan sect and went to the Yaoshan sect to apologize. The patriarch of the Yaoshan sect agreed to it, but the next day, the entire sect was exterminated. Snatching Nia Li's woman, wasn't that the same as breaking the ground on the head of the Tai Sui? Ling Kong was so scared that he was about to cry. The more indifferent Nia Li looked, the more afraid Ling Kong was. Nieli patted Ling Kong's shoulder and said with a smile, Young Master Ling, Patriarch. Ling Kong shivered and asked with a trembling voice, Patriarch, Nia, my Lingyun sect is definitely the strongest ally of Hagami Myunmyun. As long as Patriarch Nya says the word, even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of flames, my Lingyun sect will not hesitate. Then about Longyun. Nyeli wanted to continue this topic. Ling Kong's expression turned cold. I didn't know that Longyun was so important to Patriarch Nya. Since that's the case, Ling Kong definitely won't dare to have any improper thoughts. But Nyeli was stunned. My Lingyun sect is willing to obey Patriarch Nya's orders. Obey Hagami Myunmyun's orders? Then about attacking the Yaoshan sect. Nyeli looked at Ling Kong. Ling Kong complained incessantly. He couldn't afford to offend the Yaoshan sect, but he couldn't afford to offend the Hagami Myunmyun either. If he were to reject now, the Hagami Myunmyun might annihilate his Lingyun sect first. At this moment, how could he dare to reject? Chapter 16. By Patriarch's command, my Lingyun sect is willing to follow. Ling Kong cupped his hands and said respectfully. Nyeli laughed and said, since young Patriarch Ling Kong is willing to help, that's great. As long as the Lingyun sect is willing to follow my Hagami Myunmyun, my Hagami Myunmyun will definitely not treat you unfairly. Thank you, Patriarch Nya. Ling Kong hurriedly bowed. As for how Hagami Myunmyun would treat the Lingyun sect, he didn't dare to have any thoughts. It was already good enough that Hagami Myunmyun didn't deal with them. I heard that the Lingyun sect has recently encountered some trouble, Nyeli said with a faint smile. How could I dare to trouble Patriarch Nya with such a small matter? Ling Kong said with a bitter smile, since the Lingyun sect is a subsidiary sect of my Hagami Myunmyun, how can I, Nyeli, sit by and do nothing? Nyeli smiled and patted Ling Kong. My Hagami Myunmyun has as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. If I can't even deal with a subsidiary sect when it's in trouble, how can I convince the masses? Nyeli looked at Lu Piao and said, Lu Piao, take 2 martial ancestor realm experts and 500 peak Dao of dragon realm experts to help the Lingyun sect deal with their problem. Hearing Nyeli's words, Ling Kong was so scared that his legs went soft. 2 martial ancestor realm experts and 500 peak Dao of dragon realm experts. That was more than enough to destroy the entire Lingyun sect. Patriarch Nya, if I've offended you in any way, please forgive me, Patriarch Nya. My Lingyun sect. Ling Kong's face was pale. He knew nothing about Nyeli. What if Nyeli was a smiling tiger? What if he said he was going to help the Lingyun sect deal with their problem, but turned hostile and destroyed the Lingyun sect? Similar incidents had happened too many times in the Draconic Ruins realm. How could Ling Kong not be afraid? Hearing Ling Kong's words, Nyeli laughed and patted Ling Kong's shoulder. Young Master Ling, Patriarch Ling, there's no need to be nervous. My Hagami Myunmyun is a righteous sect. How could we casually destroy other sects? It's just that Hagami Myunmyun needs young Master Ling's cooperation for many things in the future. Yes, of course. Ling Kong wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The current Hagami Myunmyun was simply too powerful. He was so powerful that it was revered. Ling Kong was worried that if he spoke carelessly and made Nyeli unhappy, the Lingyun sect would be finished. Nyeli looked at Lu Piao and smiled. Lu Piao, from today onwards, you will be in charge of all matters of Lingyun sect. Help Lingyun sect move to Myriad Dao Mountain. Okay. Lu Piao nodded. Hearing Nyeli's words, Ling Kong inwardly complained. The Myriad Dao Mountain was only a few hundred miles away from Hagami Myunmyun. The troops of Hagami Myunmyun would take at most 2 days to kill their way there. Furthermore, Nieli's tone was very unyielding. He didn't care about Ling Kong's thoughts at all. From Nieli's attitude, if Ling Yun's sect were to resist, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nieli patted Ling Kong's shoulder and smiled. Young Master Ling Patriarch, we are about to start a war with the Yaoshan sect. Ling Yun's sect is also an important factor. As long as Ling Yun's sect moves to Myriad Dao Mountain, our Hagami Myunmyun will be able to provide assistance at any time. This is also in consideration of Ling Yun's sect's safety. Thank you, Patriarch Nia. Although Ling Kong was extremely unwilling, he could only agree. All right, Lu Piao, prepare yourself. You can set off with young Master Ling Patriarch. Nieli said. Okay. Lu Piao nodded. Nieli looked at Lu Piao, condensed his voice, and sent a message to Lu Piao. Lu Piao, be careful on this trip. Although Ling Yun's sect is intimidated by our strength, they are still a group of opportunists. They are not trustworthy. Lu Piao asked, then why do you still want to gather them and move them to Myriad Dao Mountain? Nieli smiled faintly and replied, don't worry, villains have their uses. As long as our Hagami Myunmyun remains strong, Ling Yun's sect will not dare to betray us. I have my own uses for moving them to Myriad Dao Mountain. Lu Piao smiled. Although he did not understand what Nieli was doing most of the time, he had absolute trust in Nieli. Lu Piao looked at Ling Kong and said coldly, let's go. Yes, Brother Lu, we will set off immediately. Patriarch, Nia, we will take our leave first. Ling Kong cupped his hands towards Nieli and said. A group of people followed behind Lu Piao and walked into the distance. A few of Ling Yun's sect's subordinates whispered in Ling Kong's ears. Young Patriarch, are we really going to move Ling Yun's sect to Myriad Dao Mountain? Will the old Patriarch agree? Furthermore, once we move to Myriad Dao Mountain, it means that we will be completely controlled by Hagami Myunmyun. One of the subordinates whispered. Ling Kong's face was gloomy and contained a trace of anger. However, a moment later, he let out a long sigh. The current Hagami Myunmyun no longer gave him the slightest desire to go against it. With Hagami Myunmyun's strength, it would be easy for them to destroy Ling Yun's sect. How could he dare to not agree? From today onwards, no one in Ling Yun's sect is allowed to have any conflicts with Hagami Myunmyun. Those who violate this order will be killed. Ling Kong said solemnly, in the Draconic Ruins realm, the strong are revered. Provoking Hagami Myunmyun is tantamount to suicide. While Ling Kong was walking, he saw a slender and graceful figure in the distance. Along the way, the surrounding scenery seemed to lose its luster. It was a beautiful girl with exquisite facial features. She was as beautiful as an angel. Her expression carried traces of cold arrogance. Her curvaceous figure emitted boundless charm. This girl was Long Yuan. The instant Ling Kong saw Long Yuan, his eyes lit up. However, a moment later, they dimmed. He bent his body 90 degrees and carefully walked past Long Yuan. Ling Kong was a tactful person. He knew that in this lifetime, he would never be worthy of Long Yuan. In front of Long Yuan, he was just an insignificant person. Long Yuan only glanced at him indifferently, as if he was a stranger. Then she continued walking. Ling Kong silently walked past. He didn't look at Long Yuan's back. His eyes were filled with disappointment. Then he let out a disappointed smile, stared ahead, and continued walking. That day, when he arrived at Hagami Myunmyun and saw her for the first time, he was deeply attracted to her, the daughter of the first wife of the Dragon Seal family. Such an identity was something that he would never be able to achieve in his lifetime. However, there was still a trace of unwillingness in his heart. However, at this moment, that trace of unwillingness had completely dissipated. "Young patriarch, aren't you going to greet Long Yuan?" one of his subordinates unwillingly asked. Ling Kong sighed and said, "This is how fate should be. Since we're not fated, why bother? All this time, I've been thinking too much. The biggest failure in life is falling in love with someone who's out of my league. I should know my place." Ling Kong muttered to himself for a moment, then let out a chuckle and strode forward. His subordinates looked at each other. After a moment of silence, they quickened their steps and followed. Chapter 17. Seeing Shun Yu's fist being slowly opened by Nieli, Shun Yu's face revealed a painful expression. Shun Yu's lackeys were all dumbfounded. "What's going on? What's wrong with Boss Shun Yu?" They blankly stared at Shun Yu. In their view, Shun Yu should be more than enough to teach Nieli a lesson. But why would Shun Yu reveal such a painful expression? What's going on? Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch were not surprised by this scene. Their expressions were calm. Ever since they started practicing the cultivation technique taught by Nieli, their cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. Although their soul force has yet to reach 100, their strength has already increased by a large margin. Nieli's cultivation technique is definitely stronger than theirs. They don't know what level Nieli's cultivation has reached, but it's definitely more than enough to suppress Shun Yu. What they don't know is that Nieli's current cultivation speed is slower than theirs, although his strength is still weaker. With Nieli's vast and profound knowledge from his previous life, even an ordinary person without any cultivation would be more than enough to play Shun Yu to death. Nieli coldly said, "Ziyun isn't someone you can call whenever you want. If I find out that you're following Ziyun again, I'll beat you up every time I see you." After his rebirth, Nieli doesn't allow anyone to have any ill intentions towards Yi Ziyun. That kind of life and death together, helping each other in times of hardship, isn't something a trash like Shun Yu can understand. This is impossible. How can I lose? Shun Yu's heart was filled with an intense unwillingness. He never thought that he would actually lose to Nieli. His expression turned sinister. "You force me to do this." Shun Yu's soul realm surged up violently. Waves of soul force were emitted from his body and bombarded towards Nieli. Although he hasn't grasped any demon spirit combat skills, Shun Yu can already use his soul force to directly bombard Nieli's soul realm. Shun Yu's soul force had already reached 78, while Nieli's soul force was 5 2 days ago, and now it was only around 30. Nieli's soul force was only half of Shun Yu's. Not good. Nieli has only been cultivating his soul force for 2 days. His soul force shouldn't be able to compare to Shun Yu. Dowsett's expression changed. Unfortunately, they were too far away, and Shun Yu's followers were blocking them. 6 of the followers were bronze ranked, so they couldn't get close at all. Shun Yu pushed his soul realm to its limit, and his soul force surged towards Nieli. "Ha! With such a weak soul force, you dare to be arrogant in front of me." Shun Yu felt that Nieli's soul force was very weak. With the strength of his soul force, he could completely crush Nieli. Ridiculous. Nieli sneered in disdain. In his previous life, he had challenged many demon spiritualist masters and countless powerful super demon beasts. These demon spiritualist masters and super demon beasts, aside from having powerful soul force, their control over soul force had also reached an astonishing level. Although in this life, Nieli's soul force is still very weak, Nieli's experience from countless life and death battles in his previous life is still there. His control over soul force is still there. Even if his soul force was only around 30, even if a real bronze rank demon spiritualist came, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage from him. Shun Yu's usage of soul force is simply crude. He only knows how to use his soul force to bombard his opponent's soul realm. In Nieli's view, there's no difference between him and a barbarian tribe. Soul force shouldn't be used like this. In Nie Li's view, Shun Yu's entire body is full of flaws. As long as Nie Li wills it, Shun Yu would be a corpse lying on the ground in a breath's time. However, killing is not allowed in Glory City, not to mention in a sacred place like St. Laurent College. Killing is even more forbidden. Nie Li is too lazy to kill Shun Yu, because in Nie Li's view, Shun Yu doesn't pose any threat to him. Would a tiger treat a chicken as a threat? It's funny that some people don't have any self-awareness. Shun Yu felt his soul force was like a hot knife through butter. His face revealed an expression of ecstasy. He could almost imagine the painful expression on Nie Li's face. Just when Shun Yu's soul force was about to bombard Nie Li's soul realm, Nie Li's soul force condensed into a bundle. Like a thin needle, it pierced towards Shun Yu's soul force, breaking the surface with a single point. Shun Yu's soul force was spread out, but Nie Li's soul force was condensed into a very thin bundle. Although Nie Li only used a small portion of his soul force, it still easily bombarded Shun Yu's soul force. Ah! Shun Yu suddenly let out a miserable scream, like a pig being slaughtered. Wherever Nie Li's soul force went, Shun Yu's soul force would collapse. Nie Li's soul force directly bombarded Shun Yu's soul realm. Shun Yu's soul realm felt like it was being pierced. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down Shun Yu's body. He gasped for breath, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Shun Yu's soul realm shook, and his mind was shocked. Shun Yu's vision gradually turned blurry. In front of him, Nie Li was as majestic as a mountain. It gave him a feeling that it's hard to resist. Nie Li's cold expression caused a chill to rise from the bottom of his heart. Nie Li's gaze was like an unsheathed sword. In his previous life, he had experienced countless life and death battles. The number of experts that died under Nie Li's hands was innumerable. After crossing over, Nie Li's soul still carried a bone-piercing chill. This kind of frightening aura isn't something a brat like Shun Yu can resist. Shun Yu was scared out of his wits. He felt a chill on his pants and was actually scared to the point of peeing. What's going on? What happened? Shun Yu and a few other one-star bronze rank lackeys also revealed a puzzled expression. They clearly felt that Shun Yu's soul force was much stronger than Nie Li's. Shun Yu obviously had the advantage. So why was the one whose soul realm was defeated in the end was Shun Yu? What happened just now? Nie Li's movements were too fast. They couldn't even react in time. You actually peed your pants. You stink. Just based on trash like you dare to threaten me? I can't be bothered to waste my time with you. Scram. In the future, stay away from me. Nie Li picked up Shun Yu. Shun Yu's body was actually lifted up by Nie Li's hand and thrown outside. Boom. Shun Yu was thrown out of the window and heavily fell on the ground, raising a thick layer of dust. Boss! Boss! Shun Yu's lackeys immediately rushed out and helped Shun Yu up. They saw that Shun Yu's pants were actually wet. Quickly take me away. Shun Yu's pupils were tightly locked. He was still in a state of intense fear. His crotch was boiling hot. Shun Yu's lackeys quickly carried Shun Yu and ran away. The few students in the library who knew Nie Li and Shun Yu were all dumbfounded. Nie Li actually lifted Shun Yu with one hand and threw him out of the window. Is this a dream? In the fighter apprentice class, Nie Li's talent was completely incomparable to Shun Yu's. Everyone thought that Nie Li was going to be taught a lesson. Never would they have thought that the one being taught a lesson wasn't Nie Li, but Shun Yu. Although a lot of people didn't see the fight clearly, but Shun Yu was indeed defeated. This is an indisputable fact. Ha! Shun Yu was actually scared to the point that he peed his pants. This is clearly because his soul realm was broken. Could it be that Nie Li's soul force is already stronger than Shun Yu's? It's said that Nie Li had an agreement with teacher Shun Xiu. If he reaches 1-star bronze rank in 2 months, teacher Shin Xiu will have to resign. So Nya Li already had a card up his sleeve. Nya Li only has a red soul realm. How could he improve so quickly? The students in the library were all discussing amongst themselves. Nya Li, Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest looked at each other. Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest's faces were flushed with excitement and ecstasy. Teaching Shenyu a lesson today was too satisfying. Previously in the class, Shenyu had always been condescending. They had long been unhappy with Shenyu. The incident in the library set off a small wave among the students. However, to the huge St. Laurent College, it didn't have much of an impact. Very quickly, it calmed down. Nya Li and the rest continued to train hard. Shin Xiu's office. What did you say? You were thrown out of the library by Nya Li? Shin Xiu's face was gloomy. Your strength is already 63, and your soul force is a 78. Don't tell me that Nya Li is stronger than you? Shun Yu still had lingering fear when he recalled the incident earlier. That cold-killing intent had left a deep shadow in his heart. Every time he thought about it, he would still be frightened. His soul realm was shaken, and he wouldn't be able to calm down for at least a month. His cultivation progress would probably be very slow. Aunt, Nya Li knows demonic arts. His strength is clearly weaker than mine, but when he grabbed my wrist, my entire arm lost all strength. My soul force is clearly stronger than his, but I don't know why my soul force collapsed the moment it came into contact with his soul force. Shun Yu was still puzzled when he recalled it. Until now, he still couldn't understand how he lost. Shun Yu's face was ashen. He was so angry that he almost twitched. He was scared to the point that he peed his pants. This incident was too shameful. Nya Li, I'm not done with you. Shun Yu clenched his fist. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. Then, how much is his strength and soul force? Shen Xiu frowned. She naturally wouldn't forget the agreement between her and Nya Li. If Nya Li reaches 1-star bronze rank in 2 months, then she would have to resign. His strength is at most 30, and his soul force is at most 10. Shen Yu set out his feeling. Trash, you still lost like this? Shen Xiu scolded. Shen Yu opened his mouth wanting to explain, but he could only shut his mouth feeling wronged. He never thought that he would actually lose. Nya Li's soul force was clearly so weak, but he was able to easily defeat him and break through his soul force. Maybe this kid is good at controlling his strength and soul force. Shin Xiu has seen some of the world. She guessed, although some people's soul force is weak, they have a strong control talent and can win against the strong. But it won't be easy for him to reach 1-star bronze rank in 2 months. Shin Xiu lightly snorted. Shin Yu nodded. Nya Li and Yi Ziyun's relationship made him feel a strong threat. He hoped that Nya Li would quickly drop out of school and scram far away. Chapter 18. Night gradually fell, and the moonlight shone brightly, covering everything with a layer of fine gauze. In the trial grounds, Nya Li walked towards the place where he met Xiao Ninger last time. Looking from afar, he saw a young girl in fine gauze standing quietly under the bright moonlight. She seemed to have dressed up meticulously today. Her jet-black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, dotted with silver ribbons. She had a fair and delicate face, and her eyebrows were slender and picturesque. She was elegant and refined, without the slightest trace of the mortal world, as expected of the 2 great beauties who were equally as famous as Yi Ziyun. I thought you weren't coming. Xiao Ninger's bright eyes fell on Nya Li. Why would I? I'm a person who keeps promises. Nya Li smiled and said, No matter how busy I am, I have to treat your injuries first. Thank you. Xiao Ninger lowered her head and said softly. Her heart was filled with gratitude. Nieli lowered his head and looked at Xiao Ninger. Xiao Ninger's dressing today was even more attractive than before. The white silk skirt outlined her graceful figure, and the long skirt extended to her knees. He could vaguely feel the elasticity of her slender and taut legs due to diligent cultivation. It should be better now. Nieli held Xiao Ninger's jade-like foot. Her delicate ankle was like a beautiful crystal, smooth and exquisite. The bruise from before had already faded a little. Yes, it is. Xiao Ninger nodded. Her heart was filled with gratitude towards Nieli, because after being massaged by Nieli, she slept exceptionally well these few nights. It was not as tiring as before. Although she had already been massaged once, she could not help but reveal a little shyness when her ankle was held in Nieli's palm. While massaging Xiao Ninger, Nieli said, "I want to ask you for a favor. Can you help me?" "No matter what it is, as long as I can do it." Xiao Ninger's eyes were filled with sincerity. "I have 10,000 demon spirit coins here. I want you to send people to various pharmacies to help me buy purple haze grass." Nieli said, "Purple haze grass." Xiao Ninger was slightly surprised and asked, "Why do you want to buy purple haze grass?" Purple haze grass is a very cheap herb, usually only used for smoking. By drying the purple haze grass and burning it like firewood, the large amount of smoke produced has the effect of repelling insects. There are a lot of purple haze grass, and it's very cheap. 1 demon spirit coin can buy a bunch of it. Every year, every household in Glory City burns a lot of purple haze grass. Other than smoking, purple haze grass didn't seem to have any other uses. Nieli suddenly spent 10,000 demon spirit coins to buy so much purple haze grass. What does he want to do? "I have my own uses." Nieli, the reason why he let Xiao Ninger help him is because if Xiao Ninger were to do this, it wouldn't be easy to attract attention. Nieli is now in the limelight, therefore he has to be low-key. "How much purple haze grass do you want?" "Of course, the more the better. I want as much purple haze grass as there is in the market." Nieli said, "Xiao Ninger really can't understand. What can he do with so much purple haze grass?" "Leave this matter to me. I'll help you pay first. 10,000 demon spirit coins is nothing to me." Xiao Ninger said. Although Xiao Ninger's family is in decline, but it is still one of the noble families. Xiao Ninger is a direct descendant. Her talent is also very outstanding. Ever since she was young, she has never lacked money. Usually, she doesn't have much to spend. All of her money has been saved up. It's at least a few 100,000 demon spirit coins. Nieli thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Okay, you help me buy it first, the more the better. Help me pay first. I'll pay you back later." "No need. This amount of money is nothing to me." Xiao Ninger hurriedly said. She is happy to be able to help Nieli. After all, Nieli's kindness to her is too big. She doesn't know how to repay him. This amount of demon spirit coins is nothing to her. After massaging her feet, Xiao Ninger's cheeks became even redder. Although she had her first experience, she was still very shy to massage that awkward position. She lowered her head and silently undid the buttons one by one. Today, Xiao Ninger was wrapped with a pink lace ribbon. Compared to before, she looked even more charming and sexy. That slightly bulging area, as well as the surrounding white and tender skin, was faintly discernible. The seductive pink, even sexier than before, a trace of ravine could be vaguely seen. Nieli hurriedly shifted his gaze away, concentrating on massaging the bruise on Xiao Ninger's body. "Did you take your medicine on time when you went back?" Nieli asked, both of his hands gently kneading, massaging the surrounding acupuncture points, causing the bruise to slowly melt. From time to time, he could feel that seductive softness. Xiao Ninger's face was blushing, charming. She thought of the time when Nieli helped her modify her cultivation technique. She seriously said, "Nearly ever since I started practicing the cultivation technique that you modified, I feel that my soul force has increased a lot. I feel that you are a true genius. Although right now no one has noticed your talent, one day, when you truly reveal your talent, you will definitely shine." Xiao Ninger looked at Nia Li's handsome face, slightly intoxicated. Her heart flashed a trace of inexplicable loneliness and sadness. When that day comes, she's afraid that she will no longer be able to stand side by side with Nia Li under this kind of pressure. These few days, Xiao Ninger has been working very hard in her cultivation. Hearing Xiao Ninger's words, Nia Li lightly smiled. He knows that Xiao Ninger is encouraging him. After his rebirth, Nia Li's heart has become extremely strong. He has no doubt that one day he will stand at the peak. What he wants to become is a stronger existence than what Xiao Ninger and the rest can imagine. But no matter what, Nia Li still has to thank Xiao Ninger for her concern. Sacred Family Deacon Elder meeting, Hall Sacred Family's Deacon Elder. Shunming is a silver rank demon spiritualist. Although his cultivation isn't very strong, he still has a lot of power in the Sacred Family. Because he is very capable, he is responsible for handling all the matters of the Sacred Family. After hearing the report from below, Shunming showed an expression of anger. "A fighter apprentice class student dares to challenge my Sacred Family?" Shunming's expression was gloomy. The matter of Nia Li exposing the origin of the scarlet sunburst inscription pattern has caused a very bad influence among the major families. In order to eliminate the influence, Shunming spent a lot of effort and sent people to explain to the major families. Only then did he obtain their understanding. This matter has touched the fundamental interests of the Sacred Family. However, the Sacred Family can't find trouble with Nia Li because they heard that there is a big figure that values Nia Li a lot. Just a few days later, another news came. Nia Li beat up the direct descendant of the Sacred Family, Shunyu, in school. Isn't young Master Xinyu about to reach 1-star bronze rank? How come he isn't Nia Li's opponent? Shunming was puzzled, coldly looking at his underling. That underling felt Shunming's cold expression, suddenly shivered, and said, "I'm not too sure either. Young Master Shun, you said that his strength and soul force has obviously surpassed Nia Li. I don't know what kind of demonic technique Nia Li used to defeat young Master Xinyu." Hearing the underling's words, Shunming frowned. What demonic technique? Xinyu's skill is definitely not as good as Nia Li. After losing, he found an excuse for himself. However, how strong can a fighter apprentice class student be? Probably not even 1-star bronze rank. Elder Deacon, should we report this matter to the Patriarch? No, this matter cannot be reported to the Patriarch. The Patriarch is currently breaking through to legend rank demon spiritualist. As long as it's not a matter of life and death for the family, there's no need to report to the Patriarch. From Shunming's point of view, Nia Li is completely unable to pose any threat to the Sacred Family. Have you found out which family Nia Li is from? Yes, Elder, we have found out. It's Tengen family. Tengen family? Humph! How could an ordinary aristocratic family dare to challenge a major family like us? I reckon that it's just an ignorant kid who accidentally discovered the origin of the scarlet sunburst and couldn't wait to take it out to show off. Shunming thought, as small aristocratic family, the Sacred Family can't possibly put them in their eyes. If they really send someone to deal with the Tensei family, the other families will definitely notice it. At that time, the Sacred Family will appear to be too stingy. Let young Master Shen Fei pay more attention to this Nia Li. A few youths had some conflict. Fighting in school is also a reasonable thing. After hearing Shunming's words, Shunming's underling immediately understood. Shen Fei is already a silver rank demon spiritualist at the age of 16. With his strength, it's more than enough to deal with Nie Li. Shun Ming's meaning is to let young Master Shen Fei beat Nie Li up in school. After thinking a while, Shun Ming warned, "Right now, this matter hasn't passed yet. Let's wait for a while before deciding. Let young Master Shen Fei make his move after the matter has calmed down a little. As the elder deacon of the sacred family, he must make sure that this matter is watertight. He can't let anyone talk behind his back." Yes, City Lord's mansion, Yi Ziyun's room. The decorations here are very exquisite. In front of a desk, Yi Ziyun was looking at something with her head lowered. She would stop from time to time, her eyebrows knitted as she pondered. She tried to find the origin of the icy wind, sudden snow inscription pattern that Nie Li drew. However, she failed. Where did Nie Li find this inscription pattern? A moment later, a beautiful woman wearing a blue veil walked in. "Miss, may I ask why you're looking for me?" The beautiful woman showed a humble smile. "Aunt Shui, you're an inscription master. You know the origin of this inscription pattern?" Yi Ziyun raised her head, looked at the beautiful woman, and asked. Shui Yin's gaze fell onto the piece of paper in front of Yi Ziyun. Her eyes revealed a surprised expression, and asked, "Miss, where did you find this inscription pattern? Why have I never seen it before?" Even Aunt Shui has never seen this inscription pattern before. Yi Ziyun was surprised. Shui Yin is an inscription master. Even she has never seen this inscription pattern before. Is this inscription pattern of Nie Li randomly drawn? It seems like icy wind, sudden snow, but it's not. It seems to be stronger than icy wind, sudden snow. Shui Yin gestured with her hand and said, "The proportions are well proportioned. I don't know which master drew it." Shui Yin admits defeat. Could it be that Miss met an inscription master? Nie Li is an inscription master. That's impossible. How old is Nie Li? Thinking about how Nie Li easily drew this inscription pattern with just a few strokes, Yi Ziyun's heart became even more confused. Chapter 19. Under the bright moonlight. The forest was filled with mottled shadows. The atmosphere was charming and ambiguous. After Nie Li finished massaging Xiao Ninger's bruises, he watched Xiao Ninger slowly put on her clothes. The two of them remained silent. Xiao Ninger raised her head and looked at Nie Li. The expression on Nie Li's face was calm and serious. Feeling a trace of warmth from the bruises, Xiao Ninger was filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for Nie Li, she doesn't know how long she would have to struggle in pain. It was Nie Li who saved her from the endless swamp. Being looked at by Xiao Ninger, Nie Li felt a little awkward. After all, he touched some places that he shouldn't have touched. It seems that the feeling wasn't bad. Nie Li, you've offended the sacred world. You must be careful. Xiao Ninger knows that the sacred family is despicable and shameless. Back then, the reason why their winged dragon family declined was because they fell into the sacred family's trap. More than 80% of their assets were controlled by the sacred family. They had no choice but to rely on the sacred family. Until now, the winged dragon family has yet to recover. Among the noble families, they're in the bottom and will soon fall to the noble families. I'm well aware. The sacred family is a fame-fishing family. Therefore, they won't touch me for the time being. I reckon that they'll have to wait for a few months. After the limelight dies down, they'll look for me. Nie Li said, lightly smiling. However, after a few months, he'll have a countermeasure. Nie Li's expression was filled with confidence. Xiao Ninger has a feeling that any problem in front of Nie Li isn't a problem. Her heart is filled with admiration for Nie Li. When we go back, get an unused soul crystal. I'll help you test your talent. Nie Li said, looking at Xiao Ninger. As their understanding deepened, Nieli felt that Xiao Ninger is a pretty good girl. Who knows, she might one day become his powerful helper. Nieli decided to teach her some powerful techniques. An unused soul crystal, is this it? Xiao Ning asked. She took out a primary soul crystal from her spatial ring. I have 3 here. So you have it in your hands, that's great. Nieli smiled and picked up one of them. Pour your soul power into it, and let me see. All right. Xiao Ninger nodded her head. She injected her soul force into the soul crystal. The soul crystal suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The light inside the soul crystal turned into the shape of a winged dragon, spreading its wings and flying. Nieli looked at Xiao Ning in surprise. Soul Force 83. Soul attribute is wind lightning. Soul form is winged dragon. No wonder in his previous life, Xiao Ning's cultivation speed was so fast. Even after lying in bed for 2 years, her cultivation still rose rapidly. She actually has a winged dragon soul form. This is a peerless talent that only 1 in 10,000 people can have. With such a soul form, no matter what technique she cultivates, her cultivation speed will be very fast. If she cultivates a wind lightning technique, it will be even more incredible. Wind lightning technique, soul form, winged dragon, what are they? Xiao Ning didn't really understand what Nieli said. Her beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. It means that you are suitable to cultivate wind lightning technique. Nieli thought for a moment and said, I have a technique here. I'll give it to you. This wind lightning technique was obtained by Nieli in a lost ancient city. It is most suitable for people with a winged dragon soul form to cultivate. Once Xiao Ning cultivates this technique, her cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. She might even advance faster than Nieli and the others. A winged dragon soul form. This talent is so good that even Nieli feels jealous. This cultivation technique is much stronger than the one you're practicing. Nieli said, imparting the chant of this cultivation technique to Xiao Ninger. Xiao Ninger memorized this cultivation technique and carefully savored it. Sure enough, this wind and thunder cultivation technique is simply incomparably powerful. All the techniques that she had seen before are simply trash in front of this technique. This technique is called Wind Lightning Dragon. Nieli said with a smile, it is the most suitable technique for you to cultivate. Thank you. Xiao Ning raised her head and looked gratefully at Nieli. She didn't know how to repay Nieli's kindness to her. First, he freed her from her pain and gave her such a powerful technique. She bit her lips, and her face was slightly hot. I don't know how to repay you. No matter what you want me to do, I'm willing. Hearing Xiao Ning's gentle words, Nieli's heart trembled. Looking at the charming Xiao Ning, he bitterly smiled and said, we're all friends. It's natural for us to help each other. In the future, if I encounter any trouble, you will also help me, right? Xiao Ning nodded her head. A trace of disappointment flashed through her beautiful eyes. If Nieli asked her to be his girlfriend at this moment, she would definitely agree, without any hesitation. The two of them practiced for a few hours. Xiao Ning practiced the wind lightning dragon technique that Nieli gave her. Her cultivation soared to an unimaginable level. Her soul form is a winged dragon. Her talent is a 1 in a million super genius. Coupled with the cultivation technique that is suitable for her physique, her cultivation soared by leaps and bounds. Although the Heavenly God cultivation technique was much stronger than the lightning dragon cultivation technique, in the end, in the early stages, the cultivation speed after cultivating the lightning dragon cultivation technique was much faster than cultivating the Heavenly God cultivation technique. At the first glimmer of dawn, Xiao Ning's body was already suffused with a faint cyan light. The wind lightning dragon technique's cultivation speed is really too scary. How long has it been? And she has already touched the edge of 1-star bronze rank. Nieli couldn't help but sigh. In comparison, Dowsit, Lu Piao, and the others' talent is much more ordinary. When Xiao Ning opened her eyes, Nieli had already left. A trace of disappointment flashed through Xiao Ning's eyes. Since she was young, she rarely came into contact with other boys. The only one that could make her look at him differently is Nieli. Thinking of Nieli, Xiao Ning's heart was filled with warmth. If she didn't meet Nieli, she doesn't know how dark her life would be. How could it be like now, filled with hope? She has already decided that no matter if the one that Nieli likes is her or not, she will always be by Nieli's side, until one day Nieli notices her existence. If at this moment those boys who have a crush on Ning knew of Ning'er's decision, they would be heartbroken. Soul Force 92, soon to reach 1-star bronze rank. Xiao Ning's whole body was drenched in sweat, sticky, and uncomfortable. However, her skin seems to be even more delicate and crystal clear than before. Taking a deep look at the direction that Nieli left, Xiao Ning packed her things and walked towards the exit of the trial grounds. After dawn, Glory City's various herb shops were welcomed by some mysterious people. These people are dressed like servants of big families. They are crazily buying purple haze grass from the shops, buying as much as they can. Some of the stores that haven't been able to sell for a few years were all swept clean. Why are they buying so much purple haze grass? I seem to know that person. It's the servant of Miss Xiao Ning, of the winged dragon family. Why does Miss Xiao Ning want to buy purple haze grass? I really can't figure it out. Other than burning purple haze grass to drive away insects, it doesn't have any other use. In the winged dragon family's mansion, 12 pounds of purple haze grass is enough, but these servants bought hundreds of thousands of pounds of it. This amount is shocking. All of the stock of purple haze grass was bought by the servants sent by Xiao Ning, some herb shops, in order to sell the purple haze grass. Even pulled out all of the purple haze grass in the herb garden. Probably in the next 3 years, Glory City's purple haze grass will be in a state of shortage. However, for purple haze grass, it doesn't matter if it's used or not, so no one will care. When Nieli received the interspatial ring that was filled with purple haze grass from Xiao Ning, he was simply dumbfounded. Hundreds of thousands of pounds of purple haze grass. He's afraid that it cost hundreds of thousands of demon spirit coins. So much money. It's not a small amount. However, Xiao Ning doesn't care. As long as Nieli is happy, she can do anything, not to mention it's only hundreds of thousands of demon spirit coins. Comparing the value, hundreds of thousands of demon spirit coins is probably not even 1% of the lightning dragon cultivation technique. Knowing that Xiao Ning's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, in just a few days, her soul force rose to more than 90 and will soon break through to 1-star bronze rank. The whole winged dragon family was excited. They gave Xiao Ning hundreds of thousands of demon spirit coins and all kinds of precious training materials. Therefore, Xiao Ning isn't lacking money at all. Although the family has declined, but a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The winged dragon family's financial resources are still quite shocking. In terms of nurturing the younger generation, they aren't stingy at all. After getting so much purple haze grass, Nieli is very satisfied. Although he still has no way to return the money to Xiao Ning, it won't be long before he can pay it back. Whether it's Dowsit or Lu Piao, both of them are very puzzled. They don't understand what Nieli is trying to do by buying so much purple haze grass. Nieli found a spot in the library and began to write something in a mysterious manner. In the afternoon, there are a lot of people coming and going in the library. Dowsit and Lu Piao, under Nieli's guidance, are reading some books related to inscription patterns and combat skills. If you want to cultivate to a very high level, you must first become a knowledgeable master. After practicing the godly cultivation technique, their brain has been developed to a certain extent. They have a photographic memory and can learn very quickly. At a place not far from Nieli, a group of students gathered together, chatting happily. The battle armor in my hand is called Flaming Hell Battle Armor, bronze rank. The market price is at least 100,000 demon spirit coins. A student proudly showed off the red battle armor on his body. He is very tall, wearing the battle armor. He has a heroic aura. His name is Chun Linjian, a member of one of the major families, a direct descendant of the divine family. At the age of 15, he is already a 5-star bronze rank and is about to advance to silver rank. Among the 3 major families, the divine family is the richest one. Chun Linjian has a lot of prestige among the students. He has a lot of brothers. Wearing this flaming hell battle armor, you will be invincible under silver rank. What a cool battle armor. Seeing this, a few girls beside him revealed an envious expression. Among them, there are quite a few of them throwing flirtatious glances at Chun Linjian from time to time. You can have it. Chun Linjian threw the flaming hell battle armor to one of his lackeys. 100,000 demon spirit coins worth of battle armor. Just like that, everyone was a little dumbfounded. It's just 100,000 demon spirit coins. To Chun Linjian, it's nothing. He lightly smiled and said, "Here are 6 5-year-old divine dark grass. I took them from home. As long as you guys follow me and work hard, there will be plenty of benefits for you guys." Chapter 20. The divine nether grass is unique to the divine nether family. It has the effect of strengthening soul force. Depending on the age, the effect will be stronger. A 5-year-old divine nether grass is worth 50,000 demon spirit coins. 10 or 20-year-old divine nether grass is several times more expensive. We'll listen to Qin Xiao. Yeah, we'll listen to you. Chun Linjian looked around, counted the number of people, and said, "A total of 20 people. We still need to find some more people." Recently, a city ruin was discovered not far from Glory City. It could be from before the Age of Darkness. Many people formed groups to explore it. Therefore, Chun Linjian also wants to find some people to go with him and is currently gathering people. Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch looked into the distance. If there was divine nether grass, Dowsett would definitely be able to break through to 1-star bronze rank. Lu Piao murmured. However, divine nether grass isn't something that they can afford. If they had money, they could buy a large amount of precious herbs or elixirs to aid their training. Nia Li doesn't care about money. He's thinking about another matter. In his previous life, there were many experts that went to explore the ruins outside of Glory City, but they didn't find anything. Who would have thought that Chun Linjian and his group would find a secret passage and excavate a huge treasure? He heard that Yi Ziyun also participated in that incident. Nieli heard Yi Ziyun talking about the details. Shinyu once found a spiritual lamp in that incident. That spiritual lamp was auctioned for 1 million demon spirit coins. If it's only 1 million demon spirit coins, it's not worth it for Nieli to make a move. However, Nieli knows the use of that spiritual lamp. If he could obtain that spiritual lamp, it would be very helpful for his future training. That spiritual lamp, he must get it. Nieli stood up and walked towards Chun Linjian. "I want to join your team. I wonder if Qin Xiao is willing?" Nieli looked straight at Chun Linjian. A trace of memories surged in his mind. Chun Linjian was very outstanding among the younger generation of the aristocratic families. In his previous life, he was only a step away from reaching black gold rank demon spiritualist realm. His character can't be said to be good or bad. Niali doesn't really understand him. In the last battle of Glory City, when Chun Linjian knew that the sacred family was afraid to fight, and the West Gate was breached, he killed 6 disciples of the sacred family in a fit of rage. He was a person who could clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. Chun Linjian raised his head and sized up Nieli, saying noncommittally, "Who are you? Do you know what we're doing?" The people around Chun Linjian looked at Nieli with faint mockery in their eyes. "Kid, have you reached the bronze level? If you don't, then don't join in the fun." Nieli turned a blind eye to the mockery of the people around him and said, "Of course I know what you guys are doing. You guys are preparing to explore the ancient Orchid City ruins, right?" Chun Linjian was slightly surprised. How did Nieli know that he was going to explore the ancient Orchid City ruins? This matter has always been carried out in secret. They didn't tell anyone. If it was known by his family, they would definitely be stopped. "Who are you?" Chun Linjian slightly narrowed his eyes, flashing a dangerous ray of light. "Nieli, Nieli." Chun Linjian suddenly remembered that Nieli has been in the limelight recently. It is said that he even made the sacred family lose face. Regarding the matter of the sacred family lying about the inscription patterns, Chun Linjian felt that it was shameful. "I heard that you have read all kinds of ancient books." "That's right. As long as it's found in this library, I have read it." Nieli slightly nodded his head, his body emitting a strong self-confidence. "Haha, what a big tone. Your hair hasn't even grown yet, and you dare to say that you have read all the ancient books in the library. What a joke. Even if you started from your mother's womb, you wouldn't be able to read so many books." The few people beside Nieli were ridiculing him to the extreme. Nieli is indeed a little interesting. Chun Linjian didn't question Nieli. He used his finger to lightly knock on the table and said, "Since you have read so many books, do you know which era the ancient Orchid City ruins is from?" According to the current clues, most of the buildings in the ancient Orchid City are dome-shaped. The whole city is also square. This kind of building has 2 eras. One is the era of the Snow Wind Empire, and the other is the era of the Holy Emperor Kingdom. However, in terms of the style of the murals, I have heard that someone found a huge lotus mural in the ancient Orchid City. The lotus mural was only popular in the later period of the Holy Emperor Kingdom. Therefore, it can be confirmed that the era of the ancient Orchid City ruins should be the period between the later period of the Holy Emperor Kingdom and the Age of Darkness. Nieli spoke at a moderate pace, analyzing the history of the ancient Orchid City. Listening to Nieli's words, Chun Linjian's underlings looked at each other. They didn't understand much, but they felt that it was awesome. "Good." Chun Linjian suddenly stood up. He never thought that Nieli could so easily determine the era of the ancient Orchid City. This knowledge may seem simple, but some of the scholars in Glory City who study ancient history might not be able to do such detailed research. He looked at Nieli, revealing a trace of appreciation in his eyes. "Follow me in the future. I will provide you with training and learning resources." "How about it?" Chun Linjian's underlings were a little surprised. They never thought that Chun Linjian would value Nieli so much. Be Chun Linjian's underling? Nieli lightly smiled and said, "In this cooperation, everyone will take what they need. I believe that no one understands the architecture of the ancient Orchid City better than me. If we get a treasure, I will choose one first, the rest will belong to you. If not, then I can only go myself." "Choose one first. Who do you think you are? You haven't even reached bronze rank, and you dare to bargain with our Chun Xiao." Chun Linjian looked at Nieli. Nieli's body was emitting a strong self-confidence, which made him puzzled. Nieli hasn't even reached bronze rank. Where does his self-confidence come from? I can guarantee that as long as you bring me along, you will definitely have a harvest this time. Nieli proudly said. He clearly knows the location of the ancient Orchid City's treasure. That's why he is so sure. Chun Linjian has a treasure map of the ancient Orchid City, but that treasure map is incomplete. He was silent for a moment. Could it be that Nieli has a more complete treasure map? Okay, it's a deal. I still have the same words. If you are willing to follow me, I will definitely give you benefits. If not, I believe that we will still have the opportunity to cooperate. Chun Linjian proudly smiled. Chun Linjian's underlings were surprised. Chun Xiao actually agreed. I hope that we can have a pleasant cooperation. Nieli calmly said, turn around, and left. 3 days later, 6 in the morning, still here. See you there. Chun Linjian looked at Nieli's back as he turned around and left, revealing a playful smile. Nieli is still a little interesting. Going to explore the ancient Orchid City ruins. Seems like there are a lot of preparations to be made. Nieli murmured. He is preparing to go alone because if he hasn't reached bronze rank, going to the ancient Orchid City ruins is still quite dangerous. Time slowly passed, and it's already afternoon. Glory City Association of Alchemists. The director of the Association of Alchemists is a woman named Yang Xian. Although she's only 25 years old, she already has great achievements at such a young age. Yang Xian is a gold rank demon spiritualist. In terms of cultivation, it can't be considered outstanding. However, in terms of elixirs, even some of the old fellows of the Association of Alchemists can't be compared to her. Because Yang Xian is very beautiful. When she first became the director of the Association of Alchemists, the people of the Association of Alchemists thought that Yang Xian relied on her looks to get in. However, as Yang Xian slowly revealed her talent, those people who were gossiping gradually shut their mouths. As usual, Yang Xian collected all the letters from the Association of Alchemists. Many alchemists will write their alchemy insights in their letters, and the Association of Alchemists will organize these alchemy insights into a book and send it to every alchemist. Due to the fact that most of the ancient alchemy books have been lost, although an alchemist is very important, the effects of the elixirs that they can refine are very limited. Therefore, an alchemist has become an awkward profession in Glory City. Yang Xian's slender fingers open the letters one by one. Some of the letters are actually expressing their love to her, which she threw aside without hesitation. Very quickly, one of the articles caught her attention. The use of purple haze grass in alchemy. Yang Xian slightly frowned. Her delicate white face revealed a little doubt. Other than smoke, what use does purple haze grass have? Yang Xian continued to read. It's densely filled with the uses of purple haze grass. When refining soul-assembling pill and spiritual raising pill, adding some purple haze grass can increase the effect of the soul-assembling pill and spiritual raising pill by 30%. Using purple haze grass with 5 other common herbs to bathe can nourish soul force, and so on. There's a total of 60+ uses. Almost half of them are extremely valuable. If it's verified one by one, the price of purple haze grass will skyrocket by dozens of times. Yang Xian sneered. If you want to borrow my hand to inflate the price of purple haze grass, then you have to take out some real stuff. This person is definitely a liar. Yang Xian threw the article to the side. She doesn't believe that an ordinary purple haze grass can have so many uses. While reading the other articles, Yang Xian was a little hesitant. If purple haze grass really has so many uses, then it will have a great impact on the development of alchemists. Forget it. I'll give it a try. Someone, bring me some purple haze grass. Yang Xian shouted. The Association of Alchemists has a lot of stock of various herbs. She should be able to find some purple haze grass. Very quickly, someone brought out some purple haze grass. Director Yang, we don't have a lot of purple haze grass in stock. We only have 3 caddies left. Young Exion slightly frowned. Recently, the matter of purple haze grass being purchased in large quantities. As the director of the Association of Alchemists, how could she not know about it? And got it. Young Exion nodded her head and began to use purple haze grass to refine soul-assembling pill and spiritual-raising pill. The formula of soul-assembling pill and spiritual-raising pill were passed down in Glory City for hundreds of years. No one dared to change the formula of soul-assembling pill and spiritual-raising pill. After all, the ingredients for soul-assembling pill and spiritual-raising pill are very expensive. Even a failure would cause a lot of heartache for an ordinary alchemist who would dare to add other ingredients into it. A lot of readers are reading Chronicles of the Demon God. In other places, Snail doesn't care if everyone is reading a pirated version, but he hopes that everyone can give Chronicles of the Demon God a click, a recommendation. With everyone's support, Chronicles of the Demon God can go further. Please support. Chapter 21. After 2 hours of refining, the final result made young Exion turn pale with fright. With the addition of purple haze grass, the effect of the soul-assembling pill and spiritual-enhancing pill has increased by at least 30%. Furthermore, the success rate of refining is also 50% higher than usual. This research result for alchemists has an extraordinary meaning. The reason why soul-assembling pill and spiritual-enhancing pill couldn't be promoted on a large scale is because the success rate is too low, the effect isn't enough, and the price-to-price ratio isn't high. Now that the success rate has increased, the effect has also increased. Soul-assembling pill and spiritual-enhancing pill can be promoted on a large scale. Although Glory City's purple haze grass has been completely purchased, the maturing period of purple haze grass is 3 years. 3 years later, a large amount of purple haze grass will be planted, which will be very meaningful to the whole of Glory City. Glory City is under the threat of demon beasts. The mass production of soul-assembling pill and spiritual-enhancing pill can greatly increase the number of experts in Glory City. Although I know that you guys are just trying to make a profit, but seeing that you guys have made such a big contribution to Glory City and the Alchemist Association, I'll let you guys earn this money. Young Exion's face showed a happy expression. She knows that this article was definitely published by those people who purchased purple haze grass. The second use of purple haze grass, combined with 5 other common herbs, soaking in the bath to nourish soul force. Young Exion thought for a moment, closed the door, according to the method described in the article, mixed the herbs, poured the hot water into the wooden barrel, slowly untied the silk skirt on her body, revealing her smooth and alluring body. Her figure is hot, her twin peaks are proud, filled with a mature and alluring charm. She slowly stepped her ankle into the wooden barrel. The effect of the herbs penetrated into her body. Young Exion's skin turned red, smooth and delicate. Her soul force also received a little bit of nourishment. The effect is very obvious. Young Exion was shocked. She never thought that this ordinary purple haze grass would have such a magical effect. In the past, how much purple haze grass was burned by every household. Just thinking about it made young Exion's heart ache. After soaking for more than an hour, until the medicinal effect of the wooden barrel is completely absorbed, young Exion stood up, wiped the water off her body, put on her clothes, and walked out. "Director Young, what's wrong with you?" She suddenly looks much younger. The eyes of the men from the Alchemist Association fell on young Exion, and it was hard for them to shift their gaze away. Young Exion's skin was fair and rosy, smooth and moist. Her beauty was indescribable. The combination of purple haze grass, other than nourishing the soul force, it also nourishes the skin and has a beautifying effect. Young Exion rejoiced inwardly. There wasn't a woman who wouldn't feel happy about her own beauty. But unfortunately, the 3 caddies of purple haze grass were quickly used up. Very quickly, young Exion compiled all the uses of purple haze grass into a book and then distributed a copy to every alchemist. She also noted that the first and second uses of purple haze grass had been verified by her, and they were indeed effective. As for the other uses, due to the lack of purple haze grass, she was still unable to verify them. Purple haze grass actually has such a great effect, the entire association of alchemists was in an uproar. Alchemists were frantically searching for purple haze grass everywhere. Even the purple haze grass stored in some of the houses were completely plundered in order to verify the effects of purple haze grass. More than 60 uses, verified one by one, without missing a single one. This news caused a huge sensation in the alchemy world. In a blink of an eye, the price of purple haze grass crazily soared because the economic value of purple haze grass is too high, and there is no longer any purple haze grass in the market. The price of purple haze grass went from 1 demon spirit coin per caddy to a few demon spirit coins per caddy, and then continued to rise to 10 demon spirit coins per caddy. The price crazily soared by hundreds of times. Some nobles even bought purple haze grass for hundreds of demon spirit coins per caddy. Purple haze grass's nourishing and beautifying effect made those ladies go crazy. After all, Yang Xian is a living example. They don't want their husband to be abducted by those gorgeously dressed women outside. Every nursery in the countryside hurriedly planted purple haze grass, but within 3 years, Glory City's purple haze grass will be in a state of extreme shortage. Winged Dragon Family. Xiao Ninger was concentrating on practicing the cultivation technique given to her by Nie Li when a few servants hurriedly ran in. Crazy, crazy. Miss Good News. What news? Xiao Ninger puzzledly asked. A maid panted and said, Miss, didn't you ask us to buy a lot of purple haze grass before? Now, the price of purple haze grass outside has already risen to tens or even hundreds of demon spirit coins per caddy. Moreover, it is said that Sacred Family is offering a price of 300 demon spirit coins per caddy to buy 100 caddy of purple haze grass. Xiao Ninger was surprised. She immediately thought about it and understood. These things must be done by Nie Li. Aside from Nie Li, who else would have the ability to turn stone into gold? Thinking of Nie Li, her face couldn't help but blush. At this moment, in her heart, that figure is already lingering. School library. The price of purple haze grass skyrocketed to such an astonishing degree. Daozit and Lu Piao were dumbfounded, because in Nie Li's hands there are several hundred caddy of purple haze grass. Even if it can be sold for tens of demon spirit coins per caddy, that's still close to 10 million demon spirit coins. Not to mention that some aristocratic families have already raised the price to hundreds or even hundreds of demon spirit coins. How much is that? Just thinking about this number makes people dizzy. In such a short period of time, Nie Li has gathered the wealth of an ordinary aristocratic family that would take decades to accumulate. With so many demon spirit coins, they would have a lot of resources for cultivation. Nie Li lightly smiled. This is just the beginning of his plan. Nie Li visited a few pharmacies and slowly started to sell the purple haze grass. With a price of 300 demon spirit coins, he sold more than 10,000 caddy of purple haze grass. Those who are able to buy purple haze grass at this price are mostly aristocratic families, especially aristocratic women. In just a short while, Nie Li has earned more than 3 million demon spirit coins. But after this, it shouldn't be able to sell for such a high price. After all, the market's digestion is limited. Nie Li is preparing to slowly lower the price and sell the purple haze grass bit by bit. In the library, this is yours. Nie Li threw some superior grade soul assembling pills and superior grade spiritual raising pills to Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch. 1 superior grade soul assembling pill or superior grade spiritual raising pill. The price can be sold for more than 6,000 demon spirit coins. 6 people. Each of them was given 10 pills. That's more than 300,000 demon spirit coins. Even some aristocratic children wouldn't dare to be so extravagant when they found out that each of these pills were worth more than 6,000 demon spirit coins. Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch's hands couldn't help but slightly tremble as they held the pills. Hurry up and go practice. At night, each of you take some purple haze grass and take a bath to nourish your soul force. Nia Li lightly smiled and said, after earning such a sum, as long as they don't buy expensive combat weapons or armors, they won't be short of money for a short period of time. Nia Li sat cross-legged, opened his mouth, and swallowed a soul-assembling pill. He felt a warm current slowly rising from his abdomen, slowly pouring into his soul realm. His soul realm continued to grow stronger. Waves of soul force surged within his soul realm, although it's in a messy cloud shape, but through internal inspection, Nia Li can feel that there's something hidden within his soul realm. A surge of soul force, crazily surging. Gradually, traces of cyan light appeared on Nia Li's body. The effect of the soul-assembling pill is very strong. If an ordinary person could absorb 10% of it, the effect would be very good. However, Nia Li's Heavenly God cultivation technique can absorb all the effect of the soul-assembling pill into his body. Nia Li can feel that his soul force is rapidly increasing. After absorbing a soul-assembling pill, Nia Li's soul force increased from 32 to 51. The effect is simply amazing. Next, he still needs to digest the remaining 5 pills. Just when Nia Li was practicing, a boom sound was heard. A cyan light flashed beside him. Dowsett is 1 step ahead of them and entered bronze rank, becoming a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. 3 hours later, Lu Piao also advanced to 1-star bronze rank. Compared to Dowsett's and Lu Piao's cultivation technique, Heavenly God cultivation technique isn't a powerful cultivation technique. However, it has a solid foundation and extraordinary achievements in the future. 1-star bronze rank, that's great. Dowsett tightly clenched his fist. The increase in his cultivation made him excited. His future is filled with hope. He gratefully looked at Nia Li. All of this is given by Nia Li. Lu Piao is also very excited. Reaching 1-star bronze rank when he returns home, his father will no longer have a reason to beat him up. They are suddenly filled with anticipation for the test 2 months later. In 2 months' time, what realm can they reach? Even if Nia Li's cultivation speed is slightly slower, breaking through to 1-star bronze rank should be easy. Who knows, he might even be able to reach a higher realm. Xinyu and the rest would never have thought that the trash in their eyes, Dowsett and Lu Piao, actually reached 1-star bronze rank before them. Furthermore, they did it in just a few days. In the evening, on the first floor of the library, Nia Li once again saw Yi Ziyun. Yi Ziyun was sitting in front of the table reading a book, but she seemed to be absent-minded. She wore a white dress. Her delicate face was like a beautiful angel. Nia Li strolled towards Yi Ziyun. Xinyu and the rest appeared at the corner of the library. Seeing this scene, his eyes turned terrifyingly cold. Boss Xinyu, this kid seems to be on a date with Miss Yi Ziyun. Miss Yi Ziyun seems to be waiting for him here. A 16 to 17-year-old boy wearing cyan clothes said. Although they are older than Xinyu, they all listen to Xinyu. Because Xinyu is a member of Sacred Family, his family background is better than theirs. Listening to Xinyu, they can get a lot of money from Xinyu every month. When they grow up, they will become Xinyu's fighter attendants. 3 1-star bronze rank fighters and 3 2-star bronze rank fighters. As a fighter, relying on a noble demon spiritualist is the best choice for them. Xinyu coldly snorted, unable to restrain his anger. Comparing family background and talent, which part of him can't compare to Nia Li? When he was chasing after Yi Ziyun ignored him but looked at Nia Li differently. This made him go crazy with jealousy. If it's a girl from a commoner family, Shun Yu only needs to use a few tricks, and the other party will obediently fall into his hands. However, Yi Ziyun has a very strong background, therefore, he doesn't dare to touch her. Boss, should we beat this kid up? The few fighters asked, and Shun Yu nodded his head. Although he suffered a loss in the hands of Nieli, he still doesn't know how he suffered a loss. This kid has some means. We'll find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. This matter must be done secretly. We can't let Yi Ziyun know about it. Shun Yu's eyes flashed a trace of ruthlessness and said, "It's best to let that kid suffer some internal injuries. Don't let anyone see it, and don't let anyone know that it was done by the sacred family." Chapter 22. Nieli sat down in front of Yi Ziyun. "Student Yi Ziyun, we meet again," Nieli said with a faint smile. Nieli has a calm and confident temperament. Compared to Nieli, the other boys of the same age are far from him. However, currently, Yi Ziyun doesn't have any good impression of Nieli. She only has a little bit of curiosity and admiration from the bottom of her heart. Nieli's knowledge is indeed very profound. Even Aunt Xue thought that Nieli is an inscription master. She has already asked Aunt Xue to create a scroll for Nieli's rune. Indeed, it is a silver rank inscription pattern. One can imagine the impact it has on her heart. Nieli even understands silver rank inscription patterns. "Nieli, yesterday when I went back, I verified it. It is indeed the complete icy wind, sudden snow inscription pattern," Yi Ziyun said while looking at Nieli. However, she saw that Nieli didn't have any arrogant expression on his face. He only responded with an "oh." To him, this isn't something worth showing off. As the proud daughter of the Snow Wind family, although Yi Ziyun doesn't usually show it, she does have a bit of pride in her heart. However, she carefully recalled the past. Although Nieli is talented, he has always been low-key in the class. He never showed off anything. It was only until teacher Shun Xiu's words angered him that he retorted. In comparison, Yi Ziyun felt a little ashamed. Compared to Nieli, she doesn't have anything to be proud of. At this moment, Yi Ziyun started to admire Nieli. Although it hasn't reached the level of liking him, Nieli is the only boy that she is willing to interact with since she was young. For Nieli, this is already a huge improvement. "Nieli, this is the soul crystal you asked me to take." Yi Ziyun took out the soul crystal. "Pour your soul power into the soul crystal." Nieli looked at Yi Ziyun and said, Yi Ziyun had been his woman since his previous life. Naturally, he would not be stingy. Yi Ziyun nodded and injected her soul force into the soul crystal. The soul crystal slowly shone with a dazzling white light. After seeing Yi Ziyun's soul form, Nieli sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not expect that Yi Ziyun's talent was even stronger than Xiaoning Er's. She was like a lump of ice crystal with a faint phoenix sleeping inside. This was the soul form of the legendary ice phoenix, one of the most powerful soul forms. Before the ice phoenix reaches black gold rank, its cultivation speed is about the same as the winged dragon. However, once the ice phoenix reaches black gold rank and hatches, its cultivation will increase by leaps and bounds. It's a pity that in his previous life, Yi Ziyun did not have the chance to reach black gold rank and died in battle. Otherwise, Yi Ziyun could have become the pillar of Glory City. Snow Wind attribute, Ice Phoenix soul form. Nieli raised his head and looked at Yi Ziyun. His eyes were filled with excitement and said, "I'll teach you a cultivation technique." "Teach me a cultivation technique. What cultivation technique is it?" Yi Ziyun asked in astonishment. She is already practicing the most profound snow wind cultivation technique of the Snow Wind family. Could it be that Nieli has a better cultivation technique? The Snow Wind family is the #1 family in Glory City. Even the Sacred Family and the Divine Family can't be compared to them. That's because the Snow Wind family has a legend rank demon spiritualist, the legendary Yi-Mo. The various treasures of the Snow Wind family are not something that ordinary people can imagine. Because Yi-Mo likes to explore the Divine Continent, he explored some of the lost ancient cities in the Saint Ancestral Mountains and obtained many powerful cultivation techniques, which he translated. 9 Revolving Ice Phoenix Technique. Niali imparted the chant and cultivation technique to Yi Ziyun. Although the 9 Revolving Ice Phoenix technique isn't the most powerful cultivation technique that Yi Ziyun can practice, it's the most mysterious cultivation technique. If she successfully practices it, she will have 9 lives. As long as the soul isn't destroyed, she can be revived. In this life, Nieli will definitely not let Yi Ziyun leave him. Yi Ziyun only chanted the chant a few times and was shocked by the power of the 9 Revolving Ice Phoenix technique. This is definitely not something that the cultivation techniques collected by the Snow Wind family can be compared to. Thank you, Nieli. Yi Ziyun sincerely thanked. She was a little surprised that Nieli would impart such a precious cultivation technique to her. After all, she and Nieli have only just met. In Yi Ziyun's view, she and Nieli have only just met. However, in Nieli's view, he has already known Yi Ziyun for a long time. Furthermore, in his heart, Yi Ziyun is already his woman. It's just a 9 Revolving Ice Phoenix technique. It's nothing. Yi Ziyun revolved the 9 Revolving Ice Phoenix technique a little. The soul force in her soul sea-surged. This cultivation technique is simply tailor-made for her. Just when Nieli and Yi Ziyun were chatting, a person walked over. It's Shunyu. Seeing Nieli and Yi Ziyun happily chatting and Yi Ziyun's beautiful smile, Shunyu could no longer hold back the jealousy in his heart and walked over from afar. Ziyun. Shunyu looked at Yi Ziyun and lightly smiled. And Yi Ziyun lightly responded. At this moment, she no longer has any good impression of Shunyu. Shunyu sat down on the seat beside her. He looked at Nieli and a cold light flashed across his eyes. The atmosphere between the three of them suddenly became a little awkward. Nieli, we meet again. Shunyu coldly sneered, revealing faint enmity. What? The lesson from last time was not enough. Nieli had a leisurely face. From the beginning to the end, he did not put Shunyu in his eyes. Shunyu tightly clenched his fist. If it wasn't for Yi Ziyun being here, he would definitely get his underlings to teach Nieli a lesson. Yi Ziyun revealed a trace of astonishment. Hearing the conversation between Nieli and Shunyu seemed to have suffered a loss in the hands of Nieli. She was a little curious. As a direct descendant of the Sacred Family, why would Shunyu suffer a loss in the hands of Nieli and swallow it? Shunyu forcefully suppressed the resentment in his heart. He glanced at Yi Ziyun and said, "My family and Ziyun's family are old friends. The two of us have been playing together since young and are very familiar with each other. Our elders are very supportive of our relationship." The reason why Shunyu said these words is to remind Nieli that he and Yi Ziyun are a good match and have obtained the approval of both elders. Who does Nieli think he is? He wants to snatch Yi Ziyun from him? Hearing Shunyu's words, Nieli couldn't help sneering in his heart. In terms of familiarity with Yi Ziyun, how can Shunyu be more familiar than him? Shunyu glanced at Yi Ziyun, revealing a trace of gentle smile. It can be said that Ziyun and I have a tacit understanding of each other. We even know each other's preferences and habits. Hearing Shunyu's words, Yi Ziyun revealed a trace of unhappiness. She really wanted to question Shunyu. Am I that familiar with you? Ever since the few incidents in the classroom, Yi Ziyun gradually had some disgust towards Shunyu. At least the sacred family doesn't seem to be as glorious and sacred as it looks on the outside. Yi Ziyun couldn't help glancing at Nieli. Nieli wouldn't misunderstand, right? Then tell me, what do you know? I really want to know. Nieli's finger lightly tapped on the table. In his previous life, Yi Ziyun was so close to marrying Shunyu. In this life, he will definitely not let such a thing happen. Ziyun likes to eat banana orchids, likes to read, likes to stare out the window in a daze. Shunyu looked at Yi Ziyun with deep feelings. Nieli lightly smiled and said, "In fact, she doesn't like to eat banana orchids, but Lord Yemo lied to her, saying that eating banana orchids can strengthen soul force. Whoever likes to read those obscure books is a fool." Ziyun likes to go out and adventure the most. She stares out the window in a daze because she yearns for the outside world. Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Ziyun felt like she was struck by lightning. She blankly stared at Nieli. How does Nieli know all these? She never thought that there would be a person who would understand her so well. Nieli took a deep breath. Back then, he wanted to bring Yi Ziyun to travel around the entire continent. However, that wish was not fulfilled. "In this life, I will help you fulfill your wish." "You're talking nonsense," Shunyu was about to refute, but seeing Yi Ziyun's expression, he opened his mouth but did not say anything. "Since you understand Ziyun, do you know where is the butterfly-shaped mark on Ziyun's body?" Nieli looked at Shunyu with a smile that is not a smile. "How would I know?" Shunyu angrily said. Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Ziyun's face instantly turned red. How does Nieli know that she has a butterfly-shaped mark on her body? A strange feeling arose in Yi Ziyun's heart. She stood up and said, "Nieli, you rogue." Yi Ziyun stomped her feet and ran away in shame and anger. Yi Ziyun's back view was graceful. She wore a white silk dress, and her slender legs looked even more alluring. Seeing Yi Ziyun's strange reaction, Shunyu's face sunk. The relationship between Yi Ziyun and Nieli is definitely not simple. Who knows, there might be an affair between the two of them. His face was frighteningly gloomy. "Nieli, remember this. I will definitely make you die miserably." Nieli disdainfully glanced at Shunyu, coldly laughed, and said, "You're still far from being able to fight with me. If you still don't have eyes, I don't mind teaching you a lesson." Nieli stood up and left. City Lord's mansion, the crimson blush on Yi Ziyun's cheeks still hadn't receded. "Nieli, you bastard! Bastard!" Yi Ziyun angrily stomped her feet. How did Nieli know that she has a butterfly-shaped birthmark on her left chest? Thinking of this, Yi Ziyun's heart felt like it was overturned. Could it be that Nieli secretly peeped at her while she was bathing? If Nieli peeped at her butterfly-shaped birthmark, didn't that mean that he saw everything on her body? No, I must interrogate this bastard. Yi Ziyun's heart was extremely embarrassed. She stared outside. Why does Nieli know me so well? Could it be that Nieli has been peeping on me? But the City Lord's mansion is so big and heavily guarded. Even a fly wouldn't be able to fly in, right? The new book is still young and needs everyone's care. Please recommend me. Chapter 23. Yi Ziyun was distraught. She took out the 9 revolving ice phoenix technique that Nieli gave to her. The value of the 9 revolving ice phoenix technique is absolutely unimaginable. Nieli is actually willing to give her such a precious technique. Anger and gratitude. These two emotions intertwined in her heart, making it hard for Yi Ziyun to calm down. After a long time, Yi Ziyun finally suppressed the anger in her heart and concentrated on training the 9 revolving ice phoenix technique. Her heart slowly calmed down. Her soul realm seemed to have formed a faint frost, and a clear power was circulating in her body. Yi Ziyun's skin was glowing with a translucent jade luster. Compared to before, She was much more beautiful, like a fairy from the 9 heavens. As her soul force continued to increase, the impurities in Yi Ziyun's body were expelled. Her body was covered in sweat. A cyan light suddenly blossomed, like a huge cyan lotus. Yi Ziyun suddenly opened her eyes. Her beautiful pupils were as pure as gemstones. The power of the 9 revolving ice phoenix technique was far beyond her imagination. She was originally close to 1-star bronze rank. After training the 9 revolving ice phoenix technique, she directly broke through the barrier to rank up and broke through to 1-star bronze rank. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, Yi Ziyun hurriedly asked the maid to boil water. The flower petals in the bathtub emitted a fragrance. Yi Ziyun slowly took off the silk dress on her body, revealing her curvaceous figure. Her white and delicate skin was crystal clear, like a beautiful jade carving. After training the 9 revolving ice phoenix technique, Yi Ziyun became even more beautiful. Although she has not reached the most beautiful age of a woman, she has already developed very well. Her delicate ankles slowly stepped into the flower petals. Feeling the hot water washing away the stains on her body, the flower petals left an alluring fragrance on her body. Yi Ziyun couldn't help but feel excited. Her slender fingers slowly stroked her smooth skin. Seeing the exquisite butterfly-shaped birthmark on her left chest, her heart once again had a trace of strangeness. This butterfly-shaped birthmark has been there since she was born. She slowly stroked it. Although she has not reached the most beautiful age of a girl, the girl's slightly raised twin peaks were already very attractive. Did Nieli see my birthmark? Yi Ziyun felt her heart tremble. If Nieli really saw it, then wouldn't she be seen by Nieli? At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from outside. Who's peeking? Yi Ziyun immediately covered her chest with her hands. Her face flashed with shame and anger. Nieli, that bastard. Miss, it's me. A beautiful maid walked out from behind the curtain. So it's the maid, Xiao Dai. Yi Ziyun secretly let out a breath. Her cheeks were slightly hot. Nieli hasn't even reached the bronze rank. How could he break into the heavily guarded city lord's mansion? She was thinking too much. How did Nieli see my birthmark? The night was silent. The next day, Secret Treasure Hall. This is a very large shop, specializing in selling all kinds of armors, weapons, and inscription scrolls. It was opened a few hundred meters away from the entrance of St. Laurent College. Boss, I want this bronze rank Raging Flame set, and this Raging Flame sword, Nieli said, pointing at some bronze rank armors and weapons. This Raging Flame set has a total of 4 pieces: the armor, gauntlets, leggings, and boots. The asking price is 500,000 demon spirit coins. This Raging Flame sword is 200,000 demon spirit coins. Both are pinnacle bronze rank works, made from the scales of Raging Flame demon beasts. Bronze rank demon beasts can forget about breaking it. Even silver rank demon beasts would need to spend a lot of effort to break this armor. Young master, are you sure you want to buy it? The boss looked at Nieli and asked, Of course. Do you think I'm joking with you? Nieli threw out a bag and said, Inside, there are 10,000 demon crystal cards. Okay, I'll immediately wrap it up for young master. The boss suddenly smiled. I also want this armor and these inscription scrolls. I want them all. Wrap them up for me. And this. After selling a large amount of purple haze grass, Nieli has an astonishing amount of money in his hands. Buying these things is not a problem at all. Nieli doesn't know which family's young master is this, to be so generous. The amount of money in one day is more than a few months of normal sales. The boss of Secret Treasure Hall's teeth almost fell off from laughing. Nieli bought a 5 to 6 cubic meter interspatial ring and put all these things into the interspatial ring. As for the Raging Flame set, He directly wore it on his body. This raging flame set is very light. It can't be seen under his clothes. Today, I'll go to the classroom and return the money to Xiao Ninger. Nieli thought for a moment and said, walking towards the school. Walking to a corner of St. Laurent College, a few people suddenly appeared in front of Nieli. Brat, we've finally caught you. Shun Yu coldly smiled at Nieli. The 6 lackeys behind him looked at Nieli in ridicule. Their eyes were very unfriendly. Nieli already knew that Shun Yu's men are following him. He purposely walked to such a remote place, waiting for Shun Yu's men to block him. His mouth flashed a trace of unnoticeable smile. Watch how I play you guys to death. What are you guys trying to do? Nieli pretended to be terrified. Brat, you finally know fear. Damn it, I've been unhappy with you for a long time. Today you're courting death. Beat him up. Shinyu angrily shouted. The 6 lackeys behind Shinyu rushed forward, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, charging towards Nieli. Beat him up until he can't get up. Shunyu's face showed a cruel and refreshing smile. Don't come over, I'll resist. As Nieli dodged, he circulated his soul force and shouted, Murder! The sacred family is going to murder. Such a good opportunity, Nieli naturally wouldn't let it go. He first poured dirty water on the sacred family. Nieli had used a secret soul technique. His voice was like thunder, so loud that it hurt one's eardrums. Damn it, cover this brat's mouth. Quickly cover it up. Hearing Nieli's shout, Shun Yu's face twitched. Damn it, Nieli's shout can be heard throughout St. Laurent College. It's even more miserable than a pig being slaughtered. Bang! Bang! The punches and kicks of Shun Yu's lackeys were like raindrops falling on Nieli's body. Among the 6 lackeys, 3 are 2-star bronze rank and 3 are 1-star bronze rank. Logically speaking, a few punches should be enough to beat Nieli down. However, after receiving a few punches, nothing happened to Nieli. His voice was still loud and clear, echoing back and forth between the several school buildings. Murder! The sacred family is going to murder. The powerful penetrating force almost caused the school buildings to collapse. Very quickly, all the students of St. Laurent College were alarmed. Many of them stuck their heads out of the window, wanting to see what's going on. With a glance, they saw 6 people surrounding and beating up Nieli. The one standing behind them is Shun Yu of the sacred family. Isn't that Nieli? I heard that Nieli offended the sacred family. I heard that Nieli exposed that the scarlet sunburst of the sacred family was plagiarized. Therefore, the sacred family is preparing to assassinate Nieli. The sacred family is too dark to actually assassinate a student in St. Laurent College. Quickly report to the dean. Some of the students were discussing among themselves. Those who were unhappy with Nieli in the past also started to sympathize with Nieli, including some of the aristocratic families. They were extremely unhappy with Shun Yu's actions. This is St. Laurent College. The sacred family actually dared to kill someone here. Aren't they being too lawless? Nieli looked at Shun Yu in front of him and coldly smiled, wanting to play with him. Shun Yu is still too inexperienced. When being surrounded and beaten up by the 6 people, Nieli relied on his agile movements. The punches and kicks of Shun Yu's 6 lackeys all landed on Nieli's raging flame armor. Not only did they not injure Nieli, they were instead shaken by Nieli's raging flame armor, causing their hands to go numb. The bones in their hands were almost broken. As Nieli dodged, his punches and kicks landed on the bodies of Shun Yu's lackeys, causing them to grimace in pain. Logically speaking, with Nieli's strength, he wouldn't be able to cause any harm to these few 1-star and 2-star bronze rank fighters. However, Nieli's punches are a little weird. A light punch is more painful than being hit on the head by a stick. Damn it, you bunch of idiots, did you not eat? Shunyu roared. Under the gaze of countless students, Shunyu felt that he had lost all his face. After such a long time, his 6 lackeys were still unable to beat Nye Li down. On the contrary, Nye Li's shouts were getting louder and louder. It's fine if Nye Li is shouting for help, but Nye Li is shouting that the sacred family is trying to kill someone. This is simply pouring all the dirty water on the sacred family. Every sentence is simply piercing the heart. Shunyu is simply going crazy from anger. Right now, he can no longer advance or retreat. Beat him up, ruthlessly beat him up. Shunyu roared. Shunyu's lackeys complained incessantly. They are already giving it their all, but no matter how much they beat up Nye Li is still alive and kicking. On the contrary, they were beaten up by Nye Li to the point that their bones are about to fall apart. Nye Li's punches may seem light, but the force behind them is very strong, causing their bodies to be bruised. "What are you guys doing?" A voice sounded. A slim figure quickly flew over. "It's Xiao Ninger." Xiao Ninger stood in front of Nye Li, angrily staring at Shunyu and Bunch. Her body was covered in cyan light. She is already a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. She is holding on to an azure moon dagger, ready to take action at any time. "Shunyu, you're too much." Another voice sounded. Another slender figure flew out from the side. "It's Yi Ziyun." She angrily stared at Shunyu. "Shunyu, I never thought that you would be this kind of person." Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun looked at Nye Li at the same time and asked, "Nye Li, are you all right?" Seeing how concerned Yi Ziyun is for Nye Li, Xiao Ninger's face stiffened and turned her head away. Yi Ziyun was also a little embarrassed. She turned her head and stared at Shunyu. "Ziyun, you misunderstood. It's not what you think it is." Shunyu found it hard to explain. Seeing the faint ridicule on Nye Li's face, he instantly understood what's going on. He was tricked by Nye Li. He pointed at Nye Li and angrily said, "It's this brat. He purposely led us here. It's all his doing." "Shunyu, who are you trying to fool?" Xiao Ninger was even more furious. "Isn't the excuse you found too idiotic?" At this moment, Nye Li had an innocent look on his face. He righteously rebuked Shunyu and said, "I admit that I've offended your sacred family. But aren't you guys too much? You actually want to kill someone in school. What kind of place do you think St. Laurent College is? Although my family background isn't as good as yours, I'm not someone that you can slaughter. I want to see how overbearing your sacred family can be. I, Nye Li, am a proud and unyielding person. Unless you kill me, it's impossible for me to yield to you bunch of scoundrels." Nye Li's righteous words simply made Shunyu vomit blood from anger. Hearing Nye Li's words, whether it's Xiao Ninger or Yi Ziyun, they couldn't help looking at Nye Li with admiration. Xiao Ninger's heart was filled with admiration. "I also shouldn't yield to the sacred family," Xiao Ninger secretly thought. She simply hates the sacred family to the extreme. In her view, the sacred family is as despicable as ever. Just by forcing her to marry Shin Fei, it can be seen. Chapter 24. At this moment, Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch gathered over. "Shunyu, you're too despicable. 7 of you ganged up on Nye Li." Daozit was filled with righteous indignation. Seeing that Nye Li is fine, he felt relieved. Although Nye Li pretended to be miserable, nothing actually happened to him. The spectating students also started to criticize Shunyu. "I didn't do anything to him at all." Shunyu gloomily retorted. They were scolded by everyone. Nye Li, Lu Piao, and Bunch exchanged glances. Lu Piao immediately understood. With so many of you punching and kicking Nye Li, how could Nye Li be fine? "Do you want us to try punching and kicking you?" Lu Piao condescendingly asked. "Shunyu, do you dare to swear to the heavens that you didn't let your underlings beat Nye Li to death just now? Even if you don't admit it, Many students in the school heard it. I did say it, but I didn't really, Shenyu anxiously explained. Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun looked at Shenyu with disgust in their eyes. He actually wants to kill someone in the school. Shenyu is too hateful. In Yi Ziyun's heart, Shenyu's impression has already reached the extreme. Although Shenyu said that he wanted his underlings to beat Nieli to death, it's just saying it. Killing someone in the school, he definitely wouldn't dare to do such a thing. If he really did it, even the sacred family wouldn't be able to protect him. However, these ruthless words have a different meaning in other people's ears. Vice Principal Yisheng is here. Nieli, I admit defeat today. Just you wait. Shenyu spat and hurriedly ran away with his group of followers. Nieli, are you all right? Xiao Ninger's face was filled with concern, nervously grabbing onto Nieli's arm. I suffered a little injury. Nothing serious. Luckily, you guys came early. Nieli said, smiling, looking at Xiao Ninger, and then looked at Yi Ziyun. After Xiao Ninger practiced the new cultivation technique, her complexion and skin is better than before. Her youthful beauty is even better than before, emitting an indescribable temperament. As for Yi Ziyun, she seems to be more beautiful than before, graceful and elegant. Two beautiful girls, one on the left and one on the right, complemented each other, competing in beauty. Seeing Xiao Ninger being so concerned for Nieli, Yi Ziyun couldn't tell what she was feeling. It's good that you're all right. Yi Ziyun awkwardly smiled. Seeing this scene, the surrounding youths couldn't remain calm. If they were the ones who were beaten up, it would be great if they were the ones standing in the middle of the two goddesses. For the first time, the surrounding girls noticed that Nieli's appearance is rather handsome. They couldn't help taking a few more glances at Nieli, feeling that Nieli is more and more interesting the more they look at him. No wonder Ninger and Ziyun are so fond of Nieli. As for some of the boys, the more they look at Nieli, the more repulsive they felt. It's fine if you snatched one goddess, but you actually snatched two. This is too intolerable. Why wasn't he beaten to death by Shenyu earlier? Seeing the two beauties competing with each other, the trace of sympathy they had for Nieli was thrown out of the 9 heavens. Looking at the beautiful Yi Ziyun beside her, Xiao Ninger suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. She knew that the one Nieli likes is Yi Ziyun, but she still couldn't suppress the strong feeling in her heart. Nieli is the first and only boy that walked into her heart. She thought that she was the only one who discovered Nieli's excellence, and that she could slowly attract Nieli's gaze from Yi Ziyun. But she never thought that, unknowingly, Nieli and Yi Ziyun seemed to be very familiar. Nieli, let me help you to the classroom. I've brought breakfast for you, Xiao Ninger softly said, both of her hands supporting Nieli. Her slightly bulging chest was tightly leaning on Nieli's arm. Feeling that softness, Nieli couldn't help feeling a kind of annoyance. He awkwardly looked at Yi Ziyun and said, Ziyun, since the matter has been resolved, I should also leave. Yi Ziyun acted as if she didn't hear it at all, turned around and left. She also couldn't tell what kind of feelings she had. Her feelings for Nieli have yet to rise to the level of liking, but she didn't know why. Seeing Xiao Ninger and Nieli being so intimate, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. It's none of my business, Yi Ziyun mumbled. Whatever Nieli and Xiao Ninger do, it doesn't matter. Daozit and Lu Piao, who were standing by the side, gave Nieli a thumbs up. Nieli is really capable to actually be able to hook up with the two goddesses of the class in such a short amount of time. Although Yi Ziyun didn't do anything when Nieli was being beaten up by Shenyu and the rest, the concern that Yi Ziyun showed cannot be faked. In the crowd far away, seeing Nieli being supported by Xiao Ninger, Shunfei's face turned gloomy. Daring to go against my sacred family, and even hooking up with my woman, He's simply tired of living. Shun Fei clenched his fist, making cracking sounds. He is Shun Yu's brother. His cultivation has already reached silver rank. Even in the demon spiritualist genius class, he has a place in the class. He will not put Nieli in his eyes. With the recent series of things, Nieli has already completely stood on the opposite side of the sacred family. Returning to the classroom. Although Xiao Ninger doesn't want it, Nieli still returned the few 100,000 demon spirit coins that Xiao Ninger paid to Xiao Ninger. To him, a few 100,000 demon spirit coins is nothing. Purple haze grass is still selling well. Although the price has dropped a little, the price per pound is still above 200 demon spirit coins. Within 3 years, Glory City will have a continuous demand for purple haze grass. Therefore, he can slowly sell it off. Nieli has already become the talk of the school. Whether it's going against the sacred family or his ambiguous relationship with Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun, it made the students pay a lot of attention to Nieli. There are even many female students who secretly stuffed love letters into Nieli's desk, expressing their love for him. There are a few female students that Nieli has a little impression of. Their looks are not bad. In his previous life, Nieli was always unknown. No one cared about him. His presence in the school was extremely low. He never thought that in this life he would be so popular. However, those love letters were all disposed by Nieli. After his rebirth, his heart is only for Yi Ziyun. How can these girls be compared to Yi Ziyun? After all, in his previous life, Nieli and Yi Ziyun went through life and death together. As for Xiao Ninger, Nieli is very willing to become good friends with Xiao Ninger. With the constant training of Heavenly God technique, Nieli's soul force rapidly increased. He believes that in 2 months' time, it is enough for Nieli to be reborn. Basically, every night, Nieli will eat a soul-assembling pill or spiritual-raising pill, soak in purple haze grass solution, allowing his soul force to be fully nourished. Aside from training his soul force, Nieli also frequently does various body-strengthening exercises to increase the strength of his body. Although training his soul force can increase the strength of his body, the strength of his body is still a must-be trained. After reaching silver rank, a demon spiritualist's soul realm can accommodate a demon spirit. The stronger the body, the more powerful the demon spirit it can accommodate. If the body is too weak, it's very easy to explode from the demon spirit. Many demon spiritualists only train their body at the last minute after reaching silver rank and having a chosen demon spirit. However, by that time, it's already too late. Nieli wants to lay a good foundation from now on, running, climbing, and carrying weights every day. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Nieli's soul force has already increased to 76. He estimated that in a few days he will be like Daozit and Lu Piao and be promoted to 1-star bronze rank. The morning of the 3rd day, in the library, Chun Linjian and Bunch are already waiting there. Aside from Chun Linjian, Yi Ziyun, Shun Yu, and Bunch are also present. Chun Linjian is from the Divine Family, Yi Ziyun is from the Snow Wind Family, and Shun Yu is from the Sacred Family. They have known each other since young. For them to gather together for this exploration of the ancient Orchid City ruins, it's not a surprising thing. You're here as well? Yi Ziyun looked at Nieli in surprise. This matter was organized by Chun Linjian. Since when did Nieli come in contact with Chun Linjian? It seems that she still underestimated Nieli. Yes. Nieli smiled and nodded his head. Seeing Nieli coming over, Shun Yu's face became even more gloomy. Just now, he wanted to find Yi Ziyun to explain, but Yi Ziyun coldly rejected him. From the beginning to the end, she maintained a distance of 5 to 6 meters from him, making him very depressed. All of this was caused by Nieli. If it wasn't for Nieli's appearance, Yi Ziyun wouldn't be so cold to him. Shun Yu placed all the blame on Nye Li's head. Since you're the one who came to die, then don't blame others. Shunyu thought fiercely. He whispered a few words in the ear of one of his followers. That follower glanced at Nye Li, then quietly left. After suffering 2 losses in the hands of Nye Li, Shunyu understood that with the strength of a bronze rank, it was impossible to deal with Nye Li. Therefore, he had to send someone to the family to find some experts. Shunyu's actions were all seen by Nye Li. Nye Li sneered in his heart. Chun Linjian's gaze fell on Nye Li. He faintly smiled and said, "Well, those who should be here are all here. It's about time to set off." For this trip to the ancient Orchid City ruins, Chun Linjian's side had a total of 28 people. Shunyu's side had 7 people. In addition, there was Nye Li and Yi Ziyun. Nye Li didn't tell Daozit, Lu Piao, and the others about this matter. It was better to let Daozit, Lu Piao, and the others cultivate in the library. After all, the ancient Orchid City ruins still had a certain degree of danger. Nye Li might not be able to take care of it all. A group of 37 people. After preparing some essential items, such as food, camping tents, hunting crossbows, etc., they set off. This time, their adventure was carried out in secret. Therefore, they were very low-key. They announced to the public that they were going to the secluded mountain canyon to gain experience. When writing the god Rune Dao, Snail's body wasn't very good. He remembered that there was once when he vomited 5 or 6 times because of kidney stones. He didn't even dare to sit for 2 or 3 consecutive days. The pain woke him up in the middle of the night. However, Snail still didn't stop writing for a day. This caused the creation of the god Rune Dao to not be very smooth, and the quality was affected. However, Snail was very responsible for his own work. This Chronicles of the Demon God was made by Snail with all his effort. In the future, in order to maintain the quality of the Chronicles of the Demon God, Snail still had to rest when necessary. Therefore, he would occasionally take a break to adjust his body. Please understand. Chapter 25. A group of people were walking on the street. Yi Ziyun and Nye Li were walking side by side at the back of the group. "When did you get to know Chun Linjian?" Yi Ziyun asked, examining Nye Li as if she was trying to see through Nye Li. "I'm not familiar with him. We only chatted once in the library." Nye Li said, shrugging his shoulders. "Then he's actually willing to let you join?" Yi Ziyun was surprised. She and Chun Linjian have known each other since they were young. Their relationship isn't considered close, but it's still not bad. Chun Linjian is arrogant and conceited, rarely putting people of the same generation in his eyes. Of course, Chun Linjian isn't that kind of annoying person. Otherwise, Yi Ziyun wouldn't be bothered to interact with him. Thinking of Nye Li's various miracles, Yi Ziyun can understand. She doesn't know how Nye Li convinced Chun Linjian. Nye Li is a very resourceful person. No difficulty can baffle Nye Li. Seeing Yi Ziyun and Nye Li talking and laughing, every frown and smile was so cute, Shunyu was simply going crazy with jealousy. In his view, Yi Ziyun should only be smiling at him. Nye Li has snatched away the position that should have belonged to him. Nye Li must die. Shunyu's expression was ruthless. Once they reach the wilderness, Nye Li can forget about returning to Glory City. However, this matter cannot be known by outsiders, especially Yi Ziyun. Shunyu has already started to think about how to deal with Nye Li in his heart. A group of people walked out of Glory City, advancing on the rugged mountain road of Saint Ancestral Mountain. Just reaching the ancient Orchid City ruins would take 5 to 6 days. Along the way, they would have to eat and sleep in the open, and there was also the possibility of encountering some demon beast attacks. However, Nye Li had an innate sensitivity and intuition towards danger, coupled with the experience from his rebirth. Even if his current cultivation was not even at the bronze rank ordinary demonic beasts would not be able to hurt him. Moreover, the roads they had passed were all relatively safer ones. Among these 37 people, their strength is not bad. There are 6 who have reached silver rank, and the rest are 3-star bronze rank and above. Even Yi Ziyun has reached 1-star bronze rank. Among everyone, Nie Li and Shen Yu have the lowest cultivation. However, the news of Yi Ziyun reaching 1-star bronze rank was not announced to the public, so no one knew about it. After walking for more than 10 hours, passing through a rugged mountain road, the group arrived at a flat open ground in the evening. Chun Linjian glanced at the surroundings. These trees are tall, so it is relatively hidden. He opened his mouth and said, "Let's camp here today." Shen Yu walked over from the side and said to Yi Ziyun, "Ziyun, let's camp together. This way, I can protect you." "No need." Yi Ziyun's pale face showed a trace of unhappiness. She doesn't want to camp together with Shen Yu. Ever since the previous incident, Shen Yu's image in her heart has been extremely bad. Yi Ziyun chose a place and set up camp together with the other girls. Although Nie Li wished to set up camp together with Yi Ziyun, he did not go up and ask for a snub like Shen Yu. Nie Li found a relatively remote place to set up camp and leaned under the shade of a tree. As the night deepened, sounds of insects could be heard coming from the forest. Nie Li's thoughts wandered far away, thinking of the various things in his previous life. He doesn't know how his family is doing. Although he wanted to see his father, mother, uncles, and cousins, he still endured it. St. Laurent College is a boarding school. Aside from the privileged children of the major families and noble families, ordinary students will be punished if they sneak back home. Furthermore, if his family knows that he played truant, they will severely punish him. After 2 months of testing, he will be able to go back and reunite with his family for around a month. Before Glory City was destroyed, although Nie Li's family was financially strained and a little down, they were still able to live. Thinking back to the scene of Glory City's destruction, Nie Li clenched his fist. In a few years, Glory City will be attacked by demon beasts. He must become a powerful expert. At the very least, he must reach Black Gold rank or even Legend rank. Only then can he help Glory City avoid this calamity. Therefore, time is very tight. He has to follow his own plan and improve step by step. The next thing he needs to do is to get that spiritual lamp, because that spiritual lamp is very important to his future training. Nie Li sat under the shade of a tree, operating his soul realm. There seems to be something hidden in his soul realm, which made Nie Li very curious. In his previous life, he didn't have this kind of feeling when he was training. But until now, with Nie Li's current cultivation, he is still unable to explore the depths of his soul realm. The soul realm was originally illusory, without any shape. With the strengthening of Nie Li's soul force, his soul realm shined with a faint green light, gradually forming into a sphere. As his training deepens, his soul force will strengthen, and the shape of his soul realm will change. The Heavenly God cultivation technique is slowly showing its effect. Deep in the night, at this moment, Glory City winged dragon family Xiao Ninger quietly stared outside the window. In the afternoon, she received a letter from Nie Li. Nie Li said that he will be leaving for a period of time and told her to stay at home to recuperate. He also gave her a prescription. After 2 massages from Nie Li and practicing the profound lightning dragon cultivation technique, Xiao Ninger's illness is much better. There won't be any problems for the time being. Later, Xiao Ninger found out that Nie Li went on an adventure with Chun Linjian's group. Yi Ziyun was also there. She couldn't help feeling a little resentful in her heart. Why didn't Nie Li bring her along? A servant hurriedly ran in and said, "Miss, the patriarch wants you to go to the conference hall." Xiao Ninger frowned for a moment, not knowing what happened. She stood up and walked outside. Winged Dragon Families Conference, Hall. The patriarch of the Winged Dragon family, Xiao Yunfeng, is sitting at the front of the conference hall. Beside him are 2 rows of seats with 6 middle-aged men. They are all Xiao Yunfeng's cousins and are all elders of the family. Xiao Ninger slightly bowed towards Xiao Yunfeng, swept her gaze at the 6 elders, and asked, "Father, may I ask why you are looking for me?" "I called you here because I have some things to ask you." There was still some unhappiness remaining on Xiao Yunfeng's face. Xiao Ninger understood that it must be because of these uncles. Ever since Xiao Yunfeng became the patriarch of the Winged Dragon family, there are 3 uncles who are not on good terms with Xiao Yunfeng. Elder Xiao Yi, who was sitting beside, faintly smiled and said, "Niece Ninger, I heard that some time ago you spent a lot of money to buy a lot of purple haze grass. Now that the price of purple haze grass has increased by hundreds of times, I'm afraid that those purple haze grass are already worth hundreds of millions of demon spirit coins. With so many demon spirit coins, the day of our Winged Dragon family's comeback is just around the corner. Niece Ninger has made such a huge contribution to the family. You are really our Winged Dragon family's lucky star." Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Xiao Ninger immediately understood. Xiao Yi, who knows where he got the news from, heard that she bought a lot of purple haze grass. Therefore, he came over to pressure her father, wanting to take away a portion of the purple haze grass. Regarding this matter, Xiao Yunfeng, of course, is not happy about it. No matter how much purple haze grass Xiao Ninger bought, this matter has nothing to do with the family. This is Xiao Ninger's personal action. As for how to deal with the purple haze grass, it has nothing to do with the family. But Xiao Yi is not going to let it go. He must make Xiao Ninger give him an explanation. Xiao Ninger proudly stood up. Her pretty face had a firm expression, and said, "Elder Xiao Yi, I spent my own money to buy purple haze grass. This matter should have nothing to do with the family, right? Don't tell me that the herbs and armors that Elder Xiao Yi bought, you have to hand them over to the family? You." Xiao Yi never thought that the usually gentle Xiao Ninger would actually refute him so fiercely. What Xiao Yi doesn't know is that the image of Xiao Ninger in the family has always been meek and submissive. But ever since she came in contact with Nieli, Xiao Ninger's heart had a subtle change. Nieli made her understand one thing, which is that when you encounter something unfair, you must stand up and fight against it. Hearing Xiao Ninger's words, Xiao Yunfeng felt a little gratified. He looked at Xiao Yi and said, "Xiao Yi, what Ninger said is right. I think this is not the responsibility of a family member." Xiao Yi still did not let it go and said, "This matter cannot be compared to ordinary matters. Those purple haze grass are worth hundreds of millions or even billions of demon spirit coins. It can greatly alleviate the crisis that the family is facing. We don't have to be controlled by the sacred family." Xiao Yi glanced at Xiao Ninger, temptingly said, "If Ninger were to contribute the purple haze grass to the family, Niece Ninger wouldn't have to marry Xin Fei." In fact, Xiao Yi didn't think so. He wanted to first trick Xiao Ninger into handing over the purple haze grass. As for whether she will marry Xin Fei or not, it's not up to them. It depends on the sacred family. The other 5 elders agreed with Xiao Yi's view. If the purple haze grass is in Xiao Ninger's hands, it has nothing to do with them. But if it is contributed to the family, then the whole family will benefit. Even the 2 elders who usually stand on Xiao Yunfeng's side also have this view. Seeing this, Xiao Yunfeng looked at Xiao Ninger with guilt and sighed. Xiao Ninger felt wronged in her heart. Why is it that every time when the family is in trouble, she has to be sacrificed? What are the others doing? Fortunately, Nieli has already taken away all the purple haze grass. Xiao Ninger confidently said, "Those purple haze grass were bought by a friend of mine. Before the price of purple haze grass rose, I had already handed over all the purple haze grass to him. He has also returned the money that I used to buy the purple haze grass to me. Therefore, those purple haze grass have nothing to do with me anymore. What? Xiao Yi's expression immediately turned ugly. Xiao Yunfeng looked at Xiao Ninger and asked, Ninger, is this true? Yes. Xiao Ninger nodded her head and confidently said, Those purple haze grass are indeed no longer in my hands. Xiao Yi's face turned gloomy and said, What's the name of that friend of yours? What's his background? I promised him that I will keep it a secret. Xiao Ninger solemnly said, She will never tell Nia Li's name to anyone else. She has already made up her mind that no matter how much pressure she will face, she will keep this secret for Nia Li. Chapter 26. Xiao Yi coldly stared at Xiao Ninger and said, This shouldn't be an excuse, right? Xiao Yi glanced at Xiao Yunfeng. This pair of father and daughter is definitely hiding something. Xiao Ninger's eyebrows slightly raised, looked at Xiao Yi and said, Uncle's words, isn't it a bit too much? Xiao Ninger, swear to the heavens, what I said, every word is the truth. Hearing Xiao Ninger's words, Xiao Yi somewhat believed it. He understood Xiao Ninger's character very well. Xiao Yi was silent for a moment and said, Since that person is Niece Ninger's friend, then Niece Ninger, why don't you go and get those purple haze grass back? Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Xiao Ninger's complexion changed. Uncle, what do you mean by this? Those purple haze grass were entrusted to me by him. If I go and get it back from him, wouldn't I be a villain who goes back on his words? This is related to the family's interests. Xiao Yi's face turned red as he defended himself. Xiao Yi, let's drop this matter. Even if we go and get it from him, will he give it to us? Xiao Yunfeng lightly glanced at Xiao Yi. He naturally wouldn't let Xiao Yi force Ninger like this. This matter, it's not like there's no room for negotiation. We have to see what the other party's background is. Xiao Yi slightly sneered. If the other party doesn't have any background, we might be able to make him spit out the purple haze grass. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Xiao Ninger became angry. The lightning dragon skill in her body started to circulate uncontrollably. Her soul realm constantly vibrated. There seemed to be a faint sound of wind and thunder. A green light soared into the sky. A powerful momentum spread out in all directions. At this moment, under the influence of the intense emotions, Xiao Ninger's soul force instantly increased by several folds. Her soul realm seemed to be undergoing an intense transformation. What's going on? What happened to Ninger? Xiao Yunfeng suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Xiao Ninger in astonishment. Xiao Ninger has just stepped into 1-star bronze rank. Why does she have such a powerful soul force? The soul force emitted from Xiao Ninger's body even made him, a gold rank demon spiritualist, feel a faint pressure. Xiao Yi looked at Xiao Ning, in shock. He doesn't know what kind of cultivation technique Xiao Ning trained in, but the strength of her soul force doesn't seem like a demon spiritualist that just stepped into 1-star bronze rank. Xiao Ninger's body was overflowing with a bright light. Streams of soul power wrapped around her like ribbons. The white light made Xiao Ninger, who was wearing a white silk dress, look even more holy and pure. She looked like a fairy who had descended from the heavens. As the soul power condensed, it gradually formed a transparent pair of wings on Xiao Ninger's back. Soul power manifestation. Seeing this scene, including Xiao Yi, the 6 elders suddenly stood up. Their faces were filled with shock. Even Xiao Yunfeng was extremely shocked. He never thought that his daughter's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds, reaching the realm of soul power manifestation. Soul power manifestation. This is the manifestation of the extreme purity of soul force. Demon spiritualists that are able to achieve soul power manifestation are extremely rare. Generally, only gold rank and above genius demon spiritualists are able to do it. Out of 10 gold rank demon spiritualists, there might not even be one that can reach the realm of soul power manifestation. However, as long as it's a demon spiritualist that can achieve soul power manifestation, their soul force would be extremely powerful. In the future, they would at least reach black gold rank, or even legend rank. Xiao Ninger raised her head, coldly stared at Xiao Yi, decisively said, "The person who entrusted me to purchase the purple haze grass has given me a great debt of gratitude. If Uncle wants to harm him, although my cultivation is not as good as Uncle, even if I have to put my life on the line, I will stop Uncle." Xiao Ninger's expression was resolute. Her voice was like an unmelting ice, piercing straight to the heart. To be able to soul power manifestation at bronze rank, this proves that her talent has already reached an unimaginable level. Xiao Ninger is only 13 years old. What will happen in a few more years? The cultivation speed of this kind of genius will be very shocking. In a few more years, she will be able to reach silver rank, gold rank, or even higher. Xiao Yi finally cowered. According to the family's rules, Xiao Ninger is able to soul power manifestation. From today onwards, her position in the family will be even higher than Xiao Yunfeng's. The winged dragon family's ancestral teachings. In any era, the martial genius born in the family will have a transcendent position. If they have a cyan or blue soul realm, the family will spare no effort to nurture them. Their position in the family is transcendent because a genius can bring the family to the peak of prosperity. Although Xiao Ninger only has a green soul realm, being able to soul power manifestation at bronze rank is even rarer than cyan soul realm. Because in history, there were many demon spiritualists that had cyan soul realm, but they still slowly faded away. Only 1/10 of them reached gold rank and above. But for those that can soul power manifestation, it's completely different. Not one of them is lower than gold rank demon spiritualist. Once a junior is confirmed to be a super genius, then everyone in the family must pave the way for this super genius. The group of elders looked at each other. Even the two elders that were at odds with Xiao Yunfeng did not hesitate to side with Xiao Yunfeng. Ninger can soul power manifestation at bronze rank. Her future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. Congratulations, Patriarch. Congratulations, Ninger. Our winged dragon family will finally have a day of success. The few elders that originally wanted to force Xiao Ninger to hand over the purple haze grass, all of them showed a flattering smile. Towards Xiao Ninger, they were not stingy with their praises. The talent that Xiao Ninger has displayed is too amazing. No one can imagine to what extent Xiao Ninger can grow to in the future. Hearing the few elders' praises, Xiao Yunfeng was in a good mood and laughed heartily. What about the engagement with the sacred family? Xiao Yi murmured. Xiao Yunfeng only has one daughter. If Xiao Ninger were to marry into the sacred family, then Xiao Yi would be able to take back the patriarch's position. But now, the situation is completely out of their expectations. Xiao Yi, don't tell me that we are going to give the only genius that can revive the family to the sacred family? One of the elders retorted. If Xiao Ninger were to marry into the sacred family, then she would be a member of the sacred family and would no longer have any relation with the winged dragon family. They will definitely not let such a thing happen. Xiao Yi was depressed. Originally, he gathered a few elders and prepared to snatch the patriarch's position from Xiao Yunfeng. But after Xiao Ninger displayed her talent, these elders all fell to Xiao Yunfeng's side. Compared to the good news that Ninger brought to us, that little bit of purple haze grass is nothing. Another elder laughed. The change of the elder's attitude made Xiao Ninger a little surprised. Just now, when she was excited, her soul force had a breakthrough and actually reached the soul power manifestation realm. If it wasn't for the lightning dragon technique, she wouldn't be able to activate the powerful talent in her soul realm. Even if she trained in the lightning dragon technique, the possibility of activating the soul power manifestation realm is very low. Xiao Ninger can be considered as a blessing in disguise. Xiao Ninger was even more grateful to Nieli. If it wasn't for Nieli, she doesn't know what her current situation would be like. We can't afford to offend the sacred family for the time being. There's still 2 years before the wedding date. We'll drag it out first. There's no need to rush. Xiao Yunfeng proudly said, smiling. Although he is the patriarch, he has been pressured by the elders to the point that he can't breathe. Today, he can finally vent his anger. Ninger really made him proud. Ninger, what's your current soul force? Xiao Yunfeng looked at Xiao Ninger and asked. The previous test was 105. Xiao Ninger said, just now, after the soul power manifestation realm, her soul force seemed to have increased a little. Let's test it with the soul crystal, Xiao Yunfeng said, lightly smiling. Xiao Ninger took out the soul crystal and slowly injected her soul force into the soul crystal. The light inside the soul crystal became more and more dazzling. Faint sounds of wind and thunder could be heard. However, Xiao Yunfeng and Bunch only paid attention to the strength of the soul force. Soul force 362. Whether it's Xiao Yunfeng or the elders, all of them sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Xiao Ninger's soul force was only 105 a few days ago. In just a few days, her soul force has already reached 365, 3-star bronze rank. Indeed worthy of being a genius that comprehended the soul power manifestation realm. The elders were very shocked and ecstatic. Only Xiao Yi's face was gloomy. Xiao Ninger was also very surprised. She never thought that her soul force would increase so quickly. The elders in the family will no longer force her to marry into the sacred family. Thinking about it, all of this was brought by Nieli. Thinking about all the things that happened with Nieli, Xiao Ninger's heart couldn't help flashing a trace of sweetness. Xiao Ninger clenched her fist. She must continue to work hard. With enough strength, she won't have to succumb to the pressure from the sacred family and marry Shun Fei. The quiet night, Nieli sat cross-legged and gradually entered into a state of selflessness. His soul realm was also calm. Circulating the heavenly God cultivation technique, the surrounding energy of heaven and earth continuously converged onto Nieli's body. His soul force was constantly growing. A trace of cold wind whistled past. The night became even more quiet. Under Nieli's control, his soul force lingered around his body. All the muscles in his body vibrated and strengthened like a string being plucked. This is one of the additional effects of the heavenly God cultivation technique. It allows you to train your soul force while increasing your physical strength at the same time. After midnight, Nieli stopped training. When your soul force isn't strong enough, training in the middle of the night will cause some side effects. Taking out the soul crystal, Nieli tested it. His soul force has already reached 82. The results of his recent training are pretty good. Looking into the distance, a few figures were walking back and forth. It's the few people in charge of the night watch. Suddenly, a trace of strange smell came over. It seems to be the smell of some kind of demon beast. Nieli's face changed and suddenly stood up. If the camp is attacked by demon beasts, then it'll be troublesome. Nieli immediately stood up and walked towards the depths of the forest. Chapter 27. In the depths of the forest, in an open space with a circumference of 10 meters, all kinds of branches were scattered around. There seemed to be a trace of urine, smell, lingering in the air. On the tree trunk, there were still some gray hairs. These hairs were about 2 inches long. Seeing these hairs, Nieli immediately recognized them. They are the fox-bear demon beasts. Who? Suddenly, a vigilant voice sounded. Nieli looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a figure coming out from behind a tree. After seeing the person opposite him, Nieli was a little surprised. It's actually Chen Linjian. A moment later, a few people came out from behind Chen Linjian. Two of them are Chen Linjian's followers, and one of them is actually Shunyu. Why are you here? Chen Linjian looked at Nieli and asked, When I was training, I smelled a trace of strange smell in the air, so I chased it here. Nieli's gaze swept across Chen Linjian and Shunyu. Chen Linjian and Shunyu should only be familiar with each other and not together. Otherwise, Chen Linjian wouldn't have killed so many people from the sacred family in his previous life. Shunyu coldly looked at Nieli. His gloomy gaze was hidden in the darkness. Strange smell? Why didn't they smell it before? Two of my underlings were searching the forest and found this place. Shunyu came with me to take a look. Chen Linjian said. Currently, his relationship with Shunyu is pretty good. Both of them are direct descendants of major families. Therefore, both of them are maintaining good relations on the surface. Shunyu coldly snorted and said, Coming to this kind of place in the middle of the night, he might have some ulterior motives. Shunyu couldn't wait to pour all the dirty water on Nieli. Nieli was too lazy to explain. There was no evidence, so it would be strange if Chen Linjian believed it. Chen Linjian looked at Shunyu, then looked at Nieli. He has heard of the conflict between Nieli and Shunyu. A student without any background actually dared to go against the sacred family. Is Nieli confident or ignorant? This monster nest should have been abandoned for a long time. Shunyu glanced at the area. After Nieli came, he was too lazy to continue staying here. Anyway, on this trip to the ancient Orchid City ruins, he would have many opportunities to deal with Nieli along the way. There was no need to talk nonsense with Nieli. This demonic beast nest has indeed been abandoned for a very long time. Chen Linjian looked at the surrounding scattered branches, nodded his head, and said. Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something, looked at Nieli, and asked, What do you think? Nieli's knowledge is quite profound. There are some hairs left on the branches here, as well as the way the nest was stacked. According to my judgment, it should be a type of demon beast called fox bear. The size of the fox bear isn't big. An adult fox bear is about 1 meter tall and 2 meters long. This nest is so big, there should be an entire fox bear tribe living here. Nieli analyzed and judged. Hearing Nieli's words, no matter if it's Chen Linjian or the two followers, they all looked at Nieli dumbfounded. With just this little information, he was actually able to analyze what kind of demon beast lived here. This is too shocking. After all, there are tens of thousands of demon beasts in the Saint Ancestral Mountains. Chen Linjian couldn't help thinking, seems like bringing Nieli here was a wise decision. With just this little information, you deduced that this was the nest of the fox bear. Isn't that too arbitrary? Shunyu retorted, As long as it's Nieli's words, he will oppose it. Continue. Chen Linjian ignored Shunyu and looked at Nieli. Shunyu opened his mouth in dissatisfaction, but didn't say anything. Although he and Chen Linjian are direct descendants of major families, there are 7 direct descendants of the same generation as him in the sacred family. He's the one that doesn't receive much attention. If he's able to marry Yi Ziyun, his position in the sacred family will be raised to another level, becoming the next patriarch candidate. Chen Linjian is different from him. Almost from the moment he was born, Chen Linjian's identity as the next patriarch has already been confirmed. His talent is also very outstanding. Therefore, Shunyu doesn't dare to make the relationship between him and Chen Linjian stiff. Nieli completely treated Shunyu as heir and continued, Generally, an adult fox bear is a silver rank demon beast. According to the living habits of the fox bear, the fox bear spends 3/5 of the time in the cave in a dormant state, passing through the coldest period of the Saint Ancestral Mountains. Only when it's early summer will they come out of the cave, and move into the forest to hunt. It's at this time of the year? Chun Linjian asked in surprise. That's right. Nieli nodded his head. There's a trace of urine smell in the air here. If it's left behind from last year, after such a long time of wind and rain, the smell would have long dissipated. The fox bear is very territorial. They use their urine to mark their territory. I'm guessing that they'll appear soon. Nieli's thoughts are meticulous. Just through careful observation, he was able to obtain so much information. This caused Chun Linjian to admire Nieli. He has a whole new level of respect for Nieli. Nieli is simply a living demon spirit encyclopedia. Then what should we do? Chun Linjian asked. He began to seek Nieli's opinion. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. Let's leave during the night. The fox bear's sense of smell is very sensitive. If the fox bears discover that there are strangers trespassing into their territory, I'm afraid that they will disregard everything and fight with us. Although with our strength, we can get rid of this fox bear pack, but it's inevitable that there will be casualties. Our goal is still the ancient Orchid City ruins. Nieli also remembered that in his previous life, Yi Ziyun once said that when they were heading to the ancient Orchid City ruins, they were attacked by the fox bears. A few of them were killed or injured. This made Nieli even more sure that this place is dangerous. Chun Linjian pondered for a moment and said, "All right, we'll leave during the night." Chun Xiao, don't listen to his nonsense. Since this place is empty, it's impossible for a fox bear to appear. It's even more dangerous for us to travel during the night. It's better to leave during the day. Shun Yu immediately retorted. Nieli spread out his hands. It doesn't matter what Chun Linjian decides. Anyway, whether they stay or not, it's not a threat to him. Let's go, Chun Linjian decisively said. Without a doubt, he's more willing to believe in Nieli's judgment. Chun Linjian is a wise person. He knows whose words can be trusted and whose words can't be trusted. Returning to the camp, Chun Linjian immediately gathered all the sleeping people. Qin Xiao, what happened? Yeah, why do we have to travel through the night? Everyone was puzzled. Don't worry about it. Just listen to my orders. Chun Linjian made a prompt decision. He didn't care about other people's persuasion. He led everyone out of the forest. Nieli and Yi Ziyun were together, although Yi Ziyun was a little puzzled. She didn't ask much. Just as the group walked out of the forest, they felt the ground rumble and tremble. They also heard the roars of bears from the depths of the forest behind them. In an instant, everyone understood what was going on. Qin Xiao is wise. Fortunately, Qin Xiao brought us out. Otherwise, it's inevitable that we'll have a big battle with those fox bears. Everyone praised Chun Linjian one after another. However, Chun Linjian knew that all the credit goes to Nieli. If they didn't listen to Nieli's words, they would definitely be attacked by the fox bears. Although they could still defeat those fox bears, it's inevitable that there would be some casualties. At this time, Chun Linjian's heart was filled with admiration for Nieli. Since young, he has always been an outstanding leader among his peers. For the first time, he had to admit that Nieli's knowledge far surpassed his. One must know that Nieli's age was even younger than him. At this time, Shun Yu was extremely depressed. He didn't expect that Nieli would be right. There were actually fox bears roaming around there. He had been at a disadvantage against Nieli several times. This made the resentment in his heart grow deeper and deeper. Fortunately, the elder sent 3 silver rank experts to follow behind. Shun Yu's eyes were gloomy. Once Nieli leaves the group, he will definitely find an opportunity to kill Nieli. Nieli quietly walked at the back of the group, together with Yi Ziyun. He took a glance behind him. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He had already noticed that there were people following them. Seeing Shun Yu's distracted look, he can guess that those people are definitely from the sacred family. They're probably looking for an opportunity to make their move on him. Yi Ziyun and Bunch did not notice that they were being followed. However, none of this could escape Nie Li's sharp senses. If he was being followed by a few silver rank experts and couldn't discover it, then he would have lived in vain. 1, 2, 3 silver rank experts, Nie Li said without batting an eyelid as he walked. Dawn gradually appeared on the horizon. Chun Linjian slowly walked to Nie Li's side, glanced at Nie Li, and said, "Thanks to brother Nie Li's foresight. Otherwise, we would definitely be attacked by the fox bears. Although we wouldn't be completely annihilated, it would be hard to avoid casualties. Chun Linjian, owe you a favor. If there were casualties on the first day, it would have a huge impact on the morale of the group." Hearing Chun Linjian's words, Yi Ziyun looked at Nie Li in shock. She never thought that Nie Li would be the first to discover the fox bears. "Chen Xiao is too polite," Nie Li said calmly, without the slightest bit of arrogance. Chun Linjian lightly nodded his head. From the moment he first came into contact with Nie Li, he already felt that Nie Li was pretty capable. Seeing how Nie Li was able to remain unfazed despite the humiliation, Chun Linjian admired him even more. Nie Li lowered his voice and said, "Chen Xiao, we're being followed." Hearing Nie Li's words, Chun Linjian was startled in his heart. He turned his head and looked at the forest behind him. "Don't look. It's 3 silver rank experts. I don't know who sent them," Nie Li immediately said. Chun Linjian immediately retracted his gaze, pretending to be relaxed, smiled and said in a low voice, "What's their motive?" Chun Linjian frowned his brows for a moment. In Glory City, he didn't provoke anyone. "It might be the Dark Guild's people," said Nie Li. Although he can confirm that the 3 people are from the sacred family, Nie Li still said that the 3 silver rank experts are from the Dark Guild. After hearing Nie Li's words, Chun Linjian's eyes flashed with a trace of chilliness. The Dark Guild is notorious in Glory City. They are a secret organization created by a group of criminals. The people from the Dark Guild generally don't dare to appear in broad daylight. They are the public enemy of all the families in Glory City. Leave this matter to me. Chun Linjian patted Nie Li's shoulder and walked forward. The new book needs everyone's support. Please go to Qijian and give it a click, a recommendation. Chapter 28. Shun, you never thought that the 3 silver rank underlings sent by the sacred family would be targeted by Chun Linjian. Chun Linjian will definitely think of a way to kill the 3 of them. If he knew that the 3 of them are from the sacred family, Chun Linjian might have mercy. However, after hearing from Nie Li that the 3 of them should be from the Dark Guild, Chun Linjian will definitely not show mercy. Want to play with me? You're still too tender. Nie Li doesn't even need to make a move himself. He can play Shin Yu to death. Yi Ziyun is a well-behaved girl. She knows that Nie Li is a huge treasure trove. She would occasionally ask about inscription patterns and martial techniques, to which Nie Li would answer. The 2 of them were talking and laughing, causing the surrounding boys to be filled with envy and jealousy. It has to be said that the beautiful Yi Ziyun is definitely the goddess in the hearts of these boys. Because of Yi Ziyun's noble status, many boys don't dare to get close to Yi Ziyun. Every time they face Yi Ziyun, they would feel inferior. Furthermore, Yi Ziyun's personality is a little cold, giving people a strong sense of distance. Although they admire Yi Ziyun, they don't even have the courage to strike up a conversation with Yi Ziyun. However, when Yi Ziyun was chatting with Nie Li, it was so casual and natural. That elegant smile made people's heart palpitate. The surrounding boys couldn't help secretly peeking, casting their gazes over. Looking at the smiling Yi Ziyun, Nye couldn't help thinking of his previous life. At that time, Yi Ziyun was even more charming than now. This little girl in front of him, when will she grow up to be that charming girl? Seeing Nye staring at her, Yi Ziyun couldn't help blushing. She lowered her head, not knowing what to think. She thought of Nye's bold confession in class. She used to feel annoyed, but now she couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was. When facing Nye, Yi Ziyun could not help but feel shy whenever she thought of this matter. However, there seemed to be some ambiguous feelings between Nye and Xiao Ninger. Just as Nye and Yi Ziyun were chatting, waves of soul force fluctuations emerged from the forest behind them. An intense fight had broken out. The 3 Silver Tier strangers were surrounded by the 5 Silver Tier experts, led by Chen Linjian. Speak. Where did you come from? What are you trying to do? If you don't speak, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Linjian furrowed his brows and coldly barked. Because of the threat of demon beasts, all the families in Glory City are very united. Generally, they wouldn't kill the people of other families, except for the Dark Guild. The Dark Guild is a group of murderers. If it's confirmed that they're from the Dark Guild, Chen Linjian will definitely not be lenient. The 3 Silver Tier experts looked at each other. No matter what, they didn't dare to say that they're from the Sacred Family. If they were to pursue this matter, it would bring great trouble to the main house. The 3 Silver Tier experts did not say anything. They brought their men and charged out. Since you guys don't want to reveal your name, then don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that they were silent, Chen Linjian determined that they're from the Dark Guild and barked, "Kill them!" If they're from other families, Chen Linjian wouldn't be so ruthless. But if they're from the Dark Guild, then he can't be lenient. Chen Linjian's underlings swarmed up. Both sides engaged in an intense battle. After the intense battle, one of the 3 Silver Tier experts died. 2 escaped, and the 2 that escaped were heavily injured. After knowing this news, Shen Yu nearly went crazy. He arranged 3 Silver Tier experts to deal with Nye, but he never thought that it would be destroyed by Chen Linjian. What he doesn't know is that it was Nye who provided the information to Chen Linjian. That's why Chen Linjian took action. Looks like I can only do it myself. Shen Yu's heart is gloomy. He brought 6 people. 3 of them are 1-star bronze rank and 3 are 2-star bronze rank. Last time, he suffered a loss in the hands of Nye is because he didn't know that Nye is wearing a complete set of bronze rank equipment. If he had attacked Nye's head from the start, he doesn't believe that Nye would be able to dodge it. Seeing Shen Yu's gloomy expression, Nye knows that this guy is definitely planning something. A moment later, Chen Linjian came back with 5 Silver Tier experts. Chen Xiao, who are those 3 people? One of Chen Linjian's friends asked. According to my estimation, they should be from the Dark Guild. Chen Linjian said, "So they're from the Dark Guild. They deserve to die." Hearing their discussion, Shen Yu's expression twitched. Chen Linjian mistakenly thought that his 3 underlings were from the Dark Guild. That's why he acted so ruthlessly. Otherwise, he would have just chased them away. However, he can't say anything. He can't possibly tell others that those 3 were sent by the Sacred Family, right? One of his underlings died in vain, and the other 2 are nowhere to be found. No matter how much bitterness he has, Shen Yu can only swallow it down. Nye, that bastard, knowing that Chen Linjian values Nye's position in this group also started to rise. Some of Chen Linjian's friends also started to look for Nye to chat. "My name is Huyen Lanrua, Chen Xiao's friend, from the Huyen family." Huyen Lanrua said, lightly smiling. She has the appearance of a 16 or 17-year-old. Her figure is extremely sexy, especially the jade peaks in front of her chest. It's simply domineering. That white silk skirt couldn't cover the deep ravine, slightly trembling when she walks. Her eyes flickered, revealing a hint of charm. This woman is definitely a stunner. Although the Huyen family isn't one of the three major families, it's still one of the more powerful, noble families. Nieli looked at Huyen Lanrua and calmly said, not being tempted by her beauty, "Hello, I'm called Nieli." He has a little impression of this Huyen Lanrua. Huyen Lanrua's talent is also very high. She's already a 3-star silver rank. A few years later, Huyen Lanrua will become the substitute patriarch of the Huyen family. If someone thinks that Huyen Lanrua is a delicate and weak girl, then they're gravely mistaken. To be able to become a higher-up of a family, even if it's only a substitute patriarch, it's impossible without some means. Huyen Lanrua was a little surprised. Nieli was actually unmoved by her beauty. At Nieli's age, he already has some understanding of the matters between men and women. A lot of boys would blush in front of her and couldn't even walk. However, Nieli has a calm and composed appearance. There are also some boys that would stare at her chest, but filled with lust. Although Nieli is looking at her, his eyes are very clear, turning a blind eye to her alluring figure. Huyen Lanrua has a good impression of Nieli. "I'm a few years older than you. You can call me Big Sister Lanrua in the future." Huyen Lanrua said with a smile, "Call you Big Sister." Nieli had a somewhat awkward look. If Huyen Lanrua knew his real age, he doesn't know what kind of reaction she would have. "What can I?" Huyen Lanrua said with a charming smile. Yi Ziyun, who is beside Nieli, doesn't have a good impression of Huyen Lanrua. Hearing Huyen Lanrua's charming smile, she impatiently turned her head away. Although Yi Ziyun isn't as sexy as Huyen Lanrua, the elegant temperament that she exudes isn't something that Huyen Lanrua can compare to. Moreover, in a few years, Yi Ziyun will be even more alluring than Huyen Lanrua. Yi Ziyun has already raised Nieli's eyesight to a very high level. Therefore, even if a beauty like Huyen Lanrua is standing in front of him, Nieli wouldn't be able to look at her. Huyen Lanrua blinked her eyes. She is still a little interested in Nieli. Seeing the charming and alluring Yi Ziyun standing beside Nieli and the hot and sexy Huyen Lanrua talking cheerfully and wittily, it caused a few men to be unhappy. A man walked towards them. He's tall and skinny, wearing a white robe, giving him an elegant and noble feeling. However, his skin is slightly pale, and his footsteps are light. He's called Chu Yuan, also a descendant of a noble family. His gaze swept across Yi Ziyun's body, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Although she's still young, Yi Ziyun has already gradually revealed the potential to bring calamity. In the future, she will definitely be a beauty that can cause the downfall of a country. Unfortunately, he understands that Yi Ziyun's identity is noble and is not something that he can touch. Compared to him, Huyen Lanrua's identity is not much different from his. If he were to get her, it would be very helpful to his position in the family. Huyen Lanrua's hot figure made his heart even hotter. "What are you guys talking about? Can I join?" Chu Yuan said, smiling. Looking at Nieli, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. According to the information he received, Nieli is a descendant of a small family and hasn't even reached 1-star bronze rank. Furthermore, Nieli has offended the sacred family. Although the sacred family did not deal with Nieli for the time being, does Nieli think that he can continue to be so arrogant? He's looking down on the sacred family too much. We're currently discussing inscription patterns. Huyen Lanrua casually found an excuse and showed a trace of disgust and impatience. She doesn't like Chu Yuan, but the Chu family behind Chu Yuan has a high position in Glory City. Therefore, she can only maintain harmony on the surface. I'm an expert in inscription patterns. If Lanrua has anything that you don't understand, you can come and find me. My research on inscription patterns is much more proficient than a 13-year-old kid. Chu Yuan laughed. A trace of pride flashed across his face. In her heart, Yi Ziyun was a little disapproving. No matter how proficient Chu Yuan is in inscription patterns, can he be compared to her Aunt Shui? However, even Aunt Shui personally admitted that Nieli is an extraordinary inscription master. Boasting shamelessly, Huyen Lanruo sneered in her heart. The reason why she was interested in Nieli is because Nieli was able to see the origin of the scarlet sunburst with a glance. If he wasn't extremely proficient in inscription patterns, how could he know that the scarlet sunburst came from the Book of Divine Lightning Fire? The majority of people probably haven't even seen the Book of Divine Lightning Fire. This is no longer something that can be explained by luck. I don't think so. Many times, age doesn't mean anything. There will always be a lot of people who break the age limit. They are what we call geniuses. Huyen Lanruo's slightly charming gaze swept across Nieli. Huyen Lanruo thinks that Nieli is a genius? Chu Yuan contemptuously smiled. He doesn't deny that Yi Ziyun is a genius. At such a young age, she already broke through to 1-star bronze rank. As for Nieli, he only has a red soul realm. Furthermore, his soul force is ridiculously low. If such a person can be called a genius, then aren't geniuses a little too worthless? Even if he knows a little bit about inscription patterns. So what? Glory City respects the strong. Only the strong can get the respect of others. Chapter 29. Chu Yuan sneered, but did not refute Huyen Lanruo's words. His tone and demeanor have already expressed his attitude. Nieli did not have any expression. Whether it was Huyen Lanruo's praise or Chu Yuan's contempt, it was unable to set off any ripples in his heart. After his rebirth, Nieli did not put a small figure like Chu Yuan in his eyes. Because Chu Yuan doesn't even have the qualifications to talk to him. Chu Yuan, what's with your attitude? Huyen Lanruo's brows slightly knitted. I'm laughing because I don't know what kind of bewitching potion this brat gave you guys to actually think that he's a genius. A trash with only a red soul realm. What achievements can he have in this lifetime? This kind of trash is also qualified to be with us. Chu Yuan sneered. His relationship with Shun Yu's brother, Shun Fei, isn't bad. Therefore, he doesn't feel good about Nieli. You're too much. Yi Ziyun knitted her brows, feeling indignant for Nieli. Although Nieli is a little annoying, it has to be said that Nieli has the real ability. It's just that Nieli is too low-key. Many people don't know of Nieli's talent. Nieli's gaze turned cold. He did not put Chu Yuan in his eyes. Therefore, he can't be bothered with him. However, that doesn't mean that he can tolerate a clown jumping around in front of him. Chu Yuan, your talent isn't that good. You're older than Nieli by 3 years, but you're still only a 3-star bronze rank. You actually have the face to talk about others? Huyen Lanruo laughed. Many of his peers have already stepped into silver rank, but Chu Yuan is still stuck at 3-star bronze rank. Hearing Huyen Lanruo's words, Chu Yuan was a little embarrassed. Among his peers, his talent isn't the worst, but he's the one who doesn't work hard. Every day, he spends his time with women. Naturally, he doesn't put his heart into training. Until now, he's still a 3-star bronze rank. So what? At least I have a yellow soul realm. As long as I put in a bit more effort, breaking through to the silver rank is not a problem. As for him, he will probably never be able to reach 1-star bronze rank in his lifetime. Chu Yuan mercilessly attacked Nieli. Nieli didn't say anything, so he was definitely afraid. For someone like Nieli, he could only rely on his good looks and flowery words to deceive people. How could he have any real skills? Red Soul Realm, that's trash. Nieli's sharp eyes swept over Chu Yuan as he coldly smiled and said, Then I challenge you. Whoever loses will crawl 3 times on the ground like a dog. How about it? Hearing Nye Li's words, Yi Ziyun immediately tugged at Nye Li nervously. What's wrong with Nye Li? He actually wants to challenge Chu Yuan? Nye Li's current cultivation hasn't even reached 1-star bronze rank, while Chu Yuan is already a 3-star bronze rank. This level gap is like a chasm that cannot be broken. Seeing Yi Ziyun's nervous expression, Nye Li felt warmth in his heart. Yi Ziyun is still concerned about him. On the other hand, after being slightly stunned, Huyen Lanruo looked at Nye Li with a profound gaze. Nye Li doesn't seem to be a rash person. Hearing Nye Li's words, Chu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then laughed wildly. What did I hear? You actually want to challenge me? Ha ha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. A 1-star bronze rank actually wants to challenge me. Simply overestimating yourself. Nye Li, don't be impulsive. Yi Ziyun thought that Nye Li was infuriated and irrationally decided to challenge Chu Yuan. Even if I don't use my soul force, just my physical strength is enough to beat you up. Chu Yuan laughed arrogantly. Just based on physical strength, he already has the strength of a 1-star bronze rank. Brat, if you're afraid, it's not too late to take back your words. Nye Li moved his fingers, only to hear crackling sounds coming from the joints of his fingers. He coldly looked at Chu Yuan and said, if there was trash like you jumping around in front of me every day, I would be so busy that I'd die. Since you don't have eyes, then I can only take action and teach you guys a lesson. There are some people that you guys can't afford to offend. While speaking, Nye Li's gaze swept across Shenyu and Bunch. Chu Yuan's face turned gloomy, fiercely staring at Nye Li. You asked for it. Chun Linjian was also alarmed. Although Nye Li is knowledgeable, but in terms of cultivation, he hasn't even reached 1-star bronze rank. How can he beat Chu Yuan? Just like what Chu Yuan said. Even if Chu Yuan doesn't use his soul force, it's enough to crush Nye Li. However, Nye Li doesn't seem like that kind of rash person. Chun Linjian couldn't help but be curious. He waved his hand, and the surrounding people retreated a distance. Seeing Yi Ziyun's nervous expression, Nye Li, who was beside Yi Ziyun, chuckled and said, Don't worry. As your man, if I can't even handle this kind of situation, then I might as well just kill myself. Yi Ziyun's face immediately turned red, stomping her feet. Nye Li is too hateful. She was only concerned for him as a friend. She never thought that Nye Li would be so glib, causing her to be annoyed in her heart. She might as well let Nye Li get beaten up by Chu Yuan. Seeing Yi Ziyun's embarrassed and resentful look, Huyen Lanruo looked at Nye Li with a smile that wasn't a smile. Nye Li isn't a blockhead that doesn't know anything. He seems to know how to make a girl happy. But from the start, Nye Li's attitude towards her was cold. Could it be that my charm isn't enough? Huyen Lanruo felt that with her charm, it would be easy for a boy like Nye Li to fall head over heels for her. She became even more interested in Nye Li. The surrounding people retreated, leaving 2 empty spaces for Nye Li and Chu Yuan. Seeing this scene, Shen Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Nye Li actually dared to challenge Chu Yuan. That's simply courting death. He had chatted with Chu Yuan a few times. If there's an opportunity, Chu Yuan will definitely beat Nye Li to death. But not knowing why, seeing Nye Li's confident expression, his heart felt a little uneasy. Will Chu Yuan lose? This is simply impossible. One must know that Chu Yuan's soul force has already reached 3-star bronze rank, although his soul force is only 88, and his strength is only around 50. Nye Li has a deep understanding of soul force and strength. Nye Li's soul force started to circulate, strengthening his body. With his soul force, the muscles on his body slowly swelled and trembled. Although the bulging of Nye Li's muscles wasn't very obvious, There was an explosive power hidden within. Chu Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, proudly looking at Nie Li. His eyes revealed a trace of contempt. I'll let you have 3 moves, lest you say that I'm bullying the young. Good. Nie Li suddenly increased his speed, charging towards Chu Yuan, and threw an elbow strike towards Chu Yuan's abdomen. Do you think this kind of kid's fist is playing house? Chu Yuan mocked. Seeing that Nie Li's elbow was about to strike his abdomen, he moved his hands behind his back, maintaining a certain distance from Nie Li's elbow. In Chu Yuan's view, Nie Li's elbow simply won't be able to reach his body. But at this moment, the corner of Nie Li's mouth slightly curled into a sneer. Chu Yuan is too conceited. He suddenly increased his speed, changing his elbow into a fist, and with a bang, it struck Chu Yuan's abdomen. Chu Yuan was born in a rich family. His footsteps were light. Obviously, he doesn't have much battle experience. Although his strength has reached 1-star bronze rank, it was obvious that he ate a lot of elixirs to reach this level. Nie Li casually used a few fighting tricks, and Chu Yuan was already unable to withstand it. With this kind of level, isn't it easy to play you to death? To think that I prepared so many backups, but they were completely useless. When his fist struck Chu Yuan's abdomen, the muscles on Nie Li's arm suddenly bulged. It can be seen how terrifying the strength of Nie Li's fist is. Chu Yuan's complacent expression immediately froze on his face. He clutched his abdomen and curled up like a shrimp. With a bang, he fell to the ground. His body was twitching nonstop, and he even let out a retching sound. This fist of Nie Li is simply about to make him vomit out his intestines. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Chu Yuan is a 3-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. Just his physical strength alone is already 1-star bronze rank. He was actually knocked to the ground by a single fist of Nie Li. Chu Yuan underestimated his opponent too much. That's why Nie Li took advantage of it. That's not right. Just based on physical strength alone. Even if Nie Li's fist hit Chu Yuan's abdomen, he probably wouldn't be able to cause any substantial damage to Chu Yuan. The difference in strength is too huge. But what's going on? Chu Yuan was actually knocked to the ground by a single fist. At this moment, everyone understood that Nie Li must have been hiding his strength. Nie Li's physical strength should be at least 1-star bronze rank, right? What they don't know is that although Nie Li hasn't reached 1-star bronze rank, his control over his strength isn't something that an ordinary person can imagine. When he used his fist, he concentrated all his strength into his fist. Furthermore, his attack was on the weakest part of Chu Yuan's abdomen. Not crippling Chu Yuan is already being merciful. In terms of the control of strength, Nie Li is definitely a master. Not to mention that Chu Yuan only has a 1-star bronze rank physique. Even if it was a 5-star bronze rank or even a silver rank, if the current Nie Li were to hit the vital part, they would probably be rolling on the ground. People who only know how to use their strength to fight head-on, in Nie Li's eyes, are no different from primitive people. Yi Ziyun's clear eyes were filled with deep shock. Nie Li's one fist was able to knock Chu Yuan to the ground. One can imagine the waves it caused in the girl's heart. Nie Li hasn't even reached 1-star bronze rank. How did Nie Li do it? Yi Ziyun discovered that she had underestimated Nie Li's strength all along. Huyen Rulin looked at Nie Li with interest. The strength Nie Li displayed really made her jump. Her interest in Nie Li was getting stronger and stronger. Interesting. Chun Linjian looked at Nie Li with interest. Chu Yuan twitched on the ground for a long time. He didn't get up for a long time. As a young master of an aristocratic family, he had never been beaten so badly before. He thought that his strength was above Nie Li and could completely look down on Nie Li. He even said that he would let Nie Li have 3 moves. However, He didn't expect that after one move, he would fall to the ground and not be able to get up. His intestines were overturned. This was an unimaginable pain. If he wasn't enduring it, Chu Yuan would have already fainted. At this time, Nieli looked at Chu Yuan on the ground and innocently asked, "You said that you would let me have 3 moves. Now it's already 1 move. There are still 2 moves left." Hearing Nieli's words, Chu Yuan, who was enduring the pain and trying to stand up, felt his vision turning black. Does he still have any humanity? That move just now already took half his life. And now, Nieli still wants him to let him have 2 more moves. Chapter 30. Hearing Nieli's words, Chun Linjian and the rest couldn't help but laugh. If Chu Yuan had treated Nieli as his opponent from the start, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. In the end, Chu Yuan was so conceited that he placed his hands behind his back and wanted to let Nieli make 3 moves. In the end, he was beaten to the ground before he could even make a single move. Acting cool turned into an idiot. This is a bloody lesson. Yi Ziyun looked at the harmless expression on Nieli's face and couldn't help smiling. Nieli is really too bad. After a while, Chu Yuan finally got up. His face was ashen, and the muscles on his face twitched from time to time. You can see that he's still enduring the pain. The laughter of the surrounding people was especially ear-piercing to Chu Yuan. His eyes flashed with a cold-killing intent. "You asked for it. I'll kill you." Chu Yuan suddenly leaped up and sent a whip kick towards Nieli. After reaching silver rank and subduing a demon spirit, one can only practice martial skills. However, as a member of an aristocratic family, Chu Yuan still learned some superficial martial skills. This whip kick was derived from the Chu family's tornado kick. Chu Yuan's whip kick brought along the whistling sound of the wind. Naturally, Nieli can't use his physical strength to fight against Chu Yuan. His body slightly leaned to the side, and Chu Yuan's whip kick whizzed past his face. Nieli raised his leg high and kicked towards Chu Yuan's chin. Although Nieli's strength is inferior to Chu Yuan's, his movements when executing martial skills as well as his grasp of timing are much more precise than Chu Yuan's. Furthermore, his attacks are all aimed at the blind spots. Seeing this scene, Chun Linjian's brows slightly twitched. Nieli is really a monster. He's only 13 years old and already knows so much about inscription patterns. At the same time, he's also very proficient in martial skills. Although Nieli's attack looks simple, it's actually very overbearing. If he was in Chu Yuan's position, he probably wouldn't be able to react in time. It's hard to imagine how powerful Nieli's strength would be if he were to reach silver rank and integrate with his demon spirit. Chu Yuan suddenly felt that he had lost his target, and his heart trembled. In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chin, and his whole body flew 5 or 6 meters away, falling heavily to the ground. The surroundings were deathly quiet. Even the sound of a pin dropping on the ground could be heard. What happened? Previously, when Nieli had knocked Chu Yuan to the ground with an elbow strike, everyone felt that Chu Yuan had underestimated his opponent, allowing Nieli's sneak attack to succeed. If Chu Yuan got serious, Nieli would definitely not be Chu Yuan's opponent. However, to everyone's surprise, even though Chu Yuan took the initiative to attack, Nieli still used only one move to blast Chu Yuan to the ground. If it was the first time, it could still be explained by luck. But 2 times in a row, could it be as simple as just luck? Everyone was inexplicably shocked as they looked at the slightly immature youth in front of them. The overbearing aura emitted from Nieli's body was simply not like that of a 13-year-old youth. Huyen Rulin looked at Nieli's back. Her bright and beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. "It seems that this sister has still underestimated you." Huyen Rulin's tender and charming red lips slightly opened and closed, giving off an indescribable sexiness. There are too many secrets on Nie Li's body waiting to be unearthed. Yi Ziyun was also surprised for a moment, but immediately felt relieved. The 9 revolving ice phoenix technique that Nie Li taught her is much more powerful than any cultivation technique she's seen before. Nie Li must have practiced an even more powerful cultivation technique. Therefore, it shouldn't be difficult for him to be able to challenge someone of a higher rank. Seeing Chu Yuan being sent flying, Shen Yu tightly clenched his fist. His nails almost pierced into his flesh. Nie Li is much more difficult to deal with than he imagined. After being smashed to the ground twice in a row, Chu Yuan felt deeply humiliated. He is a 3-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. Just his physical strength alone is already a 1-star bronze rank. As for Nie Li, he hasn't even reached 1-star bronze rank. He can feel that Nie Li's strength isn't that strong, much weaker than him. However, he's still lost in such an inexplicable way, lost in such a humiliating way. Chu Yuan stared at Nie Li. Both of his eyes were blood red. His soul realm violently rumbled. Soul force surged out from his body. Before merging with a demon spirit, soul force doesn't have any substantial means to attack. He can only use his soul force to bombard his opponent's soul realm. Chu Yuan's soul force has reached 376, not far from 4-star bronze rank. If he forcefully bombards his opponent's soul realm with his soul force, it's very likely that his opponent's soul realm will explode. If his soul realm explodes, then he'll never be able to be a demon spiritualist for the rest of his life. Without a soul realm, it's impossible to train soul force. Glory City is constantly facing the threat of demon beasts. Therefore, demon spiritualists are still relatively united. Generally, they won't kill each other. Even if it's a duel, it won't be so extreme. However, the current Chu Yuan doesn't care about that. Go to hell. Chu Yuan's eyes revealed an ominous glint, revealing a sinister smile. His soul force was like a tidal wave, bombarding towards Nie Li's soul realm. Chu Yuan, stop! Huyen Lanrua trembled and shouted. Chu Yuan is preparing to be ruthless. Once Nie Li's soul realm explodes, then Nie Li will become a cripple. Yi Ziyun's face also turned pale. Although she said that she'd rather have Nie Li beaten up, when Nie Li is in danger, she's still very concerned. Although this is only concern between friends. With the strength of Chu Yuan's soul force, he can easily crush Nie Li. Lin Linjian stared at Nie Li. What will Nie Li do next? After all, Nie Li took the initiative to challenge Chu Yuan, so he should have some backup, right? The surrounding people held their breaths, staring at Nie Li, feeling the surging soul force. Nie Li's eyes flashed a cold light. Previously, he defeated Shen Yu's soul force with a single point. That's because Shen Yu's soul force is only 2 times stronger than his. Facing Chu Yuan, whose soul force is 4 times stronger than his, he's afraid that he won't be able to use a single point. A 3-star bronze rank demon spiritualist control over soul force isn't something that Shen Yu can compare with. Since you want to burst my soul realm, then come. Nie Li coldly snorted. Opportunities and dangers always coexist. Feeling that Nie Li's soul force was defeated without any resistance, Chu Yuan proudly sneered in his heart. I want to see what other methods you have. Die. Chu Yuan's soul force unimpeded and entered Nie Li's soul realm. Hiss. Nie Li sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The surging soul force wreaked havoc within his soul realm, almost bursting his soul realm. Although Nie Li has various experiences from his previous life, he has only just started training his soul force. Therefore, his soul realm is still very small, unable to withstand so much soul force all of a sudden. Cracks appeared on his soul realm. The waves of pain caused Nie Li's face to turn pale. The pain of his soul realm shattering isn't something an ordinary person can bear. Nyat continuously chanted the heavenly god technique, urging his soul force to repair the cracks, preventing his soul realm from exploding. Seeing Nyat pale face and the beads of sweat dripping down, Chu Yuan was ecstatic in his heart. Soul force is Nyat weakness. Nyat soul force is too weak. He frantically urged his soul realm, sending waves of soul force into Nyat soul realm. Explode. As long as Nyat soul realm explodes, Nyat will really become a cripple. Wave after wave of soul force rushed into Nyat soul realm. Under the impact of the soul force, Nyat soul realm expanded bit by bit. Every time it expanded, Nyat would have to bear unimaginable pain. Every time, he felt that his soul realm was about to explode, but with the heavenly god technique operating, Nyat soul realm was barely able to withstand it. Constantly, cracks appeared and were constantly repaired. Under this kind of terrifying torture, Nyat soul force was like a stream converging together and gradually strengthening. What's going on? Chu Yuan frowned. Every time his soul force was about to explode Nyat soul realm, but Nyat forcefully withstood it. Chu Yuan had no choice but to urge more soul force to continue pouring into Nyat soul realm. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. However, Chu Yuan gradually discovered that his soul force was slowly nearing exhaustion, but Nyat soul realm still did not explode. How could this be? Why did Nyat soul realm not explode even after enduring all of his soul force? Nyat was still enduring the intense pain, but his eyes slowly became clear. Because with the expansion and strengthening of his soul realm, the intense pain was slightly alleviated. Soul power was a mysterious power. It was invisible and formless, but once one started cultivating it, one would be able to feel its existence. Legend has it that soul force is a gift from God. With a powerful soul force, you can break through the limits of the human body and step onto the path of the strongest. Everyone has a soul realm within their body, located in the depths of their mind. With the cultivation of soul force, the soul realm will become bigger and bigger. When the soul force far exceeds the capacity of the soul realm will easily explode. However, this is also an opportunity. Not only did Chu Yuan's soul force not cause Nyat soul realm to explode, it even helped Nyat expand his soul realm. After accommodating a large amount of soul force, Nyat soul realm expanded by more than 30%. Since you're here, don't even think of leaving. Nyat eyes blossomed with a divine light as his soul realm slowly closed. Not good. Chu Yuan felt his soul force being torn apart. He was so scared that his face turned pale and immediately withdrew his soul force. Just what kind of monster is this guy? Generally, demon spiritualists need to reach silver rank or even gold rank before they can learn the technique of sealing their soul realm. At that time, their soul realm will be able to accommodate demon spirits. However, Nyat hasn't even reached bronze rank, yet he already knows how to seal his soul realm. Once Nyat seals his soul realm, it means that Chu Yuan's soul force will be trapped within Nyat soul realm, unable to come out. At that time, Nyat can slowly absorb Chu Yuan's soul force for his own use. The soul force that he painstakingly cultivated became someone else's. No wonder Chu Yuan was scared out of his wits. Brothers and sisters, the new book needs everyone's support. Chapter 31. Chu Yuan frantically tried to extract his soul force, but Nyat closed his soul realm very quickly. Chu Yuan was only able to extract about half of his soul force. Chu Yuan felt his soul force being heavily torn apart, splitting into two halves. Half of it was left in Nyat soul realm forever. His face was pale, his footsteps were light, and he almost fell down. His soul force being torn apart caused him to suffer serious injuries. His entire body seemed to have been sucked dry, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, The surrounding people looked at each other. In a confrontation of soul force, it's hard for outsiders to see clearly. They don't know that half of Chu Yuan's soul force is forever left in Nie Li's soul realm. They only saw Chu Yuan's painful and terrified expression. On the contrary, Nie Li's spirit was shining. In other words, in the previous exchange, Chu Yuan was obviously at a disadvantage. What they couldn't understand is that Nie Li's soul force is clearly not even 1-star bronze rank, and Chu Yuan is already a 3-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. Why is Chu Yuan the one suffering? Nie Li felt the surging soul force within his soul realm. His eyes flashed. The soul force's integration with his body isn't very high, but a part of it was still integrated by Nie Li. His soul realm blossomed with a dazzling azure light, becoming more and more intense. Nie Li felt that he's getting closer and closer to 1-star bronze rank. If he were to test his soul force, it would probably be above 95. Within his soul realm, the barrier to 1-star bronze rank was showing traces of cracks and was about to break. His soul force continued to rise and integrate. Boom! Nie Li felt a roar in his mind. A ripple spread out within his soul realm, and a vague dragon roar could be heard. The thing hidden within his soul realm seems to have become even stronger. 1-star bronze rank. A light flashed through Nie Li's eyes. He didn't know what was hidden in his soul realm. In his previous life, when he was cultivating, he didn't sense anything hidden in his soul realm. But in this life, his soul realm seemed a little different. Could it be related to the temporal demon spirit book? Although Nie Li had the experience of his previous life, he was still excited about the breakthrough in his cultivation. This meant that he had taken an important step on the path of cultivation. He had already embarked on a path of destiny that was completely different from his previous life. Nie Li only refined a portion of Chu Yuan's soul force. If he were to spend some more time, he would be able to refine all of the soul force for his own use. After refining all of it, maybe Nie Li would be able to break through to 2-star bronze rank. If Shun Xiu knew that Nie Li's cultivation had improved so quickly, what would he think? Chu Yuan actually lost. I didn't expect such an outcome. If he didn't have any countermeasures, I'm afraid that Nie Li wouldn't dare to cross ranks to challenge Chu Yuan. I thought that Nie Li was boundlessly arrogant. I never expected him to have such strength. Everyone discussed in shock. With such an outcome, no matter if it's Yi Ziyun, Chen Linjian, Huyan Lanrua, or Shen Yu, they couldn't help being moved. It seems that I've underestimated him, Chen Linjian murmured. Crossing ranks to challenge. This is definitely something that only super geniuses can do. Does Nie Li really only have a red soul realm? He didn't really believe it. At this moment, if someone were to say that Nie Li has an extremely rare blue soul realm, it would be more believable than a red soul realm. Yi Ziyun's eyes flickered with surprise. Although she didn't fall in love with Nie Li, and was angry with Nie Li's glib-tongued words towards her, this doesn't prevent her from caring for Nie Li. When Nie Li challenged Chu Yuan, she was also nervous. She never thought that Nie Li would actually win, which was out of her expectations. Shun Yu stared at Nie Li's back figure, gnashing his teeth. All along, he thought that Nie Li was only able to win because of luck. Only now did he realize that Nie Li has been playing with him all along. No wonder that time when his 3 2-star bronze rank underlings besieged Nie Li, they weren't able to injure Nie Li in the slightest. Not only was Nie Li wearing a bronze armor, but also because Nie Li has far surpassed 2-star bronze rank. That day, when Nie Li was beaten, was all an act. Thinking about how he was wronged by so many people, a kind of resentment overflowed from his chest, wanting to burst out. Nie Li, this treacherous and despicable guy. Huyan Lanrua's towering chest violently heaved up and down. He's not even a 1-star bronze rank. yet he's actually able to challenge a 3-star bronze rank expert. Nia Li has given her too big of a surprise. Just how many secrets does Nia Li have? This sister has to find some time to dig it open and see what else you're hiding. Huyen Lanrua's cheeks were slightly red, a hint of flirtatious love flashed in her eyes. At this moment, Chu Yuan, who was fighting against Nia Li, was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. With such a serious soul force injury, it had a strong effect on his strength. He would need at least half a year to recover. Today's matter will definitely not end like this. Chu Yuan hatefully stared at Nia Li. Anytime Nia Li's brows twitched, he simply didn't put Chu Yuan in his eyes. After his rebirth, Nia Li has a bigger goal. He simply didn't treat these people as his opponents. Chu Yuan was injured. If he wants to recover, he would probably need a few months or even longer. After a few months, Chu Yuan will realize that he has to look up to Nia Li. Would an eagle that spreads its wings and soars in the sky place a speck of dust in its eyes? Chu Yuan turned around, appearing to be in a sorry state as he staggered. The battle between Nia Li and Chu Yuan became the focus of everyone's discussion. No one dared to look down on Nia Li just because Nia Li hasn't even reached 1-star bronze rank. They didn't know that after the battle, Nia Li has already advanced to 1-star bronze rank. After reaching 1-star bronze rank, Nia Li's strength increased by more than a few times. At this moment, if Nia Li were to really fight, he would definitely not be inferior to any one of them. After such a small interlude, the group continued to advance along the narrow and rugged mountain road. Little brother, you really surprised Big Sister. I saw that you were setting up your tent in the corner last night. Why don't you set up your tent beside Big Sister tonight, and we can discuss about cultivation? Huyen Rulin walked in front of Nia Li. She was only a foot away from Nia Li. Lowering his head, Huyen Rulin's towering jade peaks were almost sticking to Nia Li's body. Vaguely, the pair of plump and deep ravine could be seen, especially those 2 protruding points. It was even more alluring. A burst of orchid fragrance came from the tip of his nose. He had to say, Huyen Rulin is still quite charming. In his previous life, Nia Li was an ordinary kid. He wouldn't have any girls' attention. Only after Glory City was destroyed did he have the opportunity to come in contact with Yi Ziyun and obtain the goddess in his heart. He never thought that in this life he would first get to know Xiao Ning, followed by Huyen Rulin taking the initiative to seduce him. His luck with women seems to be a little too much. It's a pity that Nia Li is no longer the ordinary kid from his previous life. He won't be easily seduced by beauty. In his heart, there's only Yi Ziyun. It was Yi Ziyun and the ordinary Nia Li from his previous life that fell in love, causing Nia Li's entire life to change. Later on, Yi Ziyun passed away with regrets. One of the most important reasons for Nia Li's rebirth is to protect Yi Ziyun. If Huyen Lanrua thinks that she can seduce Nia Li with her beauty, then she's thinking of Nia Li too simply. Seeing Huyen Lanrua using her sexy figure to seduce Nia Li, Yi Ziyun pouted. She doesn't like Huyen Lanrua because Huyen Lanrua is too seductive, causing her to be unable to bear it. She looked at Nia Li. With Huyen Lanrua seducing this kid like this kid will probably jolt and go up to her. Yi Ziyun turned around and thought, who cares? In any case, it's none of my business. Many thanks for Miss Lanrua's good intentions, but Miss Lanrua is already a silver rank. I'm afraid that I have nothing to discuss with Miss Lanrua. Forget it. Nia Li faintly rejected. Yi Ziyun's footsteps paused for a moment. She looked at Nia Li in astonishment. She never thought that Nia Li would actually reject her. Huyen Lanrua's beautiful eyes were also filled with disbelief. Although she hasn't slept with any man before, she clearly understood that she's proud of her capital. She would often play those men around in circles, not being able to control herself and not letting the other party have a taste of her. In her view, seducing a little boy like Nieli should be an easy matter. However, she never thought that from the beginning of their interaction, Nieli's eyes were clear and decisively rejected her request. Huyen Lanrua couldn't help feeling ashamed and resentful at the same time. Her eyes suddenly became slender, emitting a charming radiance. Her voice became even softer as she shyly said, "Little brother, Nieli, don't you want to get intimate with big sister?" Nieli's pupils slightly contracted. A delicate fragrance entered his nose. The Huyen Lanrua in front of him was emitting a moist radiance. Her towering peaks, perky buttocks, there wasn't a single part that wasn't filled with temptation. If any man were to see this scene, they would probably want to press this sexy and seductive woman under their body and ruthlessly ravage her. Although Huyen Lanrua was only a step away from Nieli, all kinds of illusions appeared in Nieli's mind. Huyen Lanrua's chest was tightly pressed against Nieli's chest. That soft and creamy feeling seemed real. Huyen Lanrua proudly crossed her chest and looked at Nieli with interest. "Let's see how you're going to pretend after being hit by my charm technique." Huyen Lanrua felt that the reason why Nieli rejected her was because he wanted to show off in front of Yi Ziyun. Nieli's heart is definitely lustful. As long as she used a little charm technique, wouldn't Nieli obediently stick to her? Nieli's heart moved. A divine light flashed across his eyes. His pupils instantly became clear, and the illusion was broken. Using a small charm technique to control Nieli, isn't that underestimating Nieli a little too much? Charm techniques can only be used to deal with those whose mind isn't firm enough. Nieli has lived 2 lives. His mind is already as firm as a rock. How could he be so easily tempted? Snow Cherry Demon Spirit. I never thought that Miss Lanrua would actually have such a rare demon spirit. Nieli looked at Huyen Lanrua with interest. Huyen Lanrua stared at Nieli as if she was struck by lightning. Chapter 32. Just what kind of monster is this? Huyen Lanrua is already a 2-star silver rank demon spiritualist. Her soul realm integrated with the Snow Cherry Demon Spirit. This is an extremely powerful and rare plant demon spirit from the depths of the Saint Ancestral Mountains. All kinds of creatures will involuntarily approach the Snow Cherry Demon Spirit and be devoured by it. Huyen Lanrua, who integrated with the Snow Cherry Demon Spirit, can easily charm a demon spiritualist of the same rank. As long as Huyen Lanrua uses a few tricks, there would be a lot of males willing to be her protectors. Huyen Lanrua's charm has always been successful, but she never thought that she would fail today. Not only was her charm seen through, her demon spirit was also seen through by the other party. Isn't this boy a little too monstrous? The Snow Cherry Demon Spirit is an extremely rare demon spirit that her grandfather caught for her. Ordinary people would never have heard of it, not to mention knowing about the Snow Cherry's ability and origin. Huyen Lanrua felt as if she was struck by lightning. She was speechless for a long time. The main problem is that the other party is a boy that hasn't even reached 1-star bronze rank. There are 2 types of people that aren't affected by the charm. The first type are those that have pure thoughts without any impurities. For example, a child under the age of 5. The other type are those that have experienced the vicissitudes of life and are extremely powerful experts that know the charm like the back of their hands. Nieli is already 13 years old. Logically speaking, he should have some understanding of the matters between men and women. It's impossible for him to be as pure as a child. Therefore, it can only be the second type. But how is this possible? Huyen Lanrua would never have thought that the body of the boy in front of her has the soul of a powerful expert. Furthermore, this powerful expert has even surpassed legend rank. Seeing Huyen Lanruo's stunned expression, Nieli faintly smiled and left, brushing past Huyen Lanruo. Nieli, is Huyen Lanruo not beautiful? Yi Ziyun blinked her eyes and looked at Nieli with a face full of curiosity. Under that kind of temptation, Nieli actually refused. Could it be that Nieli had some special difficulties that he couldn't mention? Nieli smiled as he looked at Yi Ziyun and said, "Although Huyen Lanruo is very beautiful, how can she be compared to you?" Hearing Nieli running his mouth again, Yi Ziyun stomped her feet and said, "I can't be compared to Huyen Lanruo. There are many people that like Huyen Lanruo." Yi Ziyun knows that even within the Snow Wind family, there are a few cousins that like Huyen Lanruo. Nieli understood that Yi Ziyun was referring to her figure. Both Yi Ziyun's temperament and beauty far surpasses Huyen Lanruo. However, in terms of figure, she's inferior to Huyen Lanruo. Nieli laughed involuntarily. He smiled as he sized up Yi Ziyun. In a few years, Yi Ziyun's figure wouldn't be inferior to Huyen Lanruo's. Only Nieli knows how sexy and beautiful Yi Ziyun would be at that time. Yi Ziyun won't be as sexy and seductive as Huyen Lanruo. However, that kind of nobility and elegance isn't something that Huyen Lanruo can compare to. Seeing the different meaning in Nieli's eyes, as well as his lecherous look, Yi Ziyun pouted, feeling a little dissatisfied. Nieli isn't a bad person to be friends with. As for taking it a step further, she never thought about it. Right now, Yi Ziyun is only thinking about cultivation. She wants to be like her grandfather, a legend rank demon spiritualist. Nieli gave her the 9 revolving ice phoenix technique, allowing her to take a step closer to her dream. Therefore, from the bottom of her heart, she's very grateful towards Nieli. If it's another boy that's so flirtatious to her, she would have already turned around and walked away. Huyen Lanruo turned her head, looked at Nieli's back figure, and angrily said, "I don't believe that I can't even subdue a kid like you." Huyen Lanruo was a little angry in her heart. Could it be that her charm is so much worse than Yi Ziyun's? Huyen Lanruo turned her head, pointed at Nieli, and loudly said to the surrounding people, "Nieli, one day I will make you my servant. This lady has decided that I will pursue this kid. In the future, this kid will be mine. If anyone wants to touch him, they will have to ask this lady if I agree. If anyone wants to snatch him from me, I will not let them off." Hearing Huyen Lanruo's domineering declaration, everyone was dumbfounded and blankly looked at Huyen Lanruo. Huyen Lanruo actually wants to pursue Nieli? Everyone looked at Nieli with a strange expression, then looked at Huyen Lanruo. For a beauty like Huyen Lanruo, with just a wave of her finger, there would be a lot of guys surrounding her like flies. However, Huyen Lanruo actually chased after Nieli. This is too strange. Hearing Huyen Lanruo's words, Nieli couldn't help but laugh. Yi Ziyun looked at Nieli with a smile that isn't a smile. Nieli's luck with women is really not bad. First, it was Xiao Ninger who took the initiative to send breakfast, and then he was pursued by Huyen Lanruo. She really couldn't tell that Nieli actually has such charm. Huyen Lanruo's declaration caused 1,000 ripples and became everyone's topic of discussion. Even Chun Linjian couldn't help feeling surprised. The group continued to advance, passing through several tall mountains. "Nieli, this is an apricot cake. Do you want to eat?" "Nieli, are you tired? Do you want me to lay a cushion for you to rest?" Huyen Lanruo would occasionally appear beside Nieli like a ghost. From time to time, she would move closer. Her ample chest would occasionally move closer to Nieli's arm, and a delicate fragrance lingered. If it was any other guy, being teased by such a sexy and ample beauty, they probably wouldn't be able to hold back and would have already eaten Huyen Lanrua. However, Huyen Lanrua's seduction is really a trouble for Nieli. I say, can you not be so annoying? Go, go, go. Do what you need to do. Go further away. Nieli waved his hand and said impatiently. Huyen Lanrua's beautiful eyes slightly reddened. When has she ever been treated like this before? Could it be that Nieli is blind? How could he be so blind to her beauty? The more Huyen Lanrua thought about it, the more she felt unreconciled. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She threw the cushion on the ground, turned around, and walked away. Phew, it's finally quiet. Nieli breathed a sigh of relief. This troublesome woman is finally gone. However, after a few steps, Huyen Lanrua turned her head and said, Nieli, are you thirsty? I still have some apricot wine here. Hearing Huyen Lanrua's words, Nieli was about to collapse. Is this woman a cowhide plaster? Why can't I get rid of her? Speaking of which, can you not be so bored? Are you that free? Nieli rolled his eyes. Huyen Lanrua blinked her eyes. A trace of craftiness flashed in her eyes, and said, I realize that I'm starting to like you. Although you don't like me now, it doesn't matter. Who wouldn't like a beautiful girl like me? I'll treat it as you're blind now. It won't be long before you realize how beautiful and cute I am. I'm the one who's blind to fancy you. Nieli breathed out a mouthful of turbid air and quickly walked away. This woman is simply incorrigible. Of course, Nieli doesn't think that Huyen Lanrua really likes him. Huyen Lanrua probably only thinks that it's fun. It won't be long before she feels that it's not fun anymore and will naturally leave. Nieli ran to the side of Yi Ziyun. No matter if it's his previous life or this life, Yi Ziyun is his most beloved. A few girls beside Yi Ziyun were smiling as they looked at Nieli, whispering about something. This person is the one that Huyen Lanrua is chasing. His looks are quite delicate. He should be enough for Huyen Lanrua. Hearing their words, Nieli couldn't help sweating. What are they talking about? Yi Ziyun raised her head, looked at the embarrassed Nieli, and lightly said, Why aren't you together with Huyen Lanrua? Ziyun, you know that I have nothing to do with her. Nieli bitterly smiled. Huyen Lanrua is simply annoying. If Yi Ziyun misunderstood something, then he would be depressed. What does this have to do with me? Yi Ziyun shrugged her shoulders, turned her head, and left. The corner of her mouth slightly rose, revealing a teasing smile. Seeing Nieli's embarrassed look, she felt that it was quite interesting. Nieli opened his mouth, but in the end, nothing came out. Looking at Yi Ziyun's charming back figure, he felt depressed in his heart. When can he be like his previous life, hugging such a beautiful girl in his arms? The road ahead was long and arduous. Let's increase his strength first. In a few years, Glory City will face the threat of demon beasts. Even Yi Ziyun's grandfather, legend rank demon spiritualist Yemo, died in battle. Nieli must reach legend rank before that. For him, this is a huge challenge. After all, the time is too short. He must use all means to increase his strength, including this trip to the ancient Orchid City ruins. He had to get that spirit lamp. For the next few days, Nieli continued to absorb the soul force that he plundered from Chu Yuan. However, Huyen Lanrua is too annoying. Even when Nieli is training, she would not leave Nieli's side. Therefore, Nieli can only choose to ignore her. After traversing through the mountains for 2 days and passing through deep canyons, a plain in the distant valley appeared in their line of sight. This is the ruins of an ancient city occupying an area of several hundred miles. Many places have already been covered by the dense forest, leaving only some mottled walls. From time to time, roars of demon beasts could be heard coming from the ruins. Those demon beasts of gold rank and above have already left. The ones left in the ruins are at most bronze or silver rank demon beasts. This ruins from before the Age of Darkness vaguely tells the glory of mankind. Seeing those broken walls and scattered bones, everyone couldn't help feeling a trace of desolation in their heart. If one day Glory City is breached by demon beasts, it will be the same as this ruins. Only bones and broken walls will be left. During the Age of Darkness, demon beasts wreaked havoc and destroyed all the empires of mankind. Only a few survivors were left to fight against the demon beasts. However, a lot of human civilization was already annihilated in that disaster. For example, in Glory City, many cultivation techniques, martial skills, and inscription patterns are incomplete. If one were to explore these ancient ruins, they might be able to obtain some items from before the Age of Darkness. The spiritual lamp that Nieli is looking for is a powerful item left behind by a legend rank demon spiritualist before the Age of Darkness. Chapter 33. Before Nieli and the rest came here, various families had already explored the ancient Orchid City ruins. Unfortunately, there weren't many discoveries. Hence, very few people came here to explore. God knows where Chen Linjian got a map of the ancient Orchid City ruins, which was why he decided to form a team and come here. Finally, we've arrived at the ancient Orchid City ruins. We have 2 routes to choose from. This is the map. Chen Linjian spread out the map, pointed at some routes, and said, everyone surrounded the map and discussed it. The first route is to enter from the west gate. By following the city wall, we can quickly enter the main city. However, what can we find along the way? Of course, we have to enter the houses in the city. Only then can we get something. One of Chen Linjian's underlings said, I agree with his opinion. That's right, we should check this residential area. Everyone agreed. Chen Linjian was silent for a moment. He raised his head, looked at Nieli, and asked, what do you think? Everyone was a little surprised. They never thought that Chen Linjian would actually ask for Nieli's opinion at this time. Yi Ziyun's clear eyes looked at Nieli. Huyen Lanrua also stared at Nieli without blinking. Now, everyone is very concerned about Nieli's opinion. Nieli spread his hands and said, if you guys came here just to search this area of houses, then you are gravely mistaken. The people who came earlier than us must have already searched these houses. I'm afraid that even if we search again, we will still find nothing. In general, who is the richest person in a city? Could it be the commoners? Of course not. 90% of the wealth of a city is gathered in the hands of the big families. This city has a circumference of hundreds of miles. With so many houses, many places have already been destroyed. How would we know which area is the place where the big families live? Shunyu retorted from the side. As long as it's Nia Li's words, he will refute it. Continue. Chen Linjian looked at Nia Li with interest. He obviously agreed with Nia Li's deduction. It's actually very easy to find the place where the aristocratic families live. You just have to find the place with the least amount of buildings on this map. Nieli continued. Generally, the aristocratic families have their own independent courtyards. Everyone's eyes fell on the map. It's here. Huyen Lanrua said, pleasantly surprised. That's right, it should be here. Many of the buildings here are very large. Chen Linjian frowned slightly and said, someone has already searched this area. Although they found some good stuff, it's not much. Some people have already dug 3 feet into the ground in this area, but they still haven't found any secret rooms. I told you, if you can think of it, others have already thought of it. You think that all the families in Glory City are vegetarians? Shunyu coldly snorted. Nieli frowned. He stared at Shunyu and said, can you shut up when I'm talking? Since you're so smart, I'll let you speak. Just when Shunyu wanted to refute, he saw Chun Linjian staring at Shunyu, coldly snorted, and said, "Shut up." Shunyu opened his mouth, but closed it in depression. Although he's a direct descendant of the sacred family, his position can't be compared to Chun Linjian. Even if he had 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to refute Chun Linjian. It's normal that this area has already been searched. Let's continue looking at the map. This area is located in the central axis of the ancient Orchid City. Because this is the most heavily guarded area in the ancient Orchid City, it's also the safest place. Nieli pointed to an area behind the aristocratic families and said, "This area should be the location of the city lord's mansion." Shunyu nodded his head. Up until now, Nieli's deduction is correct. However, even the city lord's mansion has been searched by those who came earlier. Including the underground, they still didn't find anything. Let's continue looking at the map. Only a few hundred meters away from the city lord's mansion, there are 3 areas. Do you know what these 3 areas are for? Nieli looked at Chun Linjian and asked, "These 3 areas, one of them is the military field, which is the place where the city lord's soldiers train. One of them is a densely built stone fort. There's nothing inside. It's all built with black cloud stone. Even a chisel wouldn't be able to break it. As for the other one, I don't know what it's for. It's just beside the stone fort, overgrown with weeds and trees." Chun Linjian said. Before he came here, he had already memorized the map of the ancient Orchid City. Hearing Chun Linjian's words, Nieli lightly smiled and said, "It's about the same as my judgment." Chun Linjian's eyes lit up and said, "You mean these 3 areas are very suspicious? Could it be that stone fort? But we've already searched that place." That stone fort should be a refuge during a disaster. When the demon beasts come, they will definitely enter that stone fort to hide. There might be some secret rooms to hide treasures inside. The open space near the stone fort is obviously a trap area used to resist the demon beasts. If we enter here to investigate, we might not even know how we died. And I think the most suspicious place should be this military field. Nieli lightly smiled and said, "Why is this military field the most suspicious place?" The military field is a muddy open space. It's the training square. What's so suspicious about it? The most inconspicuous place is often the safest place. What's more, this city lord actually arranged the military field on the central axis of the city. This shouldn't be simple. There might be something very important hidden under the military field. Nieli pointed at the map and said, "Let's go to this area first and search first." And it's decided. Chun Linjian closed the map, lightly smiled, and said, "Since they've determined the direction, they can save a lot of time and avoid a lot of detours." Chun Linjian's underlings looked at Nieli with a trace of admiration in their eyes. At this moment, no one looked down on Nieli anymore. They felt that it's natural for Nieli to choose a treasure first. Huyen Lanruo raised her head. Her eyes flashed with splendor. Nieli's rigorous reasoning made her admire him. She faintly felt that Nieli isn't simple. Otherwise, how could a 1-star bronze rank ignore her charm technique? "The man that I choose is definitely not simple," Huyen Lanruo proudly thought. Although Nieli completely ignored her, she still firmly believed in Nieli. If Nieli knew of Huyen Lanruo's thoughts, he would definitely cry. Why did he have to be in the limelight? After being stuck to buy this sticky candy, he probably wouldn't be able to get rid of it. Yi Ziyun pursed her lips and smiled. That captivating charm made Nieli dumbfounded. Yi Ziyun's every frown and smile had a unique, familiar taste. Seeing Nieli's captivated look, Huyen Lanruo almost went crazy. Such a sexy and captivating beauty, like her standing in front of Nieli. Nieli seems to be blind. In his eyes, there's only Yi Ziyun. This is simply too hateful. "Nieli, I hate you." Nieli couldn't be bothered to care about what Huyen Lan Rua is thinking. He took out the crossbow from his backpack, took out the purple haze grass potion, and smeared it on the crossbow. Nyeli, what are you doing? Huyen Lan Rua and Yi Ziyun looked at Nyeli in doubt. Nyeli shrugged and said, "Nothing." "Okay, let's go," Chun Linjian shouted. The group slowly moved towards the ancient Orchid City. They walked along the edge of the city wall, choosing a relatively fast and safe route. If they were to follow the original route, it would be very difficult, because there are many demon beasts hiding in the complicated terrain. Roars of demon beasts came from the ancient Orchid City ruins. Aside from demon beasts, there would occasionally be groups of people passing by. They are all from Glory City, people who came to explore the ancient Orchid City ruins. Just when Chun Linjian, Nia Li, and Bunch were going deep into the ancient Orchid City, a group of people appeared at the entrance of the ancient Orchid City. This group of people are wearing black robes, a total of 15 people. "Are you sure that this group of kids are nobles?" The leading black-robed person glanced at the few people beside him and asked. He is tall, taller than the others by a head. "Yes, Yinhua Deacon." A black-robed person beside him replied. "Very good." Yinhua Deacon showed a sinister smile and said, "Capture the 3 people with the highest status and exchange them for ransom with those nobles. Kill the rest." The Dark Guild is an existence that causes people's faces to change. When they hear of it, they often kidnap the nobles for ransom. They are like a group of leeches, living in the dark corners of Glory City. They rely on various dark methods to gather money and provide training resources to the guild members. Although the families of Glory City have joined forces several times to attack the Dark Guild, every time they wanted to eliminate the Dark Guild seemed to have disappeared into thin air. It is said that the headquarters of the Dark Guild is hidden in a very secretive place in the Saint Ancestral Mountains. It is a very powerful and frightening force. Even Lord Yemo is unable to completely eradicate it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These black-robed people flew towards the depths of the ancient Orchid City. Inside the ancient Orchid City ruins Niali and his group were moving forward with difficulty. Within the ruins, giant blue-armed apes would occasionally appear. These demon beasts are 2 meters tall. Their thick arms are like black iron pillars. However, their movements are very agile. Furthermore, they are all silver rank. 6 giant blue-armed apes were flying through the ruins, following Nieli and his group from afar. These giant blue-armed apes have very high intelligence. Seeing that there are more than 30 people here, they did not dare to come closer. They only followed from afar, waiting for an opportunity. These giant blue-armed apes are really annoying, Chun Linjian said, frowning. Although these giant blue-armed apes did not attack them, they couldn't do anything to them. Furthermore, as time passes, there will be more and more giant blue-armed apes. Once the number of giant blue-armed apes increases, they will attack them together. At this moment, they only heard a whooshing sound. A cold light flashed through the shadows in the corner. Chun Linjian and his group quickly saw it clearly. It was an arrow. This arrow passed through the gaps between the branches at a very tricky angle and shot towards one of the giant blue-armed apes. Puff! The arrow hit the giant blue-armed ape. The giant blue-armed ape wailed and fell from the high wall in the distance. With a loud bang, it smashed into the air, filling the air with dust. The giant blue-armed ape struggled on the ground, but it could not get up no matter how hard it tried. Upon seeing this, Chun Linjian immediately rushed forward and slashed down with his sword. With a puff, the giant blue-armed ape died on the ground with blood splattering everywhere. Everyone looked back in shock and saw Nia Li leisurely walking out from the shadows. Chapter 34. Among the many uses of the purple haze grass, One of them is that it has a strong toxicity towards monkey-type demon beasts. Generally, monkey-type demon beasts within silver rank would find it hard to resist the medicinal properties of the purple haze grass. In this world, everything has its weakness. Nieli only shot an arrow and killed a giant blue-armed ape. Everyone was puzzled and surprised, looking at each other. Only Huyen Lanrua and Yi Ziyu knew that Nieli smeared some kind of medicine on the tip of the arrow. Even so, to be able to shoot the giant blue-armed ape so easily is also a very remarkable thing. Seeing that Nieli killed the giant blue-armed ape with a crossbow, Chen Linjian loudly said, "Everyone take out your crossbows." Chen Linjian's underlings took out their crossbows, one after another. They can use their crossbows to encircle and kill the giant blue-armed ape. Shen Yu also took out his crossbow. Looking at the exquisite crossbow in his hand, he felt somewhat indignant. Why is Nieli stronger than him in everything? Ever since Nieli appeared, he felt that the distance between him and Yi Ziyun was getting further and further. Yi Ziyun now completely ignored his existence and instead looked at Nieli in a different light. This made his heart go crazy with jealousy. Just shooting a giant blue-armed ape. How complicated can it be? Shen Yu installed the arrow on the crossbow, slowly walked to the side of a wall, and aimed the crossbow at a giant blue-armed ape far away. His expression was especially serious and focused, aiming the crosshair at the giant blue-armed ape. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Shen Yu, who was at the side of the wall, holding their breath. The giant blue-armed ape is such a big target, it's not that difficult to shoot it. Shen Yu pulled the trigger. Just when he pulled the trigger, his hand unconsciously trembled. Whoosh! A cold light pierced through the sky. A moment later, the arrow was nailed to a tree far away, at least 5 to 6 meters away from the giant blue-armed ape. Shen Yu's face twitched. His face was extremely ugly. Seeing this scene, everyone had a strange expression on their faces, and they were trying their best to hold back their laughter. If they were to laugh out loud, then Shen Yu would really have no face to see anyone. They understood that Shen Yu wanted to compete with Nieli, but competition was fine. But could it not be so funny? Shen Yu almost went crazy. He clearly felt that he could hit the target. Why did he miss after pulling the trigger? Shen Yu felt extremely embarrassed when he saw the people around him trying to hold back their laughter. Vaguely, he seemed to see the faint smile in Yi Ziyun's eyes. It was a kind of contempt. Damn it, I don't believe it. Shen Yu immediately took out the second arrow and continued to load it. He hurriedly loaded the arrow and immediately aimed at the giant blue-armed ape in the distance. Whoosh! The arrow streaked across the sky, but a moment later, it seemed to lose its strength and fell to the ground. Shen Yu did not load the arrow properly, so the arrow only flew for a short distance before it fell to the ground. At this moment, everyone finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shen Yu's technique was simply not up to standard. He had to imitate Nieli to kill the giant blue-armed ape. In the end, he became a fool who imitates others. Is Shen Yu here to be funny? Chen Linjian held back his laughter and walked to Shen Yu's side. He patted Shen Yu's shoulder and said, "Brother Shen Yu, forget it. You can't play with this thing." Shen Yu's face turned purple. The laughter of the crowd was especially ear-piercing to him. He hated Nieli more and more. It was Nieli who made him lose face in front of everyone. If Nieli knew what Shen Yu was thinking at this moment, he would definitely feel very innocent. He didn't do anything. Shen Yu held the crossbow. He didn't know whether to put it away or not. He wished he could drill into the ground. In his previous life, Shen Yu was very arrogant and ridiculed Nieli. Thinking of this, the corner of Nieli's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer and lightly said, "There are some things that I can't do. You can do." Hearing Nieli's words, the anger in Shen Yu's heart suddenly exploded. He shouted at Nieli, "Everything is your fault. I'll kill you." The veins on Shunyu's face were exposed. He raised the crossbow in his hand and aimed it at Nieli, almost going crazy. As a direct descendant of the sacred family, Shunyu's heart is very arrogant. Under the provocation of Nieli, he simply lost his reason. With a pa sound, Chen Linjian slapped the crossbow in Shunyu's hand and shouted, "Enough!" Shunyu raised his head and saw Chen Linjian's indifferent expression. Shunyu lost his soul. Right now, everyone is standing on Nieli's side. He angrily turned his head and walked away. Everyone looked at Shunyu's back and started to discuss. Never thought that Shunyu would be such a person. Not a bit of a noble's upbringing. Nieli's eyes were cold, thinking of the sacred family abandoning the city and escaping in his previous life Shunyu's actions. For such a person, such a family, even if it's destroyed, Nieli wouldn't feel any pity. Yi Ziyun looked at Shunyu's lonely back, walked to Nieli's side, and said, "Nieli, Shunyu is also quite pitiful." Hearing Yi Ziyun's words, Nieli frowned. He never thought that Yi Ziyun would actually sympathize with Shunyu. Yi Ziyun's heart is too soft. That's why she agreed to the marriage under Shunyu's pleading in the previous life. In the end, before the two of them got married, Shunyu followed the sacred family and escaped. This kind of person, what's there to sympathize with? Nieli's heart was filled with anger. He stared at Yi Ziyun and said in a strict tone, "What's there to sympathize with? From today onwards, don't have any contact with him. Otherwise, don't come and see me again. For such a despicable person, even if he dies, he deserves it." Hearing Nieli's strict reprimand, Yi Ziyun pouted, "You're not even my boyfriend. Why are you telling me not to have any contact with other people?" Although she was thinking this way in her heart, Yi Ziyun still made a choice. In the future, she won't have any contact with Shunyu. Otherwise, she might not even be able to be friends with Nieli. Faintly, she seems to be very concerned about Nieli's opinion. However, she doesn't understand why Nieli would hate Shunyu so much. Could it be that the two of them have an irreconcilable hatred? Nieli breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he was too agitated, causing his tone to be a little strict. However, it's good to warn Yi Ziyun. Chen Linjian's underlings used their crossbows to deal with the giant blue-armed apes. However, they realized that their crossbows couldn't do anything to the giant blue-armed apes. Although the giant blue-armed apes have a huge body, their movements are very agile. After discovering the crossbows, they would immediately dodge, causing their crossbows to miss. Only now did they realize how brilliant Nieli's archery is. After discovering another ability of Nieli, Huyen Lanruo's gaze towards Nieli was rippling with amorous feelings. Beside Nieli, she would occasionally make various kinds of seductive poses, displaying her amazing curves, towering peaks, and deep ravine. Nieli is simply speechless towards this woman. She can simply be in heat at any time. When Huyen Lanruo is facing other people, she has an indifferent expression. However, towards Nieli, she seems to be especially interested. "Brother Nieli, I'll have to trouble you from now on." Chen Linjian sighed. Among everyone here, only Nieli is able to kill the giant blue-armed apes. Nieli slightly nodded. Nieli began to clean up the giant blue-armed apes along the way. His archery is accurate to the point that none of his arrows missed their target. In his previous life, his archery has already reached the pinnacle. Although his cultivation has just reached 1-star bronze rank, it's more than enough to deal with ordinary silver rank demon beasts. Towards Nieli's archery, everyone simply gasped in amazement. Even if it's a silver rank expert, dodging Nieli's arrows wouldn't be that difficult. No matter how the giant blue-armed apes dodged, the arrows would still follow them like shadows. Unknowingly, Nieli has already become one of the core members of the team. Just when Nye Li and Bunch were slowly approaching their destination, the surrounding giant blue-armed apes suddenly increased. There were more than 20 of them. They were eyeing Nye Li and Bunch covetously. Roar! A deafening roar resounded, causing the entire ground to violently tremble. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, as though their eardrums were about to burst. It's a spiritual rank demon beast. Nye Li said in shock. Normally, demon beasts are the same as humans. They are divided into bronze, silver, gold, black gold, legend rank, etc. However, within each rank, there are also ordinary, spiritual, and king rank demon beasts. Take the giant blue-armed apes, for example. Ordinary giant blue-armed apes are unable to form a demon spirit in their mind. However, spiritual rank giant blue-armed apes have already formed a demon spirit in their mind. They usually have intelligence not inferior to a teenager, and their strength is also much stronger than ordinary giant blue-armed apes. As for king rank demon beasts, the demon spirit in their mind has already condensed into a liquid state, allowing them to simply transform their body into a humanoid form. Their strength is extremely terrifying. What strength? Chun Linjian's expression changed as he asked in shock. 5-star silver rank, just a little bit away from gold rank. Nye Li said. From the roar of the giant blue-armed ape, Nye Li was able to confirm the opponent's strength. Nye Li slightly frowned. Demon beasts of the same rank are usually a little stronger than humans. Especially the giant blue-armed ape, this kind of demon beast with higher intelligence. It is very difficult to deal with. The strength of this spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape might be comparable to a gold rank expert. With Nye Li's current strength, dealing with this kind of demon beast is too difficult. As for Chun Linjian's group, the strongest one is only a 3-star silver rank. 5-star silver rank. Chun Linjian slightly frowned. He never thought that he would actually encounter a spiritual rank giant blue-armed ape here. Furthermore, it's a 5-star silver rank. He's afraid that it will be extremely difficult to deal with. There are still many ordinary giant blue-armed apes eyeing them covetously in the surroundings. If they were to really fight, there's a possibility that they would all be annihilated. Roar! The spiritual rank giant blue-armed ape in the distance leapt onto the high wall. Standing on the wall, it stared at Nye Li and his group with an ominous glint in its eyes. Let's go, follow me. Nye Li barked as he leapt into the nearby forest. Everyone looked at each other and followed behind Nye Li, hiding in the forest. Seeing this, the spiritual rank giant blue-armed ape furiously beat its chest and stomped its feet, letting out a series of roars. The group of ordinary giant blue-armed apes seemed to have listened to the order of the spiritual rank giant blue-armed ape and surrounded the direction where Nye Li and his group escaped. After entering the dense forest, it wasn't that convenient for the tall giant blue-armed apes to move around. Formation! Chun Linjian angrily shouted. A group of silver rank experts quickly relied on the thick trees in the surroundings and formed a circular formation. They all took out their weapons. So. One by one, the giant blue-armed apes rushed over. Nye Li quickly raised his crossbow and shot out arrows one after another. Chapter 35. The accuracy of Nye Li's arrows was extremely high. The giant blue-armed apes that were hit by the arrows let out blood-curdling screams. They were unable to resist the poison of the purple haze grass. Chun Linjian and the group of silver ranks picked up their swords and slashed down. Pooh! 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 Fresh blood spurted out and pillars of blood dyed Chun Linjian and the group bright red. Nye Li understood that this was just the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape probing them. The intelligence of spiritual grade ape-type demon beasts is very shocking, and their combat power is also very terrifying. His heart was faintly uneasy. In his previous life, when Yi Ziyun and the group came to explore the ancient Orchid City ruins, they did not encounter any spiritual-grade demon beasts. Nye Li desperately refined the soul force that he plundered from Chu Yuan in his Dantian. If he could reach 2-star bronze rank, then he would be much safer. Let's lure it towards the direction of the fort. Nye Li shouted. The defense of the fort was relatively tight. They could use it to fight against the spiritual-grade giant blue armed ape. Roar! The spiritual-grade giant blue armed ape madly rushed over. Waving its thick arm, it slapped one of Chun Linjian's underlings. Bang! The giant blue-armed ape slapped the abdomen of that person. That person screamed and flew out, heavily smashing into a tree. He vomited blood and fell down. It seemed that he would not survive. The underling of Chun Linjian was a 2-star silver rank. The attack power of this spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape was too terrifying. It actually killed a 2-star silver rank expert with a slap. These people had never experienced such a battle before. Their faces were all pale with fright. After the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape killed one person, it was not in a hurry to attack. It only wandered outside, eyeing them like a tiger, ready to attack at any time. This won't do. This guy's strength is too strong. Furthermore, it is the leader of the giant blue-armed ape tribe. Its roar will attract more and more giant blue-armed apes. Nye Li frowned and said, "Our target is too big. We need to split up." Chun Linjian slightly frowned and solemnly said, "Okay, we will split into 6 teams and gather at that fort." Everyone quickly dispersed. Huyen Lanruo and Yi Ziyun were together with Nye Li. In addition, there were 2 followers and a girl that Yi Ziyun was familiar with. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 groups of people rushed off in different directions. The spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape was preparing to slowly kill Nye Li and the others one by one. It didn't expect that Nye Li and the others would suddenly split into 6 groups and run in different directions. After a pause, it chased after Nye Li and the others. Nye Li smiled bitterly. Their luck couldn't be that bad, right? So many of them were divided into 6 teams, yet the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape actually chased after them. "You guys go first, quickly," Nye Li shouted, and from his interspatial ring, he took out a few bottles of purple haze grass medicine. Yi Ziyun's footsteps paused for a moment, seeing the back of Nye Li facing the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape. Her heart was suddenly touched. Huyen Lanruo's eyes were also slightly red. In such a dangerous moment, Nye Li wasn't thinking of escaping by himself, but to help them cover the rear. Her heart was filled with gratitude. "Quickly, don't dawdle. Don't worry about me. I have my own ways." Nye Li roared, "You guys split up and run, otherwise no one will survive." Yi Ziyun and Huyen Lanruo clenched their teeth. Tears flickered in their eyes. They hesitated for a moment and entered the forest. Roar! The spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape waved its huge palm and slapped towards Nye Li. Seeing that the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape was about to slap him, Nye Li suddenly fell to the ground and rolled. Boom! The huge palm of the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape slapped the position where Nye Li was originally standing. The ground immediately cracked open and gravel splashed. Puff, puff, 2 gravel scraped Nye Li's arm, causing blood to spurt out. Bang, bang, bang. The spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape beat its chest and stamped its feet. It waved its arm and once again smashed towards Nye Li. Nye Li's eyebrows slightly twitched. He knows where the weakness of the giant blue-armed ape is. His soul force penetrated his body and instantly felt the demon spirit within the mind of the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape. The giant blue-armed ape's soul force was like a hemispherical protective membrane, enveloping its head. Break! Nyeli roared. All of his soul force condensed into a beam and ruthlessly pierced into the head of the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape. Bang! The demon spirit within the mind of the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape trembled nonstop. Its movements stopped at the same place. Nyeli understood that he is not the opponent of the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape. After all, he is only a 2-star bronze rank. Even if he brandished his sword, he would not be able to cut open the body of the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape. He could only use his soul force to attack. Taking advantage of the pause of the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape, he leaped up and ran towards the dense forest. The spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape was caught off guard. Nyeli's soul force bombarded the demon spirit within its mind. Its consciousness became chaotic for a moment. It kept shaking its head, and the chaotic scene in front of it gradually became clear. When it could see clearly, Nyeli had already run far away. That spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape suddenly roared in anger. It took a step and madly charged towards Nyeli's direction. Like a rolling thunder, the trees that were blocking its way were sent flying by it. Nyeli ran all the way. Seeing that the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape was getting closer and closer, his heart was anxious. He tried his best to drill into the denser part of the forest. Just when Nyeli was about to rush out of the dense forest, a group of people appeared in his line of sight. This is a group of people in black robes. Their faces were completely covered by the black robes, only revealing a little bit of their chin. Behind the black robes, there was a huge and terrifying black demon pattern. Their gaze fell onto Nyeli. A trace of astonishment flashed through their eyes. What is a kid like Nyeli doing here? Furthermore, how did such a kid come here? They were attracted by the roar of the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape. They have been searching for traces of Chun Linjian and his group along the way. They never thought that they would bump into Nyeli here. Seeing their attire, a cold light flashed through Nyeli's eyes. He naturally knows that these people in black robes are the dirtiest and darkest group of people in Glory City, the Dark Guild. This kid could be one of those noble kids. Capture him. The leader, Yunhua Deacon, shouted. 2 black-robed people surrounded Nyeli. Seeing this scene, Nyeli suddenly revealed a trace of a strange smile. Rumble! The ground violently trembled. The huge spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape rushed out of the dense forest and immediately roared and charged towards Nyeli. Nyeli immediately sprinted towards the black-robed men. Seeing the iron tower-like spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape rushing towards them, the faces of the black-robed people slightly changed. They formed an array and prepared to withstand the attack of the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape. When the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape noticed these people, it thought that they were with Nyeli. It immediately roared in rage, leaped up and pounced towards Nyeli. Seeing that the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape was about to pounce on Nyeli, Nyeli leaped to the side. The huge palm of the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape brushed past Nyeli's back. That whistling energy brushed past Nyeli's back, causing a burning sensation. Luckily, Nyeli's reaction was sharp enough and didn't get pounced on. Otherwise, Nyeli would have been seriously injured. The spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape rolled and charged towards the black-robed people. Kill it! Yunhua Deacon coldly shouted. One by one, they waved their swords and slashed towards the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape. Boom! Boom! An intense confrontation ensued. Seeing that the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape was fighting with the Dark Guild people, Nyeli let out a long sigh. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. I'll give this spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape to you. I'll be leaving first." Nieli ignored the injuries on his body and leaped towards the forest. The spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape was very strong. The Dark Guild people were unable to kill it in a short period of time. They could only watch as Nieli ran away. Yun Hua Deacon's face was ashen. He was actually tricked by a kid. This was simply intolerable. Nieli was searching for traces of Yi Ziyun in the dense forest. He was anxious and hoped that Yi Ziyun didn't encounter any trouble. At this moment, Nieli suddenly saw a figure coming out from the bushes. If it wasn't Yi Ziyun, who else could it be? "Why are you still here?" Nieli frowned and asked. Yi Ziyun didn't listen to his words and left. "I was worried that you'd run into trouble, so I've been waiting for you." Yi Ziyun saw the bloody wounds on Nieli's body and showed concern on her face. Nieli understood that Yi Ziyun still doesn't have any feelings for him. However, when he was in danger, she still came back and wasn't willing to leave. This made Nieli think of his previous life. After Glory City was destroyed, they followed the main force and moved. At that time, Nieli's strength was very weak and fell behind. It was Yi Ziyun who came back and saved him. Yi Ziyun's noble character, at that moment, truly moved Nieli. Later on, the two of them had more and more contact. Although the difference in strength was huge, they still fell in love with each other in the end. Nieli was touched in his heart. He didn't say much and said, "We have to leave quickly. Otherwise, those people will catch up." Those people. Yi Ziyun was stunned for a moment. It's the Dark Guild. They intercepted that giant blue-armed ape. Nieli said, pulling Yi Ziyun's jade-like hand, and madly ran. The two of them madly ran in the dense forest, flying all the way. Being pulled by Nieli, Yi Ziyun's cheeks blushed. She struggled for a moment, but was unable to break free, and could only let Nieli do this. She raised her head and looked at the side of Nieli's face. She didn't know if Nieli did it unintentionally or intentionally. Ever since she was young, this is the first time she was pulled by a boy. The warmth of Nieli's palm gave her a very thick and safe feeling. The two of them madly ran all the way, heading towards the agreed location. The sky gradually darkened. From time to time, roars of beasts could be heard from the depths of the forest, causing the place to have an eerie atmosphere. At this moment, in the distant forest, Huyen Lanrua's tears were dripping down. She turned back to look for Nieli. After searching for a few hours, she still couldn't find any traces of Nieli. The sky gradually darkened. She could only follow a few others and head towards the agreed location. Previously, she announced that she wanted to chase after Nieli because she was unconvinced in her heart. She even thought that after chasing after Nieli, she would ruthlessly dump Nieli and let Nieli cry and beg her. However, until Nieli sacrificed himself to cover for her, she realized that she no longer had those thoughts. She only wanted Nieli to be well. The reason why Nieli sacrificed himself to stop the spiritual-grade giant blue-armed ape was not only for her, but also for Yi Ziyun. However, Huyen Lanrua automatically ignored Yi Ziyun in her heart. The position on the list is very important for a new book. Requesting for everyone's support. Chapter 36. Nieli brought along Yi Ziyun and ran all the way, avoiding those ordinary giant blue-armed apes along the way. The night was getting darker. If they continued to move forward, it would be very easy to encounter danger. Let's set up camp here. Nieli looked at Yi Ziyun and said, although they were in the middle of the night, Yi Ziyun still showed a lot more courage than an ordinary girl. Her clear eyes looked towards the depths of the jungle, and a shadow fell into her line of sight. What is that? Yi Ziyun asked doubtfully. It seems to be a building. Nieli slightly frowned. It should be a dilapidated building. Let's go and take a look. Yi Ziyun walked towards that direction. Being alone with Nia Li, Yi Ziyun was still a little nervous. After all, it was the first time she was with a boy in the middle of the night. Although she believed that Nieli wouldn't do anything to her, her heart was still beating wildly. She tried her best to divert their attention. Nieli followed behind Yi Ziyun and walked towards that direction. This place might have been a statue. Nieli said it was unknown what the statue was, but it had already collapsed. There were still remnants of the civilization before the Age of Darkness. What are these words? Yi Ziyun looked at Nieli and asked. There was a stone tablet at the bottom of the statue. Nieli brushed away the dust on it, and with the help of the moonlight, he could clearly see the words on it, and said, "This is the language of the Holy Emperor Kingdom." It says, "Those who obey me will be honored, and those who go against me will be destroyed." What a big tone. This sentence should have been left behind by a tyrant. That tyrant's power and influence must have flourished for a period of time. But what could he do? In the end, he and his empire were engulfed by the raging waves of demon beasts. A fierce and ambitious person eventually turned into a pile of soil, leaving behind only these dilapidated statues. Nieli, how did you learn the language of the Holy Emperor Kingdom? Yi Ziyun was filled with curiosity about this matter. In Glory City, there are only a few people who know a thing or two about the language of the Holy Emperor Kingdom. How do you study? Nieli smiled. He can't possibly say that in his previous life he spent hundreds of years in the temporal demon spirit book to learn the languages and cultivation techniques of the divine continent, right? Forget it if you don't want to say it. Yi Ziyun pouted. Nieli shrugged. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but Yi Ziyun wouldn't understand even if he said it. Yi Ziyun walked around the statue and was about to check the other ruins. Suddenly, she let out a scream. Nieli realized that the place Yi Ziyun was standing on was rapidly collapsing. His face changed and immediately knew that something was wrong. He leaped towards Yi Ziyun, but the ground was collapsing even more. A powerful suction force pulled the two of them down. Below them was like a bottomless abyss. How could there be such a place in the ancient Orchid City? Nieli tightly hugged Yi Ziyun, pulled out a sharp sword, and nailed it into the stone wall beside him. After the sharp sword pierced into the stone wall, it snapped. The stone wall here is too hard. Just what kind of place is this? Nieli wanted to see what was below him, but he realized that it was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. At this moment, Yi Ziyun took advantage of the fact that her falling speed had slowed down. She quickly took out a rope from her interspatial ring and wrapped it around a protruding part of the stone wall. With a bang, the two of them pulled the rope and supported themselves on the stone wall. Snow spider demon silk. No wonder it's so tough. Nieli breathed a sigh of relief. Although he felt the suction force coming from below, they still managed to stop. Nieli, where's this? Yi Ziyun nervously said. She and Nieli were hanging in midair. The stone wall was too smooth. They couldn't climb up, and they couldn't see the bottom. I don't know either. Nieli bitterly smiled. He didn't know that there was such a place in the ancient Orchid City ruins. In his previous life, he also didn't hear Yi Ziyun talk about it. They accidentally broke into a secret territory of the ancient Orchid City. Nieli thought of all the things that happened just now and suddenly understood. The sentence that he had just read was the key to enter this place. We can only go down. Nieli said. Anyway, going up was impossible because the stone wall was too slippery and they couldn't climb up. Nieli raised his head and saw Yi Ziyun's bright eyes, slightly raised eyelashes, and sparkling flawless skin under the moonlight. There was an indescribable charm to her. Her pink lips seemed to be smeared with a thin layer of rouge. At this moment, the two of them were tightly pressed together. He could vaguely feel the softness of Yi Ziyun's chest, and a wisp of a young girl's fragrance wafted over. Yi Ziyun also felt the ambiguous posture of the two, and her cheeks suddenly blushed. "Don't move, I'll go down first," Yi Ziyun hurriedly said. Seeing Yi Ziyun's awkward appearance, Nieli couldn't help but think of his previous life, when the two of them had just gotten close. He had a kind of love for Yi Ziyun from the bottom of his heart. He very impolitely held on to Yi Ziyun's waist, smiled, and said, "Hold on to me, let's go down together." Nieli was too much. Yi Ziyun felt Nieli's right hand very impolitely holding onto her buttocks. She was extremely embarrassed, but if she struggled, the two of them would probably fall together. "Nieli, this bad guy, rogue." Yi Ziyun angrily cursed in her heart, but she couldn't do anything about it. Seeing Yi Ziyun's embarrassed and resentful look, Nieli smiled. The soft touch from his hand caused his mind to sway, and he couldn't help but pinch twice. Yi Ziyun's buttocks were already very perky. In a few more years, it would definitely be more plump. "Nieli, if you dare to move, I'll fight it out with you, and we'll fall together." Even the noble and elegant Yi Ziyun couldn't help but frown as she stared at Nieli. "All right, I won't move." Nieli laughed. He thought of Yi Ziyun's temper in his previous life. It was really exactly the same. He slowly let go of the rope bit by bit, and the two of them slowly moved down together. After about 10 minutes, Nieli finally stepped on the ground and helplessly let go of Yi Ziyun. He couldn't help but feel lost. Yi Ziyun bitterly gritted her teeth and silently began to explore the surroundings. Since young, she had never been taken advantage of like this. What was hateful was that Nieli, who was beside her, acted as if nothing had happened and pretended to look around. The more she thought about it, the angrier Yi Ziyun became. She lifted her foot and fiercely stepped on Nieli's foot. "Awoo!" Nieli took a breath of cold air and hugged his foot as he jumped around. Seeing Nieli's exaggerated appearance, Yi Ziyun couldn't help but laugh. "If you dare to be dishonest again, be careful, I won't let you off." The smile on Yi Ziyun's face became even more beautiful, and Nieli was stunned. Yi Ziyun's smile was really captivating. Feeling Nieli's strange gaze, Yi Ziyun quickly retracted her gaze. Her cheeks were slightly hot, and she didn't know why, but her heartbeat also sped up. "Quickly find a way out, otherwise we won't be able to get out," Yi Ziyun hurriedly said. "All right." Nieli restrained his expression and took out a torch from his spatial ring. Using the light of the torch, he carefully looked around. They seemed to have fallen into some kind of underground palace. There were 5 to 6 passages, and they didn't know where they led to. It was like a deep labyrinth. One could imagine that the interior of this labyrinth was very large. Nieli found a line of words on the rock wall at the side. "The place where Kong Ming's spirit resides," Nieli murmured and exclaimed, "This is the tomb of the Holy Emperor Kingdom's Kong Ming the Great." "Kong Ming the Great?" Yi Ziyun was full of doubts. "Yes," Nieli nodded slightly and said, "This is the most mysterious emperor in the history of the Holy Emperor Kingdom. As the Emperor of the Holy Emperor Kingdom, it is very strange for him to use the word Ming as a title. This emperor left the Holy Emperor Kingdom when he was middle-aged and passed the throne to his son. Legend has it that at that time, he had already cultivated to a very shocking realm and possessed an immortal body. Later generations were unable to find the location of his tomb. I didn't expect that he was actually buried here." "Is there really someone who can cultivate to an immortal body?" Yi Ziyun looked at Nieli and asked. "No, that's only a legend. Even if one cultivated to a realm above legend rank, he could only live for 200 to 300 years. In the end, he still couldn't escape the cycle of reincarnation." Nieli said, smiling, "A realm above legend rank? What kind of realm is that?" Yi Ziyun was even more puzzled. In her heart, legend rank is already the most powerful existence. You will know in the future. Nieli smiled and shook his head, but did not continue speaking. Yi Ziyun was puzzled. Could it be that Nieli has seen an existence that is even more powerful than legend rank? Nieli should be the same as her, and has never walked out of Glory City. Could it be that he only read about it in books? Although puzzled, Yi Ziyun did not continue to pursue the matter. This should be a labyrinth. There might be some traps, so be careful. You can only step on the places that I've stepped on, Nieli said, looking at Yi Ziyun. Although she was depressed that Nieli always used such a commanding tone to speak to her, as if he's much older than her, Yi Ziyun still obediently nodded her head, and even Nieli didn't know that because Yi Ziyun is still too young, Nieli has a protective mentality towards Yi Ziyun. Therefore, the tone of his voice is inevitably different from when the two of them interacted in their previous life. There are 5 to 6 passages here. Which one should we go? Yi Ziyun looked at the surrounding deep passages. Very simple, we should go north. Because of Kong Ming the Great's fate, his tomb must be built in the north facing south. Why? Yi Ziyun was puzzled. Why must Kong Ming the Great's tomb be built in the north facing south? That's written in the Holy Emperor era's numerology encyclopedia. Every fate has something that reinforces and restrains it, including the tomb, residence, and so on. The people of the Holy Emperor era's numerology encyclopedia believe in this. Nieli said, lightly smiling. The Holy Emperor era's numerology encyclopedia. Yi Ziyun couldn't help muttering. Just how many books has Nieli read? Then which way is north? We're currently underground. How can we tell the direction? Yi Ziyun asked. Nieli lightly smiled and said, it's easy to tell. The Saint Ancestral Mountains runs from north to south. You can easily tell the direction by looking at the texture of the stones. This way. Nieli walked towards one of the passages.